might be pretty quick on this because if I check the live heats, I reckon we'll have 2 semis straight into final. Yeah. Nah. Huh? Nah. I think so. Do it after. Crack a knack, isn't it?
I think I'm boys first, yeah. They only had 4 cans set yesterday too.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be body set more chance to see we can survive.
Top 18. 2025. What a time to be alive here for the Surf Life Saving New South Wales Age Championships, proudly presented by your local club, the beautiful headland of Queenscliff. Queenscliff is what you see in front of you, but that is not where we are today. Trying conditions. We are at the beach of Collaroy, and big thanks to the host club here for getting us into the water. In the commentary box this morning, Harold Marshall with you, along with Gemma Smith, legend from Umina Surf Club in Newport, and also Devara Marshall joining us this morning. Good morning, ladies.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm ready for some action-packed finals day for these under-13s. It's great that they're able to finally get in the water. They've been hanging out for a couple of days, so it should be good to see what action unfolds.
Correct. Now, Devara, what events are we going to be seeing here today?
Since we've only got the under-13s today, we're going to have the male and females. So we're starting off with the swims, then getting stuck straight into the finals for that. Same process with boards through the finals, and then finishing the day off with the ironperson.
Now, with the program, Jim, like you said, we've had some really tough conditions down at Queenscliff. Majority of the water has been run down at Shelley Beach and also here, and we're going to go through some of those highlights and get through some of those races.
I'm Sierra Gore. I'm from Coogin, and I just won the sprint in state. Well, I've always loved running. I didn't really figure out I was good at running until about under 8, maybe, and then I just went from there. The girls that I was competing against were really fast, and a great congratulations to them too. And yeah, I actually thought I came third there for a second because of how fast they were. Sorry, our team name is Swansea Rebels. And last year we got second, and this year we got first. We got first for the rounds, for the girls. And the B team did really good.
This is the most special thing. This is the one we've wanted all year. Clearly got runners up last year. We've put in heaps and heaps of work. If you look at around, we've got like a team of 8, essentially got our A team and our B team. They both do exceptional. They come to training every week. They give it their all. There's no more deserving people than our club, let me tell you. They put it in hard, don't you, girls? Are you proud of yourselves? Yeah.
We won the mixed relay for state. Yeah. Amazing. Yeah. We live quite far away, so I live 2 hours away. We dropped it in one of the first heat, but it didn't go out of our lane, so we went disqualified. Yeah, and the order was, so Sasha was first, Billy was second, Ella was third, and I was fourth. Tasman Vale, I'm North Curl, and I'm won the 1K. So I just pushed first place, then sprinted the last 250. I train like 4 times a week, hard, and my coach is very good. Mike Gervin. I'm doing the 2x500s with my teammates and sprints tomorrow.
Hi, I'm Vicky Trebulova from Queenscliff Surf Life Saving Club, and I just finished first in the under 12 1 kilometre run. So at the start, there was like 4 girls at the front, and I was like unsure whether I can do it, and I held on to the girl that was first. And then on the last 200 metre turn, I sprinted and she died off. Well, this year I'm probably going to do the 1K run, and then I'm going to do a 2 times 500 metre, another 2 times 500 metre, and then a 2 times 1K with a girl in an above age group.
My name is Freddie Nesbitt. My club is Furl, and I just won state 1K. In 2023, I won state relay in under 9s. I started not too well at the start. I got a bit stuck, but then I got into my running and I did pretty well. I do running training with my coach Pete 2 times a week in Furl.
Here with Cody Kratzman. Are you the fastest swimmer in the under 10s?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah.
One thing I was really impressed with Cody was his 6-beat kick coming home. There was so much white water coming back. Talk to us about that last can and then how you're able to find that extra gear to drive home.
I find that extra gear from my kicking with Ruth, because we do a lot of kicking with her.
Even though you hate it, right?
No, I love it.
You love it. That's probably why you're the best. Now, talk to us about Yamba. What makes the club so special?
Yam's special because it's close to home, and also it's fun to see all my mates there.
Back to back, the legend. Let's go, big boy.
It felt good. The conditions were pretty hard against the current. I did heaps of board paddling, swims and irons. It felt really good. Second place did a good job. And yeah.
Lucia Dillon, you're the fastest board paddler in the under-9s in New South Wales. How are you so fast?
I don't know. I just practice a lot.
Just practice heaps? Coach Rachel, is she a legend?
Yeah.
So what sort of fun things do you do at training?
We do like hard sets where we go out, that maybe sometimes irons and just lots of fun.
And how many girls are in your under-9 age group? Because it seemed like there was a few girls in the final there and also in the semis.
Yeah, so I think there might be 10.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Nice. And what's more fun, surfing before and after school and hanging out with your mates, or going to school?
Surfing before and after, and not going to school.
And not going to school. So a couple of days off. Let's look down the camera because you are the state champion for the under-9 board. Let's go back it up in the board relay.
Yeah, I hope it go really well.
Yeah, go and have some fun. Thanks, legend.
Thanks.
Thanks, Harold. Great work there, mate. On fire as usual. Now we've got the under-14 female start list. Jim, take us through it.
Yeah, so we've got a variety of clubs represented here, from Avoca Beach, Imina, Swansea Belmont, North Bondi, Manly. We've also got Cronulla and Coogin there to round out this final. So this is at Collaroy, so it's a bit of a tricky start here, a bit of a tricky shore break. We can see the girls getting ready to go now.
Now, you train a fair bit in conditions like this up the road at Newport. What do you need to do on these starts?
Yeah, so especially here, it's a really heavy shore break. So through these first 20 metres of whitewater, it's really punchy. You can see there's a lot of sand being aerated and thrown up from the bottom, so it's really going to be important to attack it, really get through. And we can see the top end of the screen there have had the best of the start, and they're off and away in that darker green water. Yeah, down rating hard, chest low. Devara, top of the screen there. Could you look, are they coming through? At some point, the girls are going to be up and driving hard on their knees.
Yeah, it looks like we've got, I'm going to say Manly out in front there. Quick off the start. A few of the girls are trying to bunny hop through the waves, but this front leading pack straight on their board, skim start, getting through this tricky shore break there. Now they're trying to tussle for the lead. Who's going to get the wash and save themselves for the way in? It's going to be interesting to see their tactics around the cans. Yeah, it's interesting too. You can see these under-14s, it's their first year on the Mals, so they're able to kneel up when they're paddling through. But you can see the conditions here today. There's a lot of water moving around. They've all opted to stay down on their bellies and really just rate as quick as they can through this shore break. And there's a lot of water moving around. So they're just about to hit the turning marker, go all the way back into the beach. So it's only a really short, sharp race. So getting through that shore break was key to getting them off and away really cleanly here. Jammed up so tight through there in the middle there. Lily Parker from Avoca just getting jammed up on the inside. If you can't get your arms in the water, you're not moving anywhere, and all that's doing is extending that lead for Catherine Jordan there for North. Oh, no, it's not at the moment. Oh, it's coming through. Alana kept pushing her way through. Little runners there, Jem, they're flying through. Yeah, you can see that our leader there just picked up a really nice run, extended their lead, but there's a number of runs coming through here. So anytime you feel the back of your board start to pick up, that's when they'll pick up and accelerate and lift their rating and trying to get down any of these little runs and turn it into a wave. You can see they just look over their shoulder there, but we've got on the bottom of the screen, it looks like someone's come through on an absolute screamer. I think that's Catherine Jordan from North Bondi. Been obviously watching the surf before this final, picked the right line all the way down, caught the wave through into shore. Clear wave by herself.
Oh, unbelievable stuff there. Catherine Jordan got it right through. Half a nosedive at the back there. Jesus, still the medal is on, but Catherine Jordan doing it the best of everyone there, taking home the gold medal. It's going to be a sprint finish for the minor placings.
Yeah, run up the beach here for second, third and fourth. Oh, second place. I think we're going to have Alana Tooley there from Manly go with the silver medal, and Lucinda Gladstone from North Bondi the third. So really tight finishing there, short and sharp racing. And we can see there, winner, gold medal goes to Catherine Jordan. What a great finish she had coming back in through that break.
Is this the resurgence of the North Bondi Nippers coming back through? Two on the podium, Catherine Jordan, Lucinda Gladstone, then Alana Tooley led us from start to finish, and a little bit unlucky on those runners coming through, and Catherine took it strong from the left.
Yeah, these runners are so unpredictable on the way in. It's just going to be really interesting to see what lines everybody takes for the rest of the finals and heats today, to see what information the coaches tells everyone. It'll be interesting.
Let's hear from the winner. amazing stuff there from Catherine. Some live footages there of the heats. We've got all the heats for the males and the females for 13. So yuck and filthy. Look at all the seaweed in there. Tough stuff. Cronulla just making their way through, but that was an unbelievable race there from Catherine Jordan.
Yeah, so she had a great race there yesterday. The finals package for all those under 14s, back-to-back racing, super tough format with the condensed program. So she's done amazing to back up through all her heats all throughout the morning and then put together a final like that with no mistakes and come through with a finish. Yeah, truly incredible, very deserved gold medal winner there.
Yeah, for sure. Yesterday the 14s would have had back-to-back-to-back. Instead of all of their races spread out over 3 days, they would have had 1 day straight of action.
Yep, so good. So the ladies now lining up for their heats. We'll get back to the finals program for that a little bit later on, but we're going to get to the under 14 male board final. If it was anything from what we saw from the ladies, that was going to be tight. So Kai Goldie from the Lakes, he won. Harry Eyre from Freshwater. Felix Force from Cochin, they're always so strong. Stepanovsky there from Wollongong City. Billy McCarthy in this race there as well, as long as Ashton Bone, both the New South Wales representatives for the under 14 age group coming up. And Real Wayne, nice and clean. Boys going to want to stay nice and high with their knees, pushing away. But a little bit more confidence and strength from the boys there. So you'll see them get up and drive through the knees, a few of them. And that's what we're going to see right through that left-hand side there from Manly. Great popping skills. Left-hand edge has opened up, but it looks like a couple of guys getting jammed up in the middle.
Yeah, we saw in that last race with the under 14 girls, the top end of the screen, the right-hand side of the line got out cleanly. But we've had, I think it's Kai Goldie from the Lakes, absolutely flying down here on the bottom of the screen. He got out super cleanly, attacked through the break, stayed on his feet a lot longer than what everyone else did. So he was really just trying to get through that shore break as quick as he could. So he's had the best of the start. But I also think we've got Kobe Mead there from Wanda. He's flying out in front. So you can see I like the move there from Kai just to tuck in behind Kobe. Try and just get the most of his wash, tucking behind him on the way out and then come back in. That's when you want to find your own water, hopefully pick up a little run like we saw in that under 14 female board race. It can be one on the way in.
For sure, since the races are so short out here today, there's really no room for errors. So as soon as they turn that can, they're going to be looking up to pick up a run straight away, get their nose down. If you can see Wanda trying to pull down there, the Lakes, Kai Goldie right behind him. They're going to stick together the whole way in, trying to pick up runner for runner, see who can get through those flags as fast as they can.
So what I'm looking at the pack of 3 and 4 at the back there. There's Sam Weddy from Avoca, Harry Eyre from Freshwater. Again, is this another resurgence of a nipper program coming through? Wave coming up from the back there, but at the moment it's Goldie and Mead in the front, and the runners are coming through. Greenboard on the outside there. Geez. Bottom of the screen again, Jem.
Oh, he's dropped down. Looks like we're going to have 2 on this lead wave here. So we've got Kai and Kobe. It's going to be a run up the beach. They would have practiced their finishes multiple times every session that they're on the beach. So, they're off and away, and it looks like, it's going to be Kai Goldie made the best of the finish there. Looks like Kobe might have just got up a little too early. So Kai there is very ecstatic with that finish, but a great race there by Kobe at an excellent paddle.
There we go for the minor places. In third place, looks like we've got Jacob from Cooks Hill, and then rounding it out, we've got Harrison and Sam from Avoca. Really tight finishes there today. Once again, it was the southern end of the beach where the runners have just been holding up a bit more and been able to drop through.
Played out well, so yeah.
Some nice runners out there for you guys today.
Yeah, it was. I was lucky enough to get a wave as from the can, so I was pretty happy.
And last year in Nippers, tell us about your history with this event.
Oh, not very good, but yeah, good now, so I'm happy.
Awesome. Well, well done, and good luck next year into the seniors.
Yeah, thank you.
Kai Goldie from the Lakes. And similar conditions to what they'd get at this beach as what they would up at the lake. So it gets pretty heavy, a little bit yuck on the bank there. So, again, training in these conditions, he was able to execute that finish better than everyone else. Absolutely.
At the end of the day, executing your skills on race day comes back to the thousands of times that you practice them at training day in, day out. So those that have really made the most of every time they've come into the beach, they're always practicing their finishes perfectly. When you're able to then execute it on race day, it really comes and shows.
Yeah, for sure. It always comes down to these 1%ers at the end of the training when you're a bit tired, instead of jogging up the beach. You can tell Kai's probably been sprinting, really dominant there over the finish. of the under-14 male board race.
Speaking of sprinting, we're going to get to some short, sharp action for the under-10 female beach flags, and who better to have in the commentary box than previous Foster Weekend of Surf Flags champions, Devarra Marshall and Gemma Smith, up and away, pushing right-hand side. The girls getting away really cleanly there. Speed coming through the middle, 15 metres of sprinting, and the ladies are through. So we've got North Stain on the home turf or sand there, iconic building in the background. We've got Coogin Headland through the middle, North Bondi, Stain, Cronulla, Swansea, Belmont.
The girls are all up and away fairly evenly there. We can see, just going to be Swansea Belmont that misses out on the flag there. So looks like she was just squeezed on the outside. So it's done fantastic to make it through all the rounds to get to the top 5. But you can see there, we had Cronulla just going for that outside flag right from the get-go, which kind of just squeezed Swansea out and just unfortunately missed on the flag there.
Yeah, so that's Xanthi Murrell. She's now gone top 4. It's going to be Charlotte Pearce, Marley Lulaze, Sierra J. Gore, and Somerset L. Dobie.
Yeah,
so many syllables in all those names.
It's really interesting also to see the tactics in the flags developing from such a young age as well. You can see these girls have been putting the work in at training, obviously watching lots of flag races in North Bondi there, just getting 4th. We've got Somerset there. Really, really awesome points for the club and really awesome individual result as well.
I don't think that can be understated as well. People forget, the chocolate medal, 4th place, but it's still 3 points overall for your club. So that's a great achievement there for Somerset. Top 3 medals on offer. Gem, take us through this one.
Here we go. The girls are getting set. We can see, look at the concentration in their face. They're waiting for their starter's call. Heads up. Heads down and they're away. Who's going to get the 2 flags? Here we go. Looks like, Coogins just going to get squeezed out. She did well to try and get back into that contest. North Stain there had a nose in front and it just wasn't enough to come over the top. So I think that was our sprint winner from earlier in the day. So she's had a great day picking up 2 medals individually, but just not quite enough there to get in the contest for the top 2. So well done, Sierra. A very worthy 3rd place.
So top 2, we've got Marley Lalauze from North Stain, Home Beach, Charlotte Pearce from Cronulla. Here's 1 and 2. What order will it be after this? Up and away, clean. Little peek from Marley as she got up. She thought she might have went a little bit early. Early dive there from Charlotte. And she's going to be our under-10 flags champion. Get in there, young lady. Great work. Great.
Look at this. They actually turned into each other, which is quite interesting. So they turned different ways. North Stain to the right, Cronulla to the left. So they were looking at each other the whole time. And then it was a really close contest here, but a great dive from Cronulla just to get that flag and secure herself the gold medal.
For sure. Smile on Charlotte's face the entire time as well. How good is that? The sportsmanship from these ladies is unreal. Starting in the under-10s, you can tell these 2 girls will be battling out right through until the senior ranks.
I'm Charlotte and I'm from Cronulla and I came 1st in flags. It's been really fun and having all my friends here to support me. Last year I came 4th in flags and now I came 1st. Yeah! Cronulla! Cronulla!
Go up, Cronulla. Here's a word from our sponsors.
Australia has over 50,000 kilometres of coastline. Despite performing thousands of rescues each year, surf lifesavers can't be everywhere. So stop, look for the red and yellow flags. All for signs like these. Always assess the conditions based on your own abilities. To help us out, Surf Life Savings created the Beach Passport. So before you go into the water, stop, look, and stay alive.
Local clubs make more than 41,000 jobs possible for people in New South Wales, including me.
They make sport possible for thousands, including myself when I was a kid. Go the Robertsons, buddies.
Their support of Little Wings helps sick country kids like my child Winnie get the treatment that they need.
And give more than $1 million a year to help over 20,000 volunteer surf lifesavers continue to patrol and save lives.
All this and more, made possible by your local club.
And we are back on the line. We have the 14 female board relay. We've got Newport, Manly, Avoca C, Wanda. We've got Redhead as well. Another Wanda team, Manly, North Bondi, Freshwater, Avoca B, Yamba, North Curl, South Maroubra, Swansea Belmont, another North Curl team, Freshwater, Wollongong City, Avoca Beach and Redhead. Lots of double up and even triple ups here with these teams. Lots of strength through the 14 girls.
I'm excited, Jem, to watch the Yamba cap, full yellow with the black stripe through there. Really prominent, nice squad building up on, I guess, the far north coast. Really great squad at the moment. Some strong swimmers. They've taken medals already. What can they do here in the under-14 female board relay?
Yeah, it'd be great to see what they can put down. This is their last race of the day, these 14, so they've done plenty of times around the cans and their only team race of the day, so they'll be wanting to put their best foot forward for their teammates and really finish their state championships, their last race of their Nippers program at state. So we can see on the top of the screen there, it looks like Avoca's had a great start along with, I think it might be Newport there, so we can see that southern end has just gotten away very cleanly again. They're out into that deeper water now, really just raiding the house down.
For sure, this is the first leg of 3 for the board relay today, so the girls are going to be trying to get their second and third paddlers the best possible start out there today, especially with such unpredictable conditions. It's really important to give your other mates the best leg up as possible.
But one thing that is predictable, though, the effort that's going to be put out from Alex Hall from Avoca leading us out at the moment. Charlotte Clark there from Newport. Jim, you'll be training with her as well, tucked in on that inside right. And then no surprises to see, again, the cap of North Bondi being ultra fast in the water, and that's Lucinda Gladstone leaving us off. Top 3 at the moment, bit of work to do for the rest of the pack.
Yeah, we've seen every race so far in these boards. Oh, they've just had a little bit of a tight tussle going around that can, so Alex Hall did well to stay on her board there, but it's just opened the door for the other clubs to come up. It looks like they're North Bondi. Oh,
Yes.
might have just fallen off the back of the runner there, but we can see, yeah, those top 2 just pulling away.
Yeah, I think that's Catherine Jordan there in third at the moment from North Bondi. So in their individuals, I think the 2 of the top 3 were actually from North Bondi. So it'll be interesting to see how those girls go in this race today. But right in front, pulling ahead.
Newport.
I think it's North Curl, actually. I just saw 2 green stripes there with the yellow cap. So North Curly off and away. She's just going to pull down this runner, and that's exactly what you want. As a first paddler, set your team up with a wavelength lead. There's not more you can ask for as a teammate when that's done for you.
For sure, the second paddler would for sure be taking a big sigh of relief there, getting out straight, fast around the poles. Here the girls go. The transition, such an important part of the board relays. You can make up so much time with these out there. Now it'd be interesting to see how the pack goes if they catch up back to each other in this tricky start here. Lots of water movement.
So Evie Davis there, we should have seen that name at the start. She's been elite and fast for a long, long while. She would have been a little bit disappointed with her individual board. She would have been hoping to be in that top 3 to get on the podium, but she's backed that up and then just given her team a solid lead here going into leg number 2.
Yeah, you can see the second paddler there just held up a little bit getting over that. She's probably bunny hopping a little bit too far, but doing really well to lift her board up over that wave. She want to get on and away as quick as she can and get out of that shore break, get into the cleaner water so that hopefully she can get keep her lead from the rest of the teams.
Yeah, the chase pack for sure getting caught up a bit here at the end. It looks like still North Curl on the lead. Then we've got Avoca and North Bondi rounding out our top 3 at the moment. Wave come through.
Back shot from nowhere, right hand edge. 2 girls getting absolutely chomped through there. And all that's done is opened it up for North Bondi on the inside left. We haven't seen too much of that this morning, and that was absolutely insane cone. So the girls are going to have to get a bit of work done. All that means is it's game on for North Bondi.
We already know North Bondi had the leg up in this competition after their individual results. So this much of a lead this early on in the race, it is not looking too good for the other teams at this point. Just looks like she's stretching it out at the moment.
Yeah, we can see that lead really extending now. So the other teams have got a lot of work to try and close this gap back up. We know the races are only really short and sharp. So as soon as she turns this apex can, she's going to be picking up any runners. So they've really got to try and close that gap before that point.
Yes. She'll know the girls behind her will be working hard to try and catch back up. So she'll be turning the cans and just picking up her rating straight away, trying to get anything possible.
So Freshwater sneaking into that 3rd place at the moment. Can they hold on to that to make their way on the podium? North Bondi extending that lead. Avoca there in 2. Looks like Wanda's going to be making up some space there as well. But North Bondi again, I think you might have called it early, Davs. They are away at the moment and they are in control of this 14 board relay final.
Yeah, for sure. It looks like she's heading towards the south end of the beach again. in all the board finals we've seen, there you go. Those waves there have been just holding all the way through to shore, a lot better than straight in from the can. So these girls have been watching the races, picking the right lines, and it's clearly working out for them today.
She did really well there to link that runner all the way through to the beach, really. So she's done exceptional skills. She's just going to leave her board and she'll start wading up. They've only got one leg to go, so she'll be putting in everything she's got into this run, trying to just keep extending that lead for her team with only one paddler to go.
And now that we are on the under-14s, we're probably getting past the point of just learning how to paddle fast, because everyone can paddle fast. It's about being proactive and then also reacting to what are your surrounds, Jim. So at what point, I guess, do you start to get into that automated mind process where you're just reacting accordingly to the conditions?
Yeah, well, when the second paddle was coming around there, the third paddle that's just entering the water now, she'd just be looking straight ahead at what the surf's doing in front of her and picking the best line. So we've seen the experience of these under-14 girls. They've done really well in the individual board race earlier in the day, so they'll know these conditions. They've been out around the course multiple times, so they'll know what they need to execute. It's just a matter of getting out and doing it, and they've done it so many times at training, it kind of becomes just a bit of a habit. But now she's out in this deeper water. She's just got to get into a stroke, keep that rating up into this chop, and then really just try and have a good finish for her team.
Yeah, really clean start there from North Bondi. She really got through that break very cleanly, very easily, didn't get hit by that many waves, so just really extending this lead for them, and it'll be interesting to see if anybody can close that gap at all, but it's a very, very dominant performance so far from that of North Bondi.
Yeah, no one is catching this. Look at the chest position on the top of the board. They're so far forward. You just see the bow just, planing through the water there. Elbows nice and deep, rating solidly. That is absolute textbook there. Long, deep stroke, and all that he's doing is extending the lead because no one is in shot of his camera at the moment.
Yeah, we can see just how dominant this lead is. We can't even see second place yet in our shot. So North Bondi doing a fantastic job. She can see she's just had a bit of a look over her shoulder, see where the rest of the teams are. You've got a big gap, so just keep that head down, working all these runners back to the beach, and it'll be a gold medal for your team. So she's really just got to try, and you can see her lift her rating there when she feels it. We can see the rest of the field really close, second, third, fourth place there.
So the team of Lucinda Gladstone, Catherine Jordan, Lillian Wenholmes are going to take this one comfortably. He's going to pick a nice little armchair right on that left-hand edge. And then just behind, we could see the North Curly Club. Wanda was thereabouts as well. Avoca Manly. It's going to be ultra tight for these last two medals. But this is North Bondi's day.
Yeah, these North Bondi girls obviously been put through the races this morning, the individual board. Now they've put really a perfect performance together in this final here. Really dominant. Another wave, there you go.
Oh, she did well there to hold that. That was a late drop. It's been really tricky conditions here at Collaroy today, so did very well to keep the nose up on the big mouths. She'll have there we go. She can have a look over her shoulder. She's got enough time. She knows that they've done enough to get the gold medal for their team, so a great performance there from the North Bondi team. What a way to round out their state championships here at Collaroy.
Dominant from start to finish. The ribbon is out for the ladies. North Bondi take another bow. Again, the team of Lucinda Gladstone, Catherine Jordan and Lillian Wenholmes. They are your under-14 state champs. Get in there, North Bondi.
How good. All of those girls, really impressive skill sets as well. Really clean skills. You can tell they've been practicing them. A lot of training. And we're going to have a run up here for all the minor places. Looks like North Curl in second. And it's going to be a bit of a tussle for the bronze medal. Wanda and Manly, who's going to edge in front?
Oh, super tight finish here. It looked at me like Manly might have just got there. So really, really tight finish all the way through to the line for those girls.
How good is that? When it's a team event, you always find that extra level, extra gear. You want to do it for your teammates, train with them day in, day out. Obviously, lots of laughs on the sand, speakers under the tent, sharing of the eskies. How good is that?
All the vibes. So the top six was North Bondi and North Curly, and here's our winning team on camera now.
Winners of the New South Wales Under-14s board relay. Girls, how does it feel?
So good.
And tell us about your medal count for the weekend.
So I have 2 bronzes. I have 4 gold. And I have some points in there.
Nice. And girls, talk us through that race. Pretty hectic out there.
Yeah. So, Catherine, you want to go first?
Okay.
You started.
Yeah, I got a good start, and then I wasn't very lucky coming in, but I just knew I had to run and try to tap the person.
Yeah, I had a really good race. I got out and I found like the rip and got out us in a big lead. Yeah, I just tried to stay in that lead. I was really scared they were going to catch a wave on us, but when I got on that wave, I was just like, yes.
So great result out here, and what are you guys looking forward to when you head into the bigger competition next year?
We're really excited for Aussies because we have a good chance there.
And same team, so looking for a same result?
Yeah.
Yes.
Definitely.
Well done, girls. Congratulations, 25 champs.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sally McIntosh. Great interview on the beach there. We're now live action under 13 surf race, and so bumpy, so much water moving out there, Jem.
Yeah, we could see the conditions yesterday were really tricky for those under 14s. Today, the under 13s have been faced with probably even trickier conditions. The surf looks like it's up a little bit more. There's a lot of water movement, a lot of seaweed as well. So these under 13 girls, it's their first time hitting the water for the race, so they haven't been able to warm up in the race area yet this morning. So they'll be trying to get a feel of the water, try and qualify through for their final a little bit later this morning. So you can see they've just rounded out around those 4 swim cans. They'll make their way back into the beach, and they'll be hoping for a little wave.
Looks like we've possibly got Bronte up in the mix. I'm going to say Avoca as well, Matilda Harvey. So these girls are going to have to go through a few rounds this morning, so they don't want to put all their eggs in one basket. So they're going to be trying to do just enough. But once again, with these waves on the way in, it's not enough to just hope you're in the top 15 or however many it is. These girls are going to be pushing through 100% effort in every single race on the line today. It's interesting to see what line these girls are taking on the way in.
So we got here earlier this morning, Daz, and you said the first couple of surf races, it was kind of like an S-shape going out. So everyone was running in, getting pushed to that right, sweeping back to the left, and it looks like it's obviously doing that same coming back in.
For sure. So the girls have been able to watch the boys before their heat. So they've been watching them like hawks, really, seeing what the best line is, where the waves are holding through on the way in. Haven't been too lucky yet, but there's some swell brewing out the back. So it'll be interesting to see what these girls can pick up. Who's been practicing their body surfing after training?
So, and another thing too, Jem, skills and routines, such an important thing. A couple of waves there coming through. Is anyone going to be able to pick this one up? Harvey over the top, arms out in front, all through the seaweed. Is she going to pop up anywhere? She might have actually got that through to shore. If she has, that's some amazing skills. Yep, she can see in the distance there. She's the first one up and running. Matilda Harvey's going to take this one home quite comfortably. First one to qualify for the final, which will be up very, very shortly. But I was just talking about the skills there, Jem. At what point are you actually switching on? So you've marshalled, you're on the line. Are you watching it the 3-4 races before to see, counting the waves, the sets, to see what the waves are doing in the different alleys?
Absolutely. As I said, these girls, it's their first race out in the water this morning. They've had the boys' heats before them, so they would have been watching what the boys were doing, where they were taken, what the water movement was doing, and then they would have been chatting with their coaches, coming up with a plan of action. You could see there the girls made their way back to the northern end, so it looked like they were chasing, coming back onto that sandbank there, and Matilda did a great job to hold that wave all the way through to shore, so it definitely paid off to have her plan, and she executed it perfectly.
For sure. We've got Heat 2 on the line as well. These girls will just be seeing how those girls got the waves in there on the finish and seeing if anyone has to adjust their plans maybe from what their coaches told them. But yeah, these girls really getting stuck here. A bit of a washing machine at the finish there. So the girls will be hoping to get straight onto a wave. Otherwise, it's going to be really hard to pick up a broken wave here today, especially with all the white water moving and the seaweed as well. Who wants to be stuck in that?
How many variables do we need here? But it is the state titles. We've got the best of the best. Wanda on screen there. The good thing is for these ladies, top 18 are going to make their way through to the final. So we're going to have a final of 36 athletes. You can see the boys' final just lined up behind the start line now. So we've got heat number 2 or semi-final number 2 for the ladies about to get into the water. Manly on screen. Great work, Manly. North Curly tucked in behind.
Yeah, it's really important to sprint up through the flags. Every single place counts, especially if there's 18 through. If everyone's getting stuck in the end here, if you can hold that wave that 1 metre extra, that could secure your place into a state final. So these girls sprinting up for all the minor places, they'll have no clue where they are, what place they're in, but it's all about finishing off with 100% effort.
Absolutely. It's such an achievement for these girls to get into a final. So first race of the day, they'll be looking to secure their places. They've been waiting for a couple of days to be able to get into the water, so they'll be really wanting to put their best foot forward and really showcase what they've been doing in training the past 12 months to then be able to line up at the state championships today and then at the Australian championships in a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah, and that can't be understated there, Jem. So these under 13 ladies, they should have had technically been in the water on Friday as per the normal program. They didn't know what was going to happen. So Thursday night, they were, I guess, completely unaware of what their program looked like. Then again on the Saturday, no water for them. Got held off and through until today. So, just having that mental drain of just 3 days of not knowing what you're doing. But then you've got to turn up on a Sunday morning. You've got a full program. You can have back-to-back racing, surf, board relays, iron, and then your state titles is done in the space of 4 hours.
Absolutely. I'm sure there would have been a lot of nerves, a lot of anticipation just to finally get to the start line today. So they would have wanted just to get that first race underway and put their best foot forward, really have a good performance. And it gives you a lot of confidence too when you can go out and execute a semi-final really well and then go, oh, I know I've got my final only, probably in about half an hour's time. And I was able to put together a really good race, and it just, gives you a lot of confidence then moving forward throughout the rest of the day.
For sure, and I think it'll be really interesting to see how they go towards the end of the day in their irons and board relays, because I think a few of the water athletes might have turned into beachies over the past few days as well.
I think they did.
All of the beachies probably would have been surprised about the few extra entries in the flags and runs, so they would have gotten their workout, but it'll be interesting to see how many of these girls just put their foot on the line for some flags and sprints and beach relays since they had nothing else to do. But here we go, we have Heat 2 on the line of the under-13 female swim. Looks like we've got Mia Hu there in position 1. She's had some really dominant performances over the past... all of her performances over the past few years throughout Nippers have been really dominant, so it would be interesting to see how she goes today with some other girls. So we've got about 30 people in each of these races. So pretty stacked fields, especially for some heat. So it'll be interesting to see how these girls go so early on in the morning. First race on the line, bit of nerves in the tummy, bit of butterflies, I think. But after the first race of the day is done, I think they will be ready to crack into it.
Can I ask a question? Both of you as athletes, when you turn up to a beach like this and you see the sheer amount of seaweed in there, are you affected by that?
Look, it's never very pleasant racing when there's that much seaweed, especially swimming, because you've got to physically get your body through that amount of seaweed, and it is quite thickly packed in here at Collaroy this morning. So if I was swimming in that, I'd be wanting to get through that break zone as quickly as I could, not messing around, just trying to get down to that cleaner water, because once you get down to that deep water, the seaweed kind of stops and there's some nice water to be able to swim in. So yeah, that would be my plan of action, just get through that zone as quickly as I could.
Yeah, for sure. I think the sheer amount of overstimulation would just be a bit overwhelming out there today. I couldn't think of anything worse, finishing your race and you've got a whole entire garden of seaweed in your swimmers and in your rashie. I'd be wanting to rinse off straight away. You're going to get all the sea lice in you. Who wants to be stuck with that all day?
Yeah, again, surf life saving, the only time you come to the beach to go in the water when no one else would, and that is on display here again today. This would be... not pleasant for all. So the ladies are off. Semi-final number 1. Geez, that's some really high contrast through the ladies trying to keep their legs. I like that from Avoca through the middle. You can never ever stay on your feet too long on a surf race. If you can get the knees up and out of the water, best to run through, dropping tide gems so that bank is going to become a little bit more prominent as we get our way through the program.
Looks like Bulleye down there in the southern end, Minerva. Barlow, how good is that? She's stayed on her feet the longest. She'll get the most of that bank, but now they're just getting caught. Bit of a washing machine in there. You can see even the water safeties are struggling to keep their spot, stay in place, but these girls are going to try and get through that seaweed as fast as possible so they can just get out into the clean water and start swimming.
Yeah, through this break zone, when you're going under those waves, because they are so punchy and powerful, you really want to make sure that you're getting down, grabbing a hold of that sand, pushing back off the bottom to keep your forward momentum and propulsion through the break zone. So we can see there the girls, they've just made their way through that break zone out into that deeper water. It's probably really hard to see the cans too today because it is so lumpy in that ocean and there's some swells coming through. They've really got to keep their head up and keep an eye on where those cans are, because with the water movement too, it's going to be hard. They're not going to know exactly where they are, so they've really got to keep an eye on and keep their radar going the whole time.
And then they've got to add the glare into the equation as well, so there's just a lot for these girls to think about out there today. Swells moving, there's heaps of currents moving left and right as well. The girls are doing a bit of a zigzag out there to the first can, so they'll get around the can and then just go around the string of 4 today. Yes. And then turn and come straight in and get a wave.
Yeah, so we can see Mia Hu there, fantastic young athlete across the past couple of years at the state championships in her age, has hit the can first. We've also got lots of clubs red hot on her heels there. It looks like we've got maybe Queenscliff, I think Newport's up there as well. We've got an Avoca Cap in there, North Curly, so maybe it's great to see so many clubs represented.
For sure, especially with these surf races. We're at the heats as well, so we've got such a wide variety of clubs being represented from all over the state at the moment. So these girls will be just trying to get into that break zone as fast as possible, picking their different lines, trying to crack a wave all the way through to the finish, because as we saw in the last race, it's quite difficult to wade through the finishing there. There's just so much water moving. It's just going to be a lot easier for these girls to hold a wave than try and wade through these opposing currents.
Yeah, so the girls getting closer and closer to that wave zone. So Newport out in front there, along with North Bondi. Pack just probably on that last can on the green and gold would be in about 19th position at the moment. So those ladies aren't out of it. And it's about trying to achieve your best here too. So, you know, a few of the girls from Newport, North Bondi, they're thinking their absolute best would be enough to get them on the podium. But some of these girls who are working hard and still developing their skills would be so elated to get through to a state final.
Absolutely, and that's what it's all about. Each year, coming back to the state championships, trying to get better than what you did last year, improve. You know, if you just missed out on a final this year, scraping through to a final is going to be such a huge achievement. So it's awesome just to see the girls out here doing their best and putting their best foot forward to represent their club and make their families proud.
For sure, putting your foot on the line just to start a race is such an achievement in itself. Full season long of training all comes down to these moments, as we can see right here. Girls looking behind them, trying to get some waves. It's pretty messy though through there at the moment. They're sort of filling up, going in every direction. North Bondi trying to pull one down there, but there's really, the ocean isn't giving them much out there at the moment.
Zero by the looks of it, nothing on the outside. You can just see how much water and sand is getting sucked out through, probably just on the edge of that rip. Couple of, little wave through there. Your mates from North Bondi, Gem, I think that might be. Good skills, but you did say this is really similar to the conditions at Newport. So again, it's so important when you're at training to try and, I guess, perfect these skills.
Yeah, Molly Young there from Newport and Mia Hu from North Bondi have done a great job. They've booked their ticket through the final in probably about half an hour's time, so you can see them just jogging up the beach there. Really well executed skills to be able to get that body surfing wave all through the beach. So also got a Voca cap coming through. It looks like Stockton.
Gerringong, that will be another resurgence on there. We just saw Woolgoolga coming through as well. So this is the state championship. So good to see the caps there. Brownlee surfers. Let's get into it. This is exciting stuff.
Yeah, it was such a wide representation at the moment. All these girls getting in here. You can see the different conditions. Like, as you were saying before, Newport has similar conditions to these girls will be feeling at home right now. So it's interesting to see how these girls' surf skills will go and translate into the constantly changing conditions here at Collaroy this morning. But they're handling it really well all throughout. The girls are they finished off pretty north to the flags, and now they're ending up about 100 metres south to where the first girls finished. So it just shows how much the ocean out here is constantly changing today. These girls are really, really strong for getting through these races.
Yeah, you can see that wide shot there. The surf, as this tide drops, is going to start to break out a little bit further. There'll be more whitewater coming into the equation, so they're going to be able to pick up waves from further out to sea, which means you've got to be able to execute your skills really well. Have a look under your shoulder when you're coming back in. You've turned that last can for what's coming and what's going to be on offer for you to catch back to the beach there.
For sure. It'd be really interesting in the finals if these waves keep following the same trend. We might have a few of the back markers cracking a wave from the cans or something like that. A few upsets maybe in the finals, but it will be interesting.
So I was going to say, the interesting I looked at, I've just checked the draw update for this. We've actually got 3 semi-finals. So 3 semi-finals, and they're only taking the top 12. So it is going to be the best of the best of the best. So a lot of these girls are, as much as they would have liked to have used this as a warm-up swim, when you've got waves on, you really need to execute the plan.
Absolutely. If you're only taking 12 through in surf races, that's pretty cutthroat when you've got so many girls lining up. And we can see the depth of this under 13 age group. They're really strong. So, yeah, there'll definitely be a lot of nerves. First race of the day, when you're only taking that number through, you really just want to go out, blow out the cobwebs, put together a good race to give you a lot of confidence to then hopefully get through that final and be able to put your best foot forward.
For sure, such short races as well. There's really no room for error out here this morning, but we have heat 3 on the line. Once again, top 12 through to the final. It'll be best of the best out there. Bit cutthroat, but it's state champs, best of the best. That's what we're here for today. And tricky conditions as well. It's really going to prove who has been the most consistent all season long. We're not only looking at surf speed, but the skills is going to be such a major component of these races and finals today.
So talking about skills, being able to read the surf, obviously under 13 athletes, they're still learning their craft, but having a support crew behind you, having a team manager that's on the beach watching every single race, watching what the dropping tide's doing, seeing where the best alleys are, also having a coach that's been able to, again, watch the conditions, but then also unpack what's in your head, because a few of these girls, if you're bombing out in the first race, how hard is it to try and get stuck out or out of that zone where everything's in that negative mindset because you've just missed your first goal you tried to achieve?
Yeah, it can be really tricky if you don't have a good race, or you don't do as well as potentially what you thought you should. But I think the ability of a really good athlete is to be able to turn that around and go, especially in surf. Sometimes things are out of your control, and you've got to be able to quickly analyse and reflect and go, right, I picked the right alley out, or I need to come further back to the south this next race, or take the learnings from it. Go, what did I do well, what didn't I, and then come up with a plan of action for your next race. Because in these kind of races, everything's already been done, or your training's been done. It's just about executing it to the best of your ability on the day. So you've really just got to try and come up with a good plan with your team managers and your coaches. And they would have been watching these races before. These girls have had 2 heats, 2 semis line up before, so this 3rd semi here. You can see they're getting ready to go, and hopefully we'll find our next group of 12 to join the rest of the girls in the final.
Yeah, these girls will be locked in, ready to go. They would have checked the water before, see if there's any potholes, rinse their goggles off. But such unpredictable conditions here today, so these girls will just be putting all of their effort into it and seeing what comes out of it. Quick starts off the line there. Seeing how these girls go, who can hold their feet for the longest, because as we've seen in the other races today, that is the biggest advantage today.
Yeah, we saw a couple of girls there just get tripped up with potholes, so add that into the equation of all the things that they've got to tackle today. The potholes, the sandbank, the seaweed, the heavy shore break. So these girls are doing the absolute best of it out here that they can do. You can see this water's already moving really quickly. It's really churned up, so they've got to try and just get through this as quickly as they can, dive down under that white water, grab a hold of the sand so it doesn't drag them back, and they can keep moving forward through this shore break.
For sure, it's going to be really hard for them to move forward at the moment, because I think there'd be just a lot of standing there, a lot of maybe even moving backwards, to be honest. Lots of current moving around. So these girls will just be trying to inch further and further forward through this break zone there, get out the back with a bit of clear water. Waves breaking further and further out already. Look at this.
Yeah, it looks like the waves are breaking that little bit further out the back. And it's tough for us to see how big that swell is at the top. And we're going to try and get in touch with our beach correspondent. We've got Alicia Cuthbert on the sand as we speak. She's going to give us a conditions update. She's going to be ready to rock and roll. And then, Alicia, what's happening down there? We might try a little bit later on. So Alicia Cuthbert, Manly legend, under 17s. She's going to be down on the shore giving us all the updates. But I think we're okay up here, just out of the sunlight at the moment.
Look at the drag on this one. The girls are having to swim a really big angle back to the first can. I think they've actually lost it. The lead has gone a bit off course here today. And now all the girls are going to have to tap back across to the first red and yellow. Massive, big S shape at the moment. Girls have been probably putting an extra 100 metres on the swim, I reckon, there.
Yeah, so it looks like our leader there from Avoca just got a bit lost on the way out to that first can. Oh, she's nearly swum around the board can as well. She's finally found a way there. So luckily for her, though, the rest of the field was following. They weren't looking for the can themselves. They're going, we'll put all our trust in this leader. So sometimes you need to have a look and not just put all your faith in that lead swimmer there. So,
for sure.
So Sadie Martin there from Avoca.
Yes.
A bit of follow the lead of the girls trying to figure out what's going on. We did have some issues over at Cotton Tree. Where were we at? Shelley Beach, around the corner at Manly, where the kids actually had to swim into shore, so they were just getting a little bit lost, because on a surf race you're usually swimming out towards the horizon with nothing there, and the kids just kept trying to find the horizon and were swimming so far off course, which is what Sadie's done there this morning. So I believe we might have Alicia on the beach. Let's try and go down to her now. Alicia, how does it look down on the beach?
Yeah, we're down on the start line now. The last heat of the girls are just coming in, and we've got the boys on the start line for their final. The conditions down here, honestly, it's been picking up since the warm-up. The girls, you can see out there, they're coming in, and everyone's heading down to the left because that drag is really sweeping them across. These waves are just getting dumpier. I don't know if you heard that, but right on the shoreline, it's a real big dump. Heading out there, especially for these boys on the start line for the final, they really got to get under, grab the sand, pull themselves through, and shoot back up. But yeah, these girls coming around the can, they're really far over to the left, so once they come in, they'll have to run straight for the flags to secure their spot into that final.
So Alicia, visually, how does it look up there? Because a few of the girls swimming off course, how much glare is on there? Is it impossible to see the cans? It must be. It's impossible to hear us as well. Jen, back to you. Let's go.
Yeah, so we've got the girls just making their way back into this break zone now. So they've finally rounded that can after they had a few radar issues, but you can see there just how much sand is getting churned up. All that seaweed's right on top of the surface. So ideally, you want to be able to pick up a wave from the back of that break zone that carries you all the way through, just so you don't have to swim your way back through all that seaweed.
Yeah, these girls are swimming like back through basically the rip, so they'll be pretty tired after this one here, trying to crack a wave there at the finish. Maybe a Voca.
Yeah, Sadie Martin was our early leader there, so I've got no doubt that she would have been able to carry that momentum all the way through the beach. We could see when the girls made their way out to sea just how much those waves were coming into play, and they were breaking out further, but on their return to shore here, there wasn't too much on offer, so it looks like Bulleye there had a great little pickup back through that wave zone, and then we can see Sadie there just jogging up.
Yes.
She'll secure a place, book her ticket for the final.
She will be happy it was not a sprint finish for this one. Loves to jog up the beach.
Yeah, Cronulla there as well. Had a great swim. So these girls really looking to conserve as much energy as they can now. They know they're safe. They're not in the pack having to run up and really contest for those last few places. They've done enough out in the water so they can just jog up the beach there. So another Bulleye Cap, Allura, and it looks like Manly there. So they're our first couple of girls to head over the line and book their ticket for their final coming up soon.
These girls will have a bit of a shorter turnaround as well to the final as well, because they'll be the race straight after the boys' final. Whereas the girls in the first heat would have had another 20 minutes rest than these girls. So it'll be interesting to see who can back up races one after the other, who's got the extra energy in the tank today.
Fun fact, did you know this is the first ever race in surf lifesaving history that Sadies have finished in 1 and 2 in a race?
There you go.
Sadie Jones from Bulleye, Sadie Martin from Avoca.
Go the Sadies. How good is that?
In sync.
That's it.
Yeah.
South Maroubra on screen, getting through. Top 12 again is that magic number. So we'll have our ladies final coming up shortly. The men, the under 13 men on the line. This is where the lights get so bright. This is the biggest stage these boys will have for our state titles for the surf race. Nerves will be at a high. Sasha Gordon from Manly taking out semi-final number 1 along with Dash Lonergan, Liam Urbanwitz from Manly, Jordan Prince from Wanda. So Wanda in the top 2 in the top 4 there, and then semi-final number 2, Thomas Penny from Bronte. We saw that one earlier. He was really strong in that one. Jackson Swingler and Chase Harrison from Swansea Belmont. But when there's a wave on, anything can happen.
It is anyone's race out here today, so we'll see who can hold their feet for the longest through the shore break, and then for sure to see maybe if they can keep the right line to the cans. That'll obviously be very beneficial for them today.
Yes, we can see one of the last swimmers there from the girls' heat coming up out of the water right in front of the start line. So you can see just how much these girls are being swept down the beach. This current and the little rip that's just moving out is really just causing a little bit of havoc there. So these boys getting their final instructions there from the starter, getting ready to go. We've got a few arm swings, a few jumping up and down, just getting themselves all fired up and ready to put their best foot forward for their first final of the day.
For sure. We'll see what tactics are put into play here as the boys get ready to hear the starting calls. The last few of the girls come in from Heat 3 of their surf race. So they'll all be nervous, getting ready to go.
Right-hand edge, is that the spot you need to be? That last position 36, just where we've got the guys from Manly. Would that be the pick of the bunch there?
I think so. I think you can see in that last surf race, Sadie got swept really far to the north and the rest of the girls followed. So the boys would have been watching that final going, okay, we need to make sure that, we get out to the can. The boys will probably typically be always a little bit quicker, so they don't get to as affected by the drag because they're just moving through that water a lot faster. But they still need to take into account the water movement. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what tactics play out here, who's been watching, what they're going to do.
And who's got the longest legs as well.
Ziggy Walker that has the longest legs from Avoca. He's a massive man mountain. But next to him, Jackson Swingler. That's going to be the one I'm watching for. So Jackson Swingler from Cronulla. Their position number 3. Next to him, Sasha Gordon took out his semi-final.
South Maroubra in the middle, leading us straight through. Look at that. Is that Wanda there?
Looking good.
Front.
Gerringong in the high knees. How often do you see the name of Gerringong? That's Hudson Olchin there. Building club down to the far south. They're getting into it, but this is yuck.
Yeah, these boys here really just doing a good job of getting through that break zone. The leaders there just getting into their stroke, so they got through that little patch of seaweed as quickly as they could, and we can see the white water there just starting to break out that little bit further, so they're going to have to go down nice and deep, try not to get dragged back by this water moving its way back to shore. So the boys there, it looks like a Wanda Cap out in front at the moment, but you can see just how quickly they've moved down to the south. So yeah, they're really going to have to get their eyes up, have a sight of that can.
Yeah, that is a hard sweep through there. But the ones we're going to watch from Wanda's going to be Dash Lonergan, and then also Jordan Prince. Jordan Prince has had a really strong summer there as well. So obviously, when you've got a strong squad and you've been able to chase each other, it just, obviously the rising tide lifts all ships.
For sure. Yeah, like if your biggest and best competitor is your teammate that you're training with day in, day out, you two are just going to really pull ahead in front of the competition if you know where your racing's at.
Yeah, so you can see these boys have just sighted where that first can is, finally done a bit of an auto correction. So they're making their way back along the string of 4 rather. So they've done a good job to sight that can nice and early, get back on track. They're just about to make their way around that first can. Our lead is there. So it is really hard, as we mentioned before, with the glare, with the current, with the waves, you can't really see. So a bit of congestion as they make their way around that first can.
Understating that one, Jim. There's a lot of congestion there. The guys making their way around. We saw Thomas Penny from Bronte. He'd be wanting to get into that middle position again, getting across. Only a string of 4 today. We've got an adjusted, set there. And we've got a leader way out in front at the moment. Last green and gold can. And again, going to try and pick that line. You don't want to come too far to the right out of the wave zone, but then you don't want to get through the middle of that rip and just jamming straight across to that hard left.
Yeah, we've got some sets coming through here, so it'll be interesting to see if it's still there by the time the boys get into the break zone. Otherwise, we might see some of these back markers jagging away through.
Yeah, we can see different tactics here. So our leader that was out in front has opted to go a little bit back further to the north, where the pack that's following have just turned that last can and really headed for home. So they've made up a little bit of ground by doing that at this stage of the race, just because they haven't had to swim as far. But it'll be interesting when they hit this break zone, when the waves come on offer, if that tactics come out to play.
Yeah, the boys will be bringing in their 6-speed kick here, picking up their stroke rate. You can see that leader there readjusting from Bronte.
Thomas Penny.
And what a swim he's had so far.
We can see a wave brewing out the back here at the moment. See if anyone can pick it up. Look at this one. Coming through, can anybody get down it? It's going to pick up. Maybe right for Thomas.
Yeah, it's 2-4. Is that going to be enough for him? So he's riding that wave zone there, just trying to see if he's picked that up. It's not over yet. Trying to adjust the cap and just a sweep, pushing them back down to that left.
Oh, look at this wave out the back for the back markers. A couple have been sucked down that, I think, but...
Well, one's on it.
Oh, is anyone going to be able to hold that to the beach? It's really tricky here, but I think Thomas Penny is just keeping his nose in front. He needs to get his knees out of the water. The rest of the pack is just hot on his heels there, so he needs to get those legs out nice and high to the side. Come on, Thomas, get there, get there.
Oh, nearly a bit of a stumble there. Both of them falling over, a bit of a pothole at the end there. Thomas sprinting up through the flags, and he is going to be our champion of the under-13 male surf race. Wanda's going to claim second, and the Lakes there in third.
Harry Bolton from the Lakes getting it done. And we'll just wait to see who that was for Wanda, because they were thereabouts. But let's not take anything away from our champion from Bronte.
Start to finish
with no assistance in the waves at all.
Yeah, he did very well. Luckily, he had a really solid swim out the back, extended that lead because he needed every ounce, every metre that he could get on the way back to shore there. You could see just how tight all those boys were. It's really hard to get your legs out, especially in this really soft sand. There's potholes as well, so to get across that finish line, you could tell he was pumped.
Yeah, so we had Thomas Penny from Bronte in 1, Jordan Prince from Wanda in 2, Harry Bolton from the Lakes. The Lakes getting another state medal. Great things happening up there at the top end of the Central Coast. Elijah Round from Byron Bay. Max Zarazov from Wanda, and then the 6th place is Ollie Blatchford from Redhead.
Really great representation there from Wanda today. Those boys were really strong through the heats and everything, but once again, Thomas Penny from Bronte taking out the win.
That was way too dominant, Jim.
Yeah, it was. He's had a great semi, taking out the win, then backed it up, only moments later to take out that final. So perfect start to the day for Thomas Penny here in the under-13 male surf race.
Yeah, perfect. I think we're going to throw down to the beach with Alicia and our winner.
Hi there, we're here with We're here with Thomas, and oh my gosh, what a finish. How did it feel getting off that wave, standing up and just seeing that crowd behind you?
Yeah, so it's really incredible. It's very hard out there. Well done to everyone else who did that swim and qualified for the finals. It's really tough.
Yeah, absolutely. And you told me just earlier this is your second time winning the state swim race. How did it feel to do it a second time?
It's amazing, yeah. It's really great.
Yeah, congratulations, Thomas, our New South Wales 2025 swim champion. Good job.
Thomas Penny. He'll be singing baritone in a choir one day. That is one solid voice.
Yeah, what a unit he is. And to back it up 2 years in a row just shows the incredible work that he's been putting in with his coaches and swimming club there from Bronte. So it's great to see Bronte up and amongst it, represented at the very top end of the state championships here.
For sure, and especially in the swim, such a hard race to be consistent at. As you can tell with surf conditions, they're constantly changing. So go back to back in a swim, especially in such a packed age group with that many people. Really impressive stuff there from Tom.
And conditions-wise, Bronte would have some of the strongest surf and most amount of water moving for such a tiny little beach.
Yeah, it is. It is a very small beach, but there's a lot of action that happens in the water down there. So he would be putting in plenty of hours training down there at Bronte to be able to put his best race forward here at the state championship. So absolutely stoked that he was able to have a nice finish for himself there and get across that line in first place after putting together such a good race. Just being a bit unlucky with the waves there, with one breaking on his head and bringing the rest of the pack back up to him to close that gap.
For sure, what a great way to start the day in, and state champs, gold medal. But as we can see here, the under 13 female surf race are getting their briefing from our starter. They'll get ready to stand on the line and see who can claim the fame today.
Yeah, so Matt Egan from Cooks Hill, he's actually in this year's program, just going on about how much of a legend he is. Starter at all the events. Now the hard thing is the the IRB trying to go out. We saw a couple of the IRBs this morning, ladies, just getting jammed up. There's so much seaweed through there that they've actually nearly lost a couple of boats out there because the amount of seaweed that's getting stuck in the propellers actually meant they couldn't actually move the boat. So great work for our Powercraft crew that keep us all safe. Now, is it Mia Who's race, or can something happen because of swell? Matilda Harvey looked good in her semi-final. Sadie Martin looked really strong at the start there as well, even though she took everyone off course. Sadie Jones there from Bulleye. Charlotte Diver Touch, she's had a great couple of seasons there from the club down at Cronulla.
I think we had Newport up there
Molly
as
Young.
well. Yes.
Yeah, well, Molly Young and Mia Hu were really strong in their semi, but then the two other Avoca girls both won their semis as well. So I'd say that they're the four that we're going to be looking at up the pointy end of this final.
Then again, it's a state final. Anyone can pull it out of the bag. It's anyone's game. These girls will be on the line getting ready because any single one of them could take this out. So
yeah, big powerhouses, North Bondi, Newport. But when we look at clubs like Gerringong, we've got Kendall Payne from Gerringong, Woolgoolgas, Chloe Pepper also in that final. That's amazing there to see. Coco Balmain, younger sister of Storm Mountbain from Warilla Break Point. We've got a couple of caps in there from Bulleye. Alexis Carver from Browley Surfers. What coverage of the state titles for this under-13 surf race. Port Macquarie's also in there. Scarlett Brook. This is amazing, Jim.
Yeah, I really like the fact too that a couple of the girls there, just before they've lined back up in the start line, we're going to check the water right in front of them. So it's really important every time you line up on the start line with this live heat straw, you're not going to know where you're going to be lining up until you're actually in that final. So until you put on that line, you don't know whereabouts you're going to be. So it's really important to then go down into the water, check, are there any potholes in front of me? What's my path like out to the back of the break where I'm going to start swimming? And you could see there, I think it was Mia who took the longest amount of time just checking the conditions. She gave someone back in the crowd a thumbs up. So whether that was just signaling to a coach or a team manager that, like, yep, in front of me, I know exactly what I need to do. The plan that we've put in place, I'm good to go. So I think it'll be interesting to see what they do off this start line here, having watched those boys go a little bit off course as well.
Yeah, so many of those boys on the way in from their final were taking different lines. It ended up working for Thomas from Bronte, but as we've seen this morning, the swell direction is changing every single race. So even if you take the most consistent line all day, the wave could break somewhere else completely. So it'll be really tricky out there for the girls today. Might have to take a bit of a gamble, but we'll see. It's a final, so it's the time to make the risk.
So at what point would you take the gamble? So Mia, she can set the tone, she can do what anyone else, I guess, basically. She can dictate how the race is swum. But the girls that are going to be thereabouts chasing her, do you try and stay onto her feet? Do you trust in your ability? Or do you actually think, you know what, I've got that right-hand edge. I might go a little bit further right and just take that risk to hopefully take home that gold medal.
Yeah, I think if I was lining up at the start line here, the number one thing that you've got to execute and just worry about off this start line is your actual start. So getting through that break zone nice and cleanly, as quick as you can, not getting dragged back by the surf, making sure you're diving down nice and deep, holding that sand, pushing off the bottom. That's what I'd be worried about in this first part. Then when you get to the back of the break, if you're potentially not as strong a swimmer, you can have a look around, see who's around you, and then find their feet to drag you out around those cans. That's what, typically if you're not as strong, it is really smart to try and catch some wash. You're going to be conserving energy. But as we saw in that race earlier too, you don't want to just be reliant on the leader to take you to the can, because they can sometimes, their radar be off and you can end up swimming a lot further. So you still need to be able to be autonomous in what you're doing, but just play into consideration with who's around you and what their strengths and weaknesses are.
Yeah, so strengths and weaknesses is going to be, obviously played into consideration there. So, Devara, you are still the reigning under-8 weight champion, the last ever event that was held. Being a strong weighter yourself here, how much exertion would you be trying to get through that bank, through all the rubbish that's in there? And noting earlier, it did seem like it was actually quite a short swim from that bank to the cans, but there's a lot of effort to get out there.
For sure, like these girls in the line will be knowing what their strengths and weaknesses are. So if the weight is your strength, that is where you're going to be putting in 100% of your effort, and you're just going to have to cop having sore legs on the way in. Because especially in conditions like this today, it's really vital to get through that initial wading section as fast as possible. There is that much water moving that even if you can get 2 meters in front from that is going to be such a big advantage for you as well. If that means you don't have to be stuck in the pack around the cans, that's really going to help these girls out in the long run over the course of this race here. Bit of a hold up at the moment as well.
Commentator's curse, I do apologise. We've actually just lost a jet ski, an IRB motor. Just got completely jammed up with all of the seaweed that's in there, and that's just near the, the water outlet on that left-hand side of the patrol, but on screen at the moment. And this is so important. So, Gemma, how long have you been having these conversations on the start line with your friends?
Oh, it's the best part of lining up at state. You get to catch up with everyone from all around the place. It helps take a little bit of the nerves away too, just make it nice and lighthearted while they're just waiting there. So these girls, you could see they were lined up, ready to go. They'd been into the water, had been given their starting instructions, but it looks like now they've just been given the green light again.
Girls will be facing the water, getting ready to start their race, listening to our starter here.
And they'd be so nervous too. We've been on the start line for about 6 to 7 minutes now. All the nervous energy, dry mouths, sweaty palms, all the parents yelling, coaches yelling, all the encouragement, all the instructions. But it is now all on these young ladies' skill and ability to be able to execute.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the different dynamics of the girls. Some people are dead quiet before a race, won't talk to another soul. And then you'll see others who are just talking to absolutely everyone, trying to get rid of all their nervous energy. So these girls have been on the line for quite a bit of time. It'll be interesting to see how they're all acting. A few of the arms being swung around, trying to keep warm. A few of these girls probably last race maybe like a bit of close to an hour ago now.
Yeah. Gemma, who is the most chatty on the start line in the World Ocean Series races?
Oh, that's a great question. I think...
Not you.
No, typically not me. I'm good before we get to the start line, but then I like to switch on and kind of know exactly what I need to do. So I'll just make sure that I'm kind of, locking in and just focusing right before my race. Who likes a good chat? Hannah Scully loves a good chat. She's always up for a good chat. So from Northcliffe up there, she's always great to catch up with. And we've always got plenty to say. So it's good to be able to form these connections. Her and I have been racing. She's originally from Lennox Head, so we've been racing each other at state championships all the way through Nippers since we were under 8s there. So it's great that you can have so many solid friendships formed in surf lifesaving, and continually show up and get to catch up with one another on the start line in the marshalling area under the 10 and have so many amazing memories away from just racing around the cans in the water.
Yeah, a lot of memories I have of your early racing career. We'll talk about that later because we are now ready to go. The ladies in the position, under 13 surf race final for the state titles. Away, nice and clean, and it looks like Manly out through the middle, getting those knees nice and high. A couple running around to that right-hand edge. Have a couple of the coaches seen something. Woolgoolga on screen, Manly, Redhead, Allura, Avoca is where it's at, but the girls heading far right, Gemma.
Yeah, they're heading far right just to get that little bit of a suck out through that rip. So we can see the water there is really moving nice and quickly, and the waves aren't as steep. So left-hand side of the screen there, you can see that wave really just starting to stand up to break really heavily on that bank. Where the right-hand side there, they're out in that deeper water already. They're moving really quickly out through that break zone, and they've already cleared the break there. So they're out into their stroke. They really just need to keep their eye on where that first can is now, because as we saw in that last boys race, they went a little bit off course. So they need to make sure that they correct themselves. And it looks like the field there, yeah, we've got
Kendall Payne from Gerringong leading us out at the moment, tucked in next to her. That's going to be Sophie Maley from Maroubra, or South Maroubra, I should say. And then is that the Newport cap tucked on the left-hand side.
Yes.
These girls are out absolutely flying. And again, that was that just on that right-hand edge, I believe.
Yeah, the
Best
southern
line.
end of the line leading the pack out, but it'll be interesting to see whether or not our northern end of the arena catches up and converges into their pack as we go around the can. So these girls will just be trying to hold this lead as long as possible.
Yeah, as expected. I think on the right-hand side of screen there, we've got a North Bondi cap. So Mia Hu having a great swim. We know she's so strong in this event over the past couple of years. But, yeah, you can see just how much water is moving there. So there's a lot of chop, a lot of, it's really hard to see that first can. So these girls have done a much better job to find that first can and get around it. But you can see just how much the cans are pulling too.
Yeah, these girls tapping as they're reaching the first can just about now. Had to do a bit of a 180 there, get around the first red and yellow can. Oh, look at them go there.
Oh, the girls
Some of the girls having half missing the can. You can tell there's so much water moving back around there. The girls fully having to stop to get around these cans out the back.
And the leaders just opened up at the moment there. We're just trying to pick up that cap there at the moment. Geez, the ladies are coming around at a different rate. And just see how much they're getting sucked out behind that last can. That is absolute mayhem in that first one. But it's Newport leading us out. And then there's still Woolgoolga thereabouts at the moment. Gerringong's there in 3. And here comes Mia Hu on that outside left.
Yeah, I like the move of Newport there. So she'd gone around the cans, just tucked in behind. When she turned that last can, she pulled out alongside, and she's gone, right, this is my time to go. I'm going to put the foot down, go pedal to the metal, and really just lift and accelerate on any little run that I feel come underneath me. So Molly Young there having an excellent swim. We'll see if she can hold this lead that she's kind of just extending even now, so halfway back to the beach.
So the Bulleye cap there about prominent at the moment, but Chloe Pepper from Woolgoolga having a great swim. Still nothing in it. Anyone's race at the moment. Young, who, that's a 1 and 2 from Newport. And the waves are coming through North Bondi thereabouts. But if we look up ahead, there's no white water anywhere. So if there's no white water, it means the waves aren't breaking. So the ladies are going to have to rate ultra hard at the moment. So Bulleye going to be thereabouts. Sadie Jones coming back to the fore. She won her semi-final. And just look how much water's getting sucked back out there, Davs.
Yeah, it's really hard for these girls to move through the waves here. Or lack of waves, I guess. There's just so much water pushing them in the opposite direction. So they're having to put a lot of extra effort in there today to actually swim against this swell and move forward. See a bit of white water breaking, but not enough for the wave to form through. But these girls are really pushing forward. You can see them turning around, trying to look for the waves behind them, but it's just got to keep head down, keep swimming until you feel that lift in your stroke, and then you just got to bring the kick in.
Yeah, these two out in front from Newport and North Bondi have just extended that lead on the way in, and that's where swing back into a current. If you've got that strength, if you've got that really good swimming background, you're just going to be able to pull away. And we can see, there's a little bit of a wave standing up. They just stop. It looks like Mia Hu there has just taken off. She's put the head down. You can see she's just fallen off, but is that going to be enough to secure the gold medal? There's a few more back markers coming out on waves too, so we've got plenty of action here out and about for this final.
Yes, there we go. Mia Hu found another wave there in the end now. She's got to find the finish flag. She's got to run up the beach, and then we have so many girls coming in behind her. Look, here we go. Mia Hu running, trying to find the flags. She is going to be our under-13 female state surf race champion. Race up the line for second and third. Looks like we've got Manly, Newport, and it's going to be Newport, looks like, in second, and then Manly is going to take out third place today in the under-13 female surf race.
Gerringong there as well. Is that Avoca across the line just before that? The Lakes, Avoca again, Matilda Harvey on screen. Tough stuff, but you've got to get around the cans clean, because what happened, our two and third lead swimmers had the clean water. They got around nice and cleanly. Everyone was spent trying to get back around that left-hand side of the can, and then it was
once again, it's not over until it's over. These girls pushing through until the very end of this race today. Bulleye coming across the line there, but these waves at the end changing up some of the results today. So really, really good racing from the under-13 females.
Yeah, what a great race that these girls have just done for their surf race. So first final of the day for these girls. We can see there's plenty of happy faces, but also, you know, a lot of the girls, a little bit of disappointment, some being comforted by their club mates there. So that's what it's all about, getting around your club mates, showing support for them, really just making sure that everyone's okay. It's great to see so many girls with big smiles after that race.
We've got Bronte crossing the line, Avoca. Once again, it's a state final. What an achievement for these girls today, under-13s, getting through all their swim rounds and foot on the line. Best of the best in the state.
Best of the best. I'm going to run through the top 6. Amia Hu from North Bondi taking this one out. Molly Young, she was brave. It just opted to not wear that one on the head. Mia did, and the fortune went her way. Lily Luchenkow from Manly, that was our bronze medalist. Sadie Martin from Avoca. Kendall Payne from Gerringong 5. Stella O'Brien from the Lakes. She was the one in that top 6. Extra points there going back to her club. But we are going to have a chat down on the beach with a legend also from Manly, one of the young ladies. We're going to throw it down to Alicia Cuthbert with our winner, Mia Hu.
What a wave. How'd you feel coming down that drop?
It was pretty scary because it was a big drop, but I managed to get down it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I hear this isn't the first time you've won the swim at state. You've won it since under-9s. Congratulations. How does it feel to keep the streak going?
Good. This year I wanted to win it again for the 5th time. So
yeah, absolutely. Going from under-9s to under-14s. Congratulations, Mia. Well deserved. Good job.
Wow. So every year at state she has won the swim. We just said off camera that if she was to win that next year, she will be in esteemed company with some athletes that have won it every year.
Yeah, it's an incredible achievement, especially in surf conditions out there like it at Collaroy that we're seeing here today. You know, to be able to line up year after year, have no mistakes, execute her skills so well, like to hold that body surfing wave, pick it up late, get thrown down the face. She did extremely well to be able to secure herself the gold medal there.
For sure, that was a big drop there on the sandbank. Like, there is not many people in the under-13s, let alone, I'm going to say, the entire opens field who would take that drop in a surf race. Really brave there, but fortune favours the bold.
It does favour the bold. I thought it was the wrong decision, to be honest with you. I saw Young there just holding off that, you know what, we'll just try and minimise the risk, because if you're making an error there, it could be all over for you. And Miu's gone, don't even worry about it. I've got this covered.
Gold medal on the line, you've just got to take the drop, hey?
Absolutely. I think you've got to take anything that the ocean throws your way there today. And because it is such a short break zone, even though she didn't hold it all the way to the beach, it was enough to bring her in just that far enough that she was then able to get to her feet and then run up the beach. So I think, yeah, you really just got to take anything the ocean gives you today. There can't be any hesitating. And if you want that gold medal, you've got to be willing to take those chances when they come your way.
Yeah, and by the looks of it, Mia has been taking those chances since the under-9s.
Oh,
How good is that?
So her younger sister was dominant on the weekend for the under-10s. She went through and won pretty much everything. And again, just elite swimming.
Australia has over 50,000 kilometres of coastline. Despite performing thousands of rescues each year, surf lifesavers can't be everywhere. So stop, look for the red and yellow flags, or for signs like these. Always assess the conditions based on your own abilities. To help us out, Surf Life Savings created the Beach Passport. So before you go into the water, stop, look, and stay alive.
Local clubs make more than 41,000 jobs possible for people in New South Wales, including me.
They make sport possible for thousands, including myself when I was a kid. Go the Robertsons buddies.
Their support of Little Wings helps sick country kids like my child Winnie get the treatment that they need.
And give more than $1 million a year to help over 20,000 volunteer surf lifesavers continue to patrol and save lives.
All this and more, made possible by your local club.
What a start for the morning that we've had down here at Collaroy. We're lining up for some board races now, so it's a first chance that these boys are going to get to be out on the craft. So with this surf, it's going to be a bit interesting to see how they fare. I think it's going to be the most, who can get through that break zone, as we saw in the swim, out nice and cleanly. And then pick up any waves coming back to the beach.
They're probably sick of their short nipper boards, but I think they'd be grateful they are not out in the mouths in these waves today. So hopefully they'll just be able to shoot through them on their short boards. Look at those, dumping waves.
So with that there, they're probably not really popping waves, are they? So there's going to be a lot of rolling, trying to maintain some sort of position on that bank, up, quick rating through, and then, just trying to get at the back. We're going to see the apex come into play. That'll be a little bit longer, but it's going to be really tough for these smaller boys to be able to, hold that position on the bank.
I think there's just going to be lots of back shots today as well through the break zone, lots of popping, rolls, and just losing heaps of ground because there is that much water movement out here.
Yeah, I think the key is really going to be trying to keep their forward momentum going. So if you kind of stop and hesitate and then the wave hits you and you're not meeting it with speed, it's just going to be dragging you back all the way back to the beach. So you need to make sure that you're keeping paddling all the way out no matter what kind of wave's coming and you're not hesitating.
So let's just repeat that for the nippers at home, Jim. You need to meet the wave with speed. You see some of the nippers there, I'm ready to roll, so I'll just wait and then roll. We've got to get at that last few strokes in and then hit it at that last moment.
Absolutely. No matter if if you decided you're going to roll, you still need to be paddling into the wave with speed, because if you just stop and turn your board over, that wave's coming and going to hit you at full speed, and if you're dead stop, it's just going to drag you back even further. Where if you're paddling out into it with a little bit of speed, you've got that acceleration already going your way towards the direction that you want to go, out towards the cans, so it won't drag you back as far. So I think those boys that aren't as hesitant today, I think that's really going to show, and they'll be able to get through this break zone, get out into that clean water. We can see the waves here today. As this tide's going to drop out, it's going to be more and more heavy on this initial break zone, but we've also got waves then on the return breaking out further. So it's really going to be crucial this start. You can't win the race in your start, but you definitely can lose it in your start. So I think that's going to be really the key to this race here today.
So just on screen before, we saw the black cap of North Avoca, and that was Hamish Shorter, our under-13 long-run champion. So he is elite at running long distances on soft sand fast. Can also paddle aboard. So Hamish Shorter, shout out to you. It's not even little. It's probably like nearly 5'10" now, to be honest with you, 35 kilos. But I guess that's what you need to be a good runner. But it's also a decent frame for board paddling as well.
For sure. You can see the length of these boys, long limbs. So you can see as you get into like the older ranks, the long arms. If you can get that extra 30 centimetres on a stroke, that's really going to give you the biggest advantage possible as you get into the older ranks. But these boys out here are on the line for an iron possibly. See some goggles on the heads, transition flags are up. And we're starting off with the irons for the boys. A swim board. See all of them getting ready. They've had their briefing.
So this is a qualification event, so each branch is only allowed to submit so many bodies or athletes. I know at Central Coast it's 8. I think it might be 10 for the Sydney Northern Beaches, because you can. Same with the Sydney branch as well. So it is a qualification event. We're going to have 2 semi-finals, and I'd say more than likely we'll be taking top 9, so we're going to have 18 in the final.
Yeah, so these boys, they're already, the cream of the crop from their branch. So we can see, I'd say, no doubt, the speed in this semi-final here, it's going to be on right from the get-go. They're not going to have any chance to warm into this race. If they want to book their ticket to that final coming up a bit later today, they really need to execute a good race here. So they've already had, most of them would have been lining up in their surf races already. So they've been at it around, swum around the cans, potentially once or twice already. So they would know what they need to do for the swim.
Bit of Zen there from Swansea.
Oh yeah, look at him.
In the zone, look at him go.
Liam Urbanowitz from Swansea Belmont, just feeling it at the moment. That's what we like to see.
Oh, I love it. get away that negative energy. Only positive vibes here today on the start line.
Positive
for
vibes
sure.
only. Hamish Shorter on screen next to him, his mate from Freshwater, Lucas Peacock. They are ready to go. We're just waiting for another of the IRBs to get fired up, and then you can hear the hum of the helicopter coming over the top. Great drone footage here as well that we're getting from the gentleman from Big Voice.
Yes.
This is amazing, and we love nothing more, and we're privileged enough to bring you this amazing finals package here for the under-13s. Semi-final number 1 up very, very shortly. Very bright, very glary. High UV. Sand here is quite heavy as well, Jem, and sticky.
Yeah, it is. You definitely takes a lot out of you running through the sand. It's quite coarse. You sink quite a fair way. It doesn't give you much support, so it's going to be really taxing running through these transitions as well. So in addition to getting through the water conditions here and the really tricky current, the waves that are on offer, they've really got to make sure that they're putting their best foot forward in these transitions to have their best semi-final here and try and get through to that final coming up.
For sure. I think the under-13s will be grateful. There was a bit of rain last night. It makes the sand a bit harder, a bit easier for them to run across, especially as they get through all of these rounds today. They'll be having some tired legs as we get towards the board relays at the end, but it will be interesting to see who has that extra endurance as they go through all of the heats, semis and finals for each of their individual events all in the one day. They will be absolutely cooked by the end of it.
Just while we're touching on the rain there, Daz, we send our thoughts, our prayers, and hope that all of our brothers and sisters up in the northern end of the coast and across the border are safe with these diabolical and heavy rain weather system that came through over the last week and a half. No state titles for the Opens, and it's looking pretty bleak for the youth next weekend as well. Yeah,
it's been pretty amazing to see the footage that's been coming through of the wild surf that's been battering the coast up there. So our thoughts and prayers are with everyone up there. Hopefully, everyone's managed to stay safe, and we'll see you all back on the beach soon. But it's been amazing just to see the resilience of all those communities rallying around each other, especially in the lead up to it as well. We've had so many amazing volunteers as well go up to support the flood relief. So it's been, fantastic to see just how supportive the surf life saving community is of everyone that's been affected up there.
And at the end of the day, that's what our organisation's about. We're all here, we're all volunteers, trying to keep the beach safe, keeping each other safe and uplifting each other through these tough times.
Yeah, so tough. I was actually staying with the Coogin Headland crew this weekend. A few of the families are heading back now that there's no program for them. Their I guess, plan of attack was to get to Coffs Harbour, and then we'll figure out tomorrow how we get home. They were on phone calls the other day, speaking with loved ones at home. How's it all going? Oh, we've lost the fence. Flooding's coming through here. There's no power. Power's back on. Power's off. So, whilst we're down here at the beautiful Collaroy, undercover finals day, we just hope that these finals package bringing you some sort of joy, or at least something to take your mind off the weather happenings over the last week or so.
Yeah, absolutely. And what a day of finals that we've got on show here today. So hopefully it'll be keeping you nice and entertained. These under-13s, they've had some great racing here this morning already. We've got the iron semis lining up now. We'll move through all the way through to finals before we get into the boards and the board relays to round out the day.
Yes, and while we're talking about our volunteers, shout out to all of our water safety and our IRB crews out there today from all of our clubs around our state, helping out. Lots of mums and dads, I'd say, down the water with their tubes, fluoro orange on, have to stay in the cold all day. They do it for the kids, though.
It's the best seat in the house, though, to watch all the action unfold.
Not today, not with all that seaweed. The best seat in the house was at Shelley Beach. It was crystal clear. It was calm. You could just float on your tube and just enjoy the serenity.
Yeah, we've got our officials on the beach as well in our white shirts, and the boys are in the water. Semi-final 1 of the under-13 male ironperson. We can see this bank. Look at them go. They're already running probably triple the distance they were this morning in their surf races.
So I think low tide we're looking at is just on lunchtime, so we've still got a lot more water to come out as we get closer to 10:30 at the moment. We are off and away. Closing out bank, semi-final number 1 of 2, top 9 is that figure.
There we go, the boys heading out through the break. So their course for this one will be the string and fall, then they'll have to come in, run around the transition poles, and then for their boards, they will go the apex as well. So bit of a long race for the boys out there today with tricky conditions, but I'm sure they'll persevere.
Yeah, as per conditions, let's actually cross down to our beach correspondent, Alicia Cuthbert from Manly, to give us an update on what's happening.
Yeah, we're back on the start line. Just earlier, right before this boys' race started, we had a team managers meeting, and the concern was just because they're going for a swim and for a board, they're worried about the craft coming in. So the referees have said, if you see the water safety, grab the boards. It's okay. The boards can come back in, the kids can come in, grab their boards and head back out. It's just for a safety thing. Obviously, the surf is picking up a bit. These waves are getting a bit dumpy. And I just want to make sure everyone's safe out there and having a good time. Back to you, Howard.
Oh, thanks, Alicia. Safety, because usually what would happen if one of the water safety does touch your board, what does that mean?
Yeah, you're disqualified and out of the race. So it's great that they've made that little amendment to the rule there. Just safety's always at the forefront. You know, you really want to make sure that everyone is having their best race, but also we're looking out for each other and making sure that every competitor's, you know, having a really good experience and not going to get taken out with a board on their return to shore. So these boys here, this first semi-final, we've got a tight pack punch there. We've got 3 out in front, so I think it might be Redhead there, Wanda? South Maroubra and Wanda. So boys doing really well just to get out around that. They turn that last swim can, they'll make their way back to the beach. You can see every couple of strokes there, they just lift their head and have a look at, you know, they would have looked and spoken with their team manager or their coach about what point on the beach they want to come into. So we've been seeing them make their way further back to the north in the races before today, and the boys have just taken that same route. So they would have looked and picked themselves a landmark, a tall tree, a really easy to spot tent to be able to see when they make their way back to the beach, just to keep them on track and coming into that point that they want to return to shore.
For sure, a lead pack of 3 out there today. The boys trying to set themselves up as best as possible for their board leg after the swim. We can see them being swept across as well. So much water movement out there today. So we've got South Maroubra, Redhead, and I think Wanda is our lead 3. Then we've got another pack coming in a bit closer to our turning pole as well. We see some waves breaking out the back. Swell's picking up. Or do we think it's low tide?
Low tide at 12 is what we're looking at. So obviously as we get to that lower tide, we'll see a few more waves in the shape. You just see a couple of boys in the middle of the screen. They're trying to pull down and just getting that 6-beat kick up, trying to get every single inch, metre, whatever that yardage may be, forward, getting closer and closer to that wave zone. And you want to try and at least get one wave in for a tiny bit of recovery. And sometimes it is about being at the right place at the right time, Jem, and these boys are not.
No, the wave you can just see just broke behind them there. So they'll try and push off, get a little bit of a assistance or dragged in that little bit there. But you can see it's dragged them in enough that then they'll now be able to just dolphin dive and then wade back to shore. So you can see there our leader just pushing onto that wave there with the other 2. So they'll try and ride that in as far as they can to the beach, then get into their transition to head out onto the board.
So a South Maroubra leading us through our first transition leg for the boys' ironperson. He'll be running around our orange poles today, and then he'll have to pick up his board and try and navigate these swell conditions as we go out. Looks like Billy from South Maroubra.
Billy Holford. It's just what I just noticed before, when the boys were getting closer and closer to that wave zone, breaking on the heads, when they were trying to get their legs up to get some sort of wading through there, you could see the undertow trying to pull them back out, and tired legs is nothing worse than that.
No, absolutely not. And it's really, the water's moving really quickly off the back of that sandbank into that deep water today, with that current pulling out to the cans that we've seen them had to account all day for. So trying to then counteract that and get your way out of the water is really hard. They've really got to try and just get through that zone as quickly as they can. So we can see Kudjan there, pulls the goggles down. He'll be able to get his way around transition zone, but we've also got a couple of boys there just being thrown around with the surf on the edge of the beach there. It's really tricky for these boys. We've got the first couple going out on boards through this break zone at the moment.
So I think Kudjan Headland would have been sitting in 16th position at the moment, so we've got about 7 places to make up. But when you're coming in on the set, it is game reset, because these boys are just getting pumped on the inside. Our leaders are out. 9 is that figure.
Oh, we can see them just, our leaders there, just going to punch through that one and just gets out through the back. So he was lucky there just to be out far enough that he could punch through the wave and not have to roll. It hadn't broken enough for him to be able to do that. But the rest of these boys here are just getting absolutely battered in that shore break.
Yes, the boys in our last few positions in these ones will be absolutely cheering. In these conditions, it's so easy to catch up to the front of the pack. They are getting held up, boards flying absolutely everywhere. It'll just be whoever can sneak out the back at the moment. So it is not over until it is over. All these boys will be keeping on pushing until they can get through these tricky waves here.
Yeah.
So hard.
You can see there a lot of the boys just opting to roll and play the safe option. I think that's definitely the way to go. Oh, we've got someone that's lost their board there, so a couple going.
Checking for damage as well. Wow.
Won't need it next year, young man. Just get back on and keep paddling because you'll be moving on to the big board. But South Maroubra just
Dominant.
making light work of this first semi-final, Devara.
Heading around the apex can there. He'll have a good view now. A lot easier in the swim on the boards there, so they'll be higher up out of the water, so they'll actually be able to get a clear view of the cans and the turning flag on the way in. But as we can see, these boys, he is going to be having to catch a wave through the boys coming out through the break. Really big lead at the moment. He's stretching, he's holding, but we've got two boys on the chase pack as well. Here we go. We've got Wanda and Redhead right behind him, but where are our other competitors?
Oh, I like the move from Billy there. He felt that wave come up behind him. He didn't look around. He felt it. He lifted his rating. You could see his legs and his arms really accelerate, just trying to get down anything there. He's just having a little bit of a look now as he gets closer to that break zone, but it looks like there's one shaping up behind him for the two back markers that have been trying to mow him down. You can see, oh, they might just miss it, but this might be enough for Billy. Is it? No, he's just going to fall off the back there. So really quite tricky conditions, really deceptive. Oh, there's a couple going.
Wanda's gotten down one.
Side there.
Oh, a little bit there, yes. As these tides are starting to change, waves are filling up a bit more, and they'll get a bit dumpier later as well. There we go. We've got 3 down the wave, our lead 3, so they will be through to our final. They can relax now, take a bit of a breath, but it'll be interesting to see where our other places are to round out our qualifying spots into the ironperson final.
So the one thing I noticed then with those boys on the boards on their way in, it looked like a bit of a false advertising from these waves. It looked like they had enough on there, the rates dropped off, they were comfortable on it, and they kept falling off. So when we get through to the final, I feel that the person who's going to just be driving the whole way through, maximum rate, pulling all the water, might be able to make something happen because, again, that was just a bit of false advertising from those waves. It looked like 3 or 4 in a row that they were going to pull down the front and there was nothing there.
Absolutely. When we were watching the 14s races yesterday, they did really well on those bigger boards to be able to hold the run and speed that they were able to generate from out further, where these shorter boards, they really only a little tiny lift off them until they get really close into shore. So we thought they were going to catch them potentially from out a little bit further, but with that water sucking back out too, it's really tricky for these boys.
Waves spearing through a few of the last competitors here. Looks like we've got, I think it looks like North of Oka there swallowed a little bit, and we got Swansea there off his board. He's going to be through. Then we've got Manly, North of Oka, and I'm going to say North Bondi as well. They'll be securing their spots through to the final. There we go. Swansea running around our transition poles out there.
So that's 7 on the line. So Swansea Belmont's going to be 4. The wave we saw before would have been 5, 6, and 7. 2 more spots left. It's going to be really tight across the line. You can hear the crowd just lift at the moment. So Hamish Shorter from North of Oka, that's going to be number 7. 2 more spots left. 1 coming around, and there's going to be 1 left. So North Bondi through there. Gerringong pushing hard.
Boys are coming through. A bit of a long transition. The boys are going to continue to push through, try and secure their spot into the final. But as they cross the finish line, looks like Gerringong.
Tacking point, the first one to miss out there. We haven't seen that cap too often this weekend. Cooper Dawson, unlucky young man. You've just missed out on a state final by 1.
Semi-final is such an incredible achievement in itself. So, rounding out our top 9 spots, we have Oliver from Redhead, Billy from South Maroubra, Jordan from Wanda, Tainui from Swansea, Bart from North Bondi, Milo from Manly, Hamish from North of Oka, Elijah from Byron Bay, and Hudson from Gerringong.
So great racing for the boys there. Jem, semi-final number 2, coaches will be watching this. Lines haven't changed too much. Again, it's probably just going to be on that effort coming in.
Yeah, absolutely. We could see, especially for those, 7, 8, 9 in those positions in that first semi-final, it was really close, and it was who could negotiate the break coming back into shore, turn a little run into a wave, make sure that they were pulling right back, not making any mistakes, no nose dives, getting off their board cleanly to set them up for a good run into the finish flags to secure their spot in the final. So these boys here would have seen that first race. They've been watching closely. Lots of them would have done the swim race before as well, so they've been out in the water, got those first race nerves out of the way, and you can see the boys there just analysing, I think, what went down in that race. So
lots to debrief typically across the finish line. Boys will be talking about their races, probably talk to their coaches after this, go through what worked, what didn't work, and change their plans for the final that they've locked their spots into.
On the proviso that the boys listen and absorb the information coming from their coaches and then execute. We usually find that the ladies are usually much better to do that at this young age. And then, we'll see. Freshie on screen. Semi-final number 2, North Bondi. Cronulla next to them. So, yeah, super coach from Cronulla at the moment. Had a couple of nice chats with Jay Finesse, Aussie board champion, Nutrigrain Ironman, absolute legend. I was asking him about the program at Cronulla and how it differs for, being an elite male athlete to then coaching, the ski squads and the board squads up there, but then getting down to helping the kids on the foamy boards. And it was just interesting to hear his thoughts on, the communication and then having the parents, but then having the older athletes, but then how much more fulfillment and enjoyment you get out of actually coaching the kids, which is, both of you two have had some experience doing across your surf life saving paths as well.
Yeah, it is super rewarding, especially when you've had, your own athletic journey and you've had so many people contribute knowledge and expertise to you across the years, to then be able to give that back to the next generation coming through. And you can see just how excited all these boys are to be lining up today. So to have someone like Jay in your corner would give you a lot of confidence. And, it's great that he's coming back into the ranks to be able to share his knowledge. So this second semi-final here of the under-13 boys ironperson making their way out in their first leg in their swim here. So you can see just all that seaweed that they've still got to negotiate. So it's not going anywhere. It's still hanging around. They've just got to try and get through it as quickly as they can.
Looks like the right-hand side of the line as well is continuing to have that advantage as it had throughout all of these races this morning. So these boys will continue to swim out there. A few waves still breaking out the back. So the boys will be trying to get through the break zone and then find where the cans are. So much seaweed as you can see through there this morning here at Collaroy. But the boys are just going to have to power through it to secure their place into their state final for the Ironman.
Yeah, they're doing a great job here. They've just made their way through that shore break. You can see the whitewater behind them. So they've made their way off the sandbank, now making their way out to that first swim can. So really doing a nice job here. Oh, they just got to duck under one of the set waves that has just broken out a little bit further. So when they see that, they would have been looking up trying to see the can. They would have seen that wave break and they just need to go down underneath the water, a couple of dolphin kicks or breaststroke kicks to be able to surface off the back of it and keep their forward momentum out to this can.
For sure. Looks like we've got North Bondi in possibly 1 and 2 here at the moment. Boys leading out strong, must be training together. And we've also got Cronulla in the mix as well. So even though it's only the first lead, these boys will be trying to get themselves set up for their board leg. As we saw in the previous race, they were all getting held up, so they want to give themselves the best chance possible to find a gap through the waves and get through them on the board. But as we see them rounding the cans now, looks to be North Bondi still in front, as the boys will try to get a wave on the way in as well and not get stuck.
And for those at home, that might think they're seeing double, it's actually the North Wollongong cap there as well.
Wollongong.
It is really frustrating and hard to call when these caps are wet, dark, and side by side. So North Wollongong has the black stripe with the red on the side. You can see the caps through there as well. North Bondi making their way through. Swansea Belmont in the lead. 9 is that figure at the moment. And then again, the boys rounding that last green and gold can. And then the Lakes just trying to get on that inside left edge as far as possible. That's Harry Bolton to try and get as close to that wave zone. Dropping tide, we'll see a bit more action a little bit later on.
Yes, lots of different lines being taken by our boys on the way in here. We can see the waves starting to break a bit further out the back, a bit of whitewash. Boys continuing to stroke, looking behind them to see if any waves are breaking. And looks like we've got Swansea picked up a cracker of a wave there. How good is that? Head down kicking. We'll see if he can stay on it. And he's been shot out the back, but what a wave from him. Great execution of surf skills there from that of Swansea Belmont.
Yeah, I think that was Chase Harrison there. Did a great job to pick up that wave. You can see he picked the exact right spot to come back to because it broke exactly where he was, didn't break further to the north. So he's done a great job in his opening swing leg to give himself a nice lead through the transition to get onto his board. So you can see he's just jogging up around that transition zone. He'll chuck his goggles to his handler, make his way back out on the board. So he's in a comfortable position at this point in the race.
Chase Harrison comfortable as at the moment, so that's nearly a recovery run, isn't it? So first one through there, like you said, he'll have a look around, 30 to 40 metres behind. Not too much effort there. Even the cap of North Bondi have a quick peek around, and it looks like the Manly cap just coming in on that wave along with the rest of the boys. Is going to be 8 through 11, so it's going to get a little bit tight around there, Dabs.
And as we saw in the last race, this board leg changes absolutely everything for these boys. If they get held up, if they get a few set waves holding them in, it's quite possible for our back markers to catch up and crack into that top 9 as well, as we've got the boys rounding around our transition poles at the moment. Last few of them coming in, Cooks Hill there as well, Manly. The boys will be running around, trying to push. Their coaches will be yelling at them, telling them what place they're in.
Queensy there on screen, Manly, Cooks Hill. We just saw the cap earlier of Coogee, so that's the light blue with the navy stripe through there. Carter Codd. The squad at the moment from Coogee had some really, really strong results from the 11s down through the 10s and 9s. And I guess when you've got an under 13 like Carter Codd that you're chasing, obviously the squad's going to be strong.
Yeah, absolutely. It always makes training that extra little bit enjoyable, and you always push yourself harder when you've got teammates to really test yourself every single day in training. But there's a bit of havoc here for the boys. It's really tricky to get through this shore break. You can see those waves just absolutely munching down. So they've really got to make sure they're executing their skills well, get out just out of that zone as quickly as they can. They don't want to be held up. So it looks like Swansea there. We've got Chase, who had that real dominant opening lead in the swim. It's just been pulled back a little bit. So I think the Lakes there has done a really good job to get back up. Yeah, to chase there.
So that's momentum too. Harry had a great swim earlier this morning. Now he's going to take that momentum through to his semi-final number 2, making his way to the top 9. North Bondi just over the top there. Coogee tucked in, but at the moment, it is 1 and 2 with Swansea, Belmont and the Lakes as they make their way out to that left-hand edge, out through the top of the rip, and will be apexing. So it's red and yellow can as the first turning one, pink at the apex, and back around that green and gold. Swansea, Belmont, Chase Harrison in command at the moment.
For sure, these boys will keep their head down as they go around the apex. Even though there's a lot of people still caught there in the break zone, the boys will continue to put 100% of their effort through until they cross the line, securing their place into the final. Look at these waves here. We've got a bit of a combination going on of these boys popping and rolling and losing their boards, but it's really important today. If you make a decision, you've got to stick with it. Otherwise, the indecisiveness is not going to work towards your favour.
Absolutely. There's no room for hesitation today. If you hesitate in your decision making, I think you'll find up with your board back on the shoreline. So you really need to be decisive, and that just comes down from being in those situations in training, having to make those decisions every day. Then when you come to race day, it just becomes automatic. You don't have to think too quick. It makes it easy to make those decisions super quickly. So these boys here, we've got a group of 4 that have cleared out in front. So Chase there from Swansea. We've got Harry from the Lakes also up there. So these boys are looking to book their ticket into their final. Having to just negotiate a couple of competitors because of that current that is still making their way out. So really tricky conditions for them to navigate out there in the water today.
Yeah, still some boys trying to make their way through the break here. And looks like we've got Chase from Swansea. And North Bondi as well. Who's going to hold it? None of them. That's right, they've got something behind them. See if they can pull back in time.
Oh, it's going to be a really tricky position for them here. Oh, they've done a great job. Hit those back handles, hang off the back of the board, keep the nose up to not nose dive. So really good execution of skills there from our lead 2 from Swansea and North Bondi. So they'll have enough time just to let that wave take them all the way into the beach. A really great job dealing with that wave coming into the finish there.
The angst in your voice then, Jem, was real. It looked like they were going to get thrown over because the boys are slight. So Chase Harrison on screen, and then from North Bondi, I'm going to call that Sam Cregan. That was a really solid board leg from here. And these are these fake waves I'm talking about. The boys just trying to get in front left-hand side. You have to do a bit more work than that, brother, to pull over the top of that one. And they're the errors on that left-hand edge that are going to be costly when we get through to the final. Looks like Avoca there through the middle there, Ziggy Walkerden, but there's 1 and 2 on the screen at the moment.
Yeah, 1 and 2 done. So these boys now, it's all about recovery into this final they've got coming up. So they'll have the girls' heats, but it's really just about trying to get through now, recover for that final, so we can see the next couple of boys booking their ticket through to that final coming up. So North Bondi there. We've got, looks like Cronulla as well, under the guidance of Jay Finesse. You can see the girls just starting to make their way to line up, but these boys, couple knelt over. It's hard work out there. Short, sharp racing. They've really got to just go as hard as they can, negotiate these waves. We can see Manly there just getting picked up by one, thrown around a little bit on his way back to shore. So he's done a good job to stay in control. Nice little dismount and run up to the finish.
For sure, trying to stay on the feet there. Gets a bit yucky there at shore with the gutter. A few potholes, so the boys are trying to stay on their feet to get some clean finishes, especially when there's so many people around you in these sprint finishes to get the final spots. It's really important for these boys to stay clean on their feet so they're not tripping over, because that would be absolutely devastating.
It would be devastating. So looking through the top 9 so far, we saw the cap of Queenscliff, so that was Jack Bustos making his way through 7, so that was behind Zicky Walkerton of Avoca in 6. Jackson Swingler from Cronulla, that was 8. Sasha Gordon from Manly is going to take that last spot for Manly. Coaches, though, another super coach that's giving back to the community. Again, someone else who spent a lot of time over at Shelley Beach the last couple of days was the board legend himself from Manly, Harrison Stone. So he's looking after the nippers down there. And when you talk about emotions, his young little lady, Ivy Abeline, won the board race quite convincingly. And then to see the amount of emotion from Harry, he was literally crying on the finish line after she'd done. He goes, I'm just so emotional because I said, yeah, because you care about it. And just to see these, like you said, Gemma, being able to give back, but the sheer emotion that came from a coach, you know, all the afternoons and being a coach, just trying to make these kids believe in themselves to be as good as the coach knows they can be, to see that actually pay off was actually really, really humbling to see how an elite athlete like Harry Stone can still be so human with these young athletes.
Yeah, that's so beautiful to hear. It's awesome that he's coming back into the ranks and really making such a difference down there with the Nippers at his club. So, yeah, I think you definitely, as a coach, you ride the highs and the lows with your athletes, and sometimes it's hard to not to be able to, you know, control. It's all up to the athlete to be able to execute the race that you know that they're capable of. You see what they do day out at training, all the hard work they put in behind the scenes. So on race day, you're always hoping that things go their way, and when it does like that and they have a good race, especially when it's a gold medal, it's a really proud moment.
Oh, it was an embarrassment of riches down there for the coaches. We also had the nicest man in the world, Charlie Verco, was there supporting the Byron Bay crew. He knew a couple of the boys that were in there, so he wanted to get down to support them. So he was on the line talking to them through that. Alex Lefevre was down there yesterday with the Newport girls, and then we had who was we had? Hayden Cotter coaching. So he does his Wednesday afternoons, his Saturday mornings with the crew from DY. So he was down there handling, putting them all through the paces, and then all the ladies from Manly, they were there all weekend. So all the Garretts, Rachel Creera, Sophie Walters doing a great job, and it just, I guess, surf sports in New South Wales, they are so, I guess, privileged to have all these young role models that look up to and have them leading the way for us.
Yeah, it's awesome, and I think that's what keeps surf sports really healthy too. They have all these amazing role models to look up to, and they're on the beach giving back to these young athletes coming through, which is awesome. They're sharing their knowledge and expertise, and really just, I think, also making them have a lot of fun and enjoy it. That's what surf sports is all about, really just getting down and enjoying that this is the environment that we get to race in, the beach. I don't think there's many better places in the world that you can turn up and be able to put your foot on the line and in racing. So, yeah, it's awesome that so many people are out and involved in surf sports in New South Wales, and yeah, it's great to see so many clubs represented, as we can see along this start line here.
For sure. So we're going to have semi-final 1 of the under-13 female ironperson on the line. Once again, top 9 going through to our state final shortly as the starters getting them ready to go.
Yeah, we can see girls just taking the mark, set, and they're off and away. So you really want to just be running as quick as you can, accelerating through that first 20 metres. Really try and carry that speed into your wading and then start your dolphin diving. So they want to wade to the point where their progress is slowed, and then kind of leap over any white water if it's small enough, or then when the big ones start to come, they'll be diving down underneath, grabbing a hold of that sand and really pushing off the bottom to try and keep their forward momentum going.
For sure, Jem. How important is it for days like today where there's so much water movement to making sure you're grabbing a hold of that sand when you're going under the waves?
Yeah, it's super important, especially when it's so shallow like it is. If you're not going to be grabbing a hold of that bottom, if it's just right there, you're going to be, that turbulence and the white water is going to be pushing you back to shore. So really important that you grab a hold of it just so that you've got an anchor point so that your body isn't going to be taken back with the white water that's making its way back to shore. And then you can push off the bottom and keep your forward propulsion going.
A technical question. Technical question. At what point are you coming up after? You're trying to come up as far away from the back of the wave as possible?
Absolutely. You want to be trying to keep going as far as you can under the water so that you're not stuck right where that wave's just broken and it's still really turbulent and aerated. You want to get through that to the deeper water, the water that hasn't broken, which is easy to make your way through and keep your get into your swim stroke.
For sure, using that dolphin kick there when you're coming up under the wave, propel yourself forward, get out of the whitewash, get into clear water as soon as you can, because that is going to be a lot easier to swim through than just aerated water where you're probably not going to move very fast at all.
And the line of the boys there, it looks like they're taking the Sadie Martin route from Evoke. It looks like they're heading way right at the moment, but again, the water's changing in these.
I don't think they've been able to see it. It looks like our front markers are going to go past the can. So we've got some of our back markers there that have spotted the can. So good course management by those boys. They haven't trusted where the leaders were going. They'll go, no, I'm going to have a look here. And then the can's popped up right in front of them. So we've seen our leaders there actually, they ended up behind the pack. So they've got a lot of work to do to catch back up. So great work there. I think it's a Lennox Head cap.
I think it is Lennox Head out in front there, leading the girls around their cans. They weren't just following the pack. These girls were looking for the cans actively, and it definitely paid off for them at the moment. So we got Lennox Head leading us around the cans. So she's going to have the first opportunity to catch a wave on the way in. We've got lots of girls though. We might see the leaders start to make their way back through the pack as well as we're moving closer into the break zone as well.
So good surf decisions. No surprise to see the Lennox Head crew doing that. Head coach Sam Miller, she's down here. She's a legend of surf sports up on that top end. An Avoca Junior, originally older sister to Gordon Jones, two of the most energetic people you will see on the beach. And they love nothing more than coming down to the northern beaches as Manly Warringah Sea Eagle supporters, but then also being on these lovely beaches.
Yeah, what a great place for our state championships down here on the northern beaches. So it's been down here for the past couple of years, for the final year holding it down here. So it's great that we're able to come down to this region to test out everyone's skills and expertise for this final round. But it looks like Newport cap there, Mola Young, I think she was the one that kind of went a little bit off course, so she's done a great job to catch back up. It just shows how strong of a swimmer she is. We could tell after the surf races as well that she was going to have a good start to this iron.
Yeah, a few of these waves coming through, giving the girls an opportunity to catch a wave through shore and preserve a bit of energy before their board leg, see if anyone can pick this one up. Wave is still a little bit too full for them. Give them a few more metres. These girls would have been on these waves, but we will see what the ocean provides for the girls behind as they continue. You can see their stroke rate picking up and kicking.
I think a few of the coaches might have seen something on that right-hand edge. I would not be surprised in heat number 2 if our swimmers are going to come through probably an extra 5 metres to the left there for our leader, and she was on that wave, and that was full enough to be able to take that one to shore. So that would have excited a few of the coaches on the beach, seeing those waves coming through on that top left-hand edge of the screen as we see it now.
Yeah, I think so too, but we could see those front markers there actually stopped and waited for the wave. So they thought it was going to break. They thought they were going to be a good position, but it's just held up. And we could just see one get thrown to the bottom there. So the girl from Lennox Head, I think it's Miliani Tide, she's done a great job. She negotiated through the shore break, got to that can, and then it's just caught a nice little wave into shore. So she'll be one of the first girls that pop up to make her way around transition.
Yeah, that's Kendall Payne from Gerringong on the right there as well. So we've got Gerringong, Lennox Head, and not Swansea Belmont, Newport leading us out of the swim leg into the transition.
I say Lennox Head there in the lead, really strong across the sand. They've got some good runners as well in their distance events. As the girls rounding across in their transition, probably the most underrated leg of an iron, don't you reckon, Jim? Professional iron woman?
I think so these days. I think, you can really draw it out and make it a strength of yours, though. And if you're, sprinting a transition, you can make up a lot of ground that you don't have to then do out in the water. So these girls will be really wanting to try and make up as much ground as they can coming through this chase pack. onto those leaders, especially with the shore break. So they know those girls could potentially be getting held up, and they could close that gap if they then accelerate through this part of the race.
Yeah, the girls look like they're hurting. We saw the North Wollongong cack before. It wasn't that of Blackhead. It was North Wollongong Tess Mulhern. She was sitting in that third spot at the moment. You just see how much these girls are hurting because this swim leg is hard.
Absolutely. The swim leg is very, very hard out there today, and these girls are doing a great job in this iron, putting the two legs together. So they'll be heading out on the board. Again, getting through the shore break when the waves are so punchy, when you're already tired after doing a swim leg, is, it's going to be really testing for these girls. You can see the front markers have just been held up a bit here, so the field's really drawn back to a really tight margin.
Yeah, it looks a bit like a board race now that all these girls have been straight back together. So swim's done, but all these girls are basically at the exact same starting point. So your paddling strength and endurance is really going to come into light here as these girls try and navigate their way through the break zone out to the back of the cans.
And this is why it's important to get the base work done throughout the season, or the long flat lake sessions, getting your swim sessions in, getting that base in there so that you're able to back up race after race, because everyone's hurting the same amount, but it's who can actually fight through it to find those extra levels or the extra level notches of pain to get through.
Absolutely, especially all those hours that you've put in across the winter, all across the season, really comes to play in an iron where the races are longer. You've got to draw on your endurance and your aerobic base that you've built up. So these girls, the ones that have done the work, should come to the forefront here.
Especially on a day like today where they have probably our top athletes upwards of, I'd say, at least 10 races in a day. The endurance and their base work is really going to show who has been putting in the most work. But not even the most work, I'd say the most consistent work as well. Who's been consistent since their pre-season training all throughout.
So, Jen, with your new role coaching within, kayaking within the INSWIS program, how do you ensure that these long, heavy base sessions are still somewhat enjoyable?
Yeah, well, that is the fine line. That is sometimes the tricky part, because you need to build up that aerobic base and have such a strong foundation to set you up for a good season. So a lot of the time that hard work is done over winter, when typically, down here in New South Wales, it's colder, it's sometimes windy, you're getting on the water with our group early of a morning. So you really need to find ways to, keep it interesting and throw in a couple of cross-training sessions that you can get from running or board paddling or swimming. So keeping it interesting is always part of the game as well.
For sure, especially with surf. I'd say it's a bit easier to not get super bored across all of your sessions because, as you know, especially in the older age groups, you have your swimming, you've got your board paddling, then you bring ski paddling in, then also running is such a good base training session as well. Then when you look at all the kayakers as well, it's just another piece of craft, another piece of equipment to play on, but it keeps you fit as well and keeps it interesting, because who wants to be stuck on the same craft 100% of the time? And we shoot back to the girls, trying to find some waves on the way in. They've taken similar lines on the way into their swim, where they found the waves were breaking a bit more as Lennox pulls back there on the wave. See where she went, and she held it. What skills there from Lennox Head. That was very impressive.
It looked a little bit dumpy there. I was worried for a little bit, but Lennox Head getting it done. That's going to be comfortable. We'll wait for the handler to come out there. Sam Miller on screen there, holding cap and vest at the same time. Multitasking is what she does best. But Lennox Head comfortable for semi-final number 2.
Yes, so Lennox in 1, and we've got Newport there in 2 as well. So these girls will get ample amount of rest as well before their final. Shortly after, as these girls run across their transition, save their legs a bit for their later races. Jogging up there.
Kendall Payne from Gerringong. Actually got 2 from Gerringong in this race. Also Rose Davies, but that'll be Kendall Payne because she was dominant through the swim.
Very strong through the swim there. Got some more girls running up across the line there. Possibly,
I think it's Mia Ryan from Sawtell.
There you go, Sawtell up there as well.
And this is where the sprint to the finish comes into play, these last couple of spots.
Sure.
So we've got Wollongong City, Bulli, Manly in there.
So 9 is that figure, Gemma?
9 is that figure. So I think would be just about that coming across the line there. So it might be Allura. Gets that last spot. Should be thereabouts.
And at home, keeping up with the results on liveheats.com, so you can see all of the results from the competitors here at State Champs. Bit of tussle around the final poles here as the girls sprint across to get their last few places. Allura running up there as well.
So you've got to be strong, got to be aggressive on those cans. So the top 9. So Eve Seymour was the last one to sneak in from Manly. Andy Kennedy from Bulleye, she makes it through to the final. Aria Gurnhill from Wanby, she's going to make her way as well. So both ladies from Lennox get through. So Milani Ty was in 6. Amy Roberts actually took that one out comfortably from Lennox. And we had Molly Young in 2. Kendall Payne from Gerringong. Scarlett Brook from Port Macquarie. Let's go, Port Macquarie.
There you go, representation. How good is that?
And then Sawtell.
Here we go, the girls from the more regional clubs sticking it to all the girls from the metropolitan city area. How good is that? So sports is such a diverse sport in that sense as well. You've got all your clubs, especially far north. You've got all your Coogins, and then you've got your Warillas and stuff as well. So all of our country clubs really showing their strengths this state championships.
And the strongest country team this year was Warilla Barrack Point, taking out the championships.
Again,
all the shade being thrown to Coogin. So the Warilla Gorillas are the strongest country team in the state, taking out the champs. But is it really official if you don't get the point score coverage at the state titles? You've got to back it up. You've got to do both, right?
That's it. You got to do the double whammy. Really just consolidate that you guys are the best regional club. So they'll be looking to, really showcase the diverse ability of all their athletes over these next coming weekends. So you can see we've got the second semi-final for the girls here lining up. So we've got North Kilkeel, another Bulleye Cap, it looks like, Avoca in there, Manly, Terrigal,
Warilla. There we go. In it again. They're everywhere. See how they go with the overall point score compared to Coogin. The rivalry continues, as it always will. Girls getting ready for a start there. And they are off. Really strong start here from the girls running into the water, trying to get the quickest start possible around the cans. Pretty wide field as well this time. Waves have been pretty consistent across the bank at the moment, so it'll be whoever can get through this whitewash first and then who has a good line to the cans, because that has seemed to be quite an issue today as well for the girls out here in the ironperson.
So lines are not really a thing in this one. Everyone's making their way straight out to the horizon. No one going left, no one going right. Just trying to keep the knees as up and high as long as possible. And our first swimmer is up and away. That was some amazing wading. And through the centre of the pack, it looks like it's going to be one of the caps, probably South Maroubra, just leading our way through. So it was Sophie Maley and Jess Edwards, the teammates, getting the live heat special algorithm next to each other on the line as per normal.
For sure, pretty even line up on the way out. We've got South Maroubra leading us out. I think it'll be interesting on the way in to see the girls and their different lines. As we saw in the last race there, waves picking up a bit more towards the northern end of the arena. Girls having to tussle their way around the pack here. A few feet in the face. Won't be able to see much, but that's pack swimming, that's surf. I'm sure they're used to it by this point now in the under-13s, but still South Maroubra leading us out in front. Looks like another Lennox head cap as well, sticking on her feet, but girls are coming together, trying to find the first can as they are rounding up on it just about now, and they'll be trying to catch a wave on the way in.
Yeah, she's done a very good job of finding that first can there. You can see any time that she got to the top of a little chopper away, she had a look up, which just means that she's got a bit of a higher position in the water, can kind of see where that can is without having anything in her way obstructing her view. But I think it might be Mare Hu that's just made her way up on the inside
sure,
there.
That North Bondi cap coming up through there, leading them around their string of 4 there today. Will be interesting to see how much distance she can put on the girls on the way in, but really tight around this lead pack there. Lots of water movement. You can see the cans even nearly disappearing as you can see them just now on the screen. So much water movement out the back.
So the ladies looked like they were lined up really, really nicely to that first red and yellow can, but that sweep was pushing them really hard and they nearly missed it by a couple of metres, so that'll be interesting to see over that next race as we get to the finals, because 2 metres given up there could be diabolical. That is a wave. So at the moment, North Bondi the lead, South Maroubra thereabouts as well. We saw Coco Balmain from Warilla Barrack Point thereabouts in that lead pack. 9 is the figure.
And this is going to be where we see the girls possibly take their different lines on the way in. As we've seen in the other races, the swell has been peaking a bit more towards the northern end of the arena, so we can see some of our girls taking that line there on the way in at the moment. But it will be interesting to see if anybody takes another gamble, go straight in. This is a semi-final after all. You want to take a risk, but not too much of one that it's going to sacrifice your spot in the final as well.
Yeah, I think if you're thinking you might be coming out in about that 8th to 9th position in the surf or in the actual swim part of this iron, I'd be risking it. I'd be trying to get to that far left-hand side to pick up one of those body waves. But when you're as fast as Mia, who not needed, the Avoca Cup on the outside, that'd have been Matilda Harvey. I know that she would have been disappointed with the swim. She was hoping that she would have been thereabouts on the podium and just wasn't able to get that clean water to get across the line. Sadie Martin too, also at the same club. Actually, from our eyes on the beach, said she got hit by a sniper getting out of the water, was in 3rd position, pothole, fell over 4th position. So, you know, that elusive individual medal is still out there, but who at the moment?
For sure.
Nothing elusive about this.
Trying to pick up a wave here. We know she's got the body surfing skills from an individual surf race. Just missed that one there. But it will be interesting to see what comes in behind her. South Maroubra just missing one. Another wave here. There you go. Once again, taking the drop down these waves. Really incredible surf skills from Mia from North Bondi. Not too sure where she ended up there, but we've got a few competitors on the following wave behind her. A few falling off the back. There's Mia coming up, running through the bank. Really, really impressive and consistent surf skills here. Then we got South Maroubra still in 2nd, so these girls led us around throughout the swim.
Yeah, I really liked what Mia Hu did there to pick up that wave. She positioned herself and moved herself further across to the south just to get to the part of the wave that wasn't going to break as heavy. You could see it really did close out quite quickly, but she positioned herself to maximise her run into the beach. So really good surf awareness there and surf skills as we've seen on show this morning. But these girls have definitely closed the gap. We can see Avoca there. It
and
looks
the
like
Lakes.
the Lakes.
It's Stella O'Brien and Matilda Harvey, the girls continuing their rivalry, competing at branch carnivals side by side, and now in their state semi-final we've got Bulleye going around as well. So these girls are going to be trying to get as much of a lead into the board as the other girls as well, since, as we've seen in our other races, it's so easy to get held up on the bank here with all the back markers catching up. So they will be wanting to find a gap in the surf and then just take it.
Yeah, for sure. So Sadie Jones from Bulleye just on screen there. So too Olive Morris and Sadie Martin, both of Avoca, trying to get their way into that top 9. And who looks like she's just been jammed up a little bit on the left-hand side, jammed right-hand side, opening up a little bit there. I think it's going to be Stella. Oh, is that Morris? That is the South Maroubra cap on that outside right. So the Sydney branch ladies are leading us out into the 2nd leg of semi-final number 2 for the Iron here at the 2025 Championships, and I think they're going to get out nice and cleanly in between the sets.
Yeah, they've just cleared that back break. You can see, though, they took a little bit of a different line going out. So Mia Hu went further to the south to get out into that deeper water, the rip. We had South Maroubra there just decide to go a little bit straighter, and she really attacked it, and it's paid off by getting out just in line with Mia there. But you can see Mia's just really getting into a stroke, into a rhythm there, starting to pull away. So South Maroubra just come around and tuck in behind us. So really smart move there. Try and conserve some energy in this 2nd leg of an iron. It is a semi-final, so in 2nd place, taking the top 9 through. She's in a very solid position at this point.
We could even see some waves breaking out the back now as well. Whitewater near the cans. I think
Oh,
they've
she
had
just
to roll there. Wow.
So our 2 leaders there had to roll nearly at the swim can, and they've really been taken back in a fair way. So Mia Hu, you can see there just having to get back on her board.
Wow.
Really tussled around. So it's not what you expect as you're almost probably 10 metres out from the swim can.
Not at all. So we've got our 3 out the back, but the question is, where is the rest of the field? So we can see 3 here on the screen. Looks like we've got North Bondi, South Maroubra, and I'm going to say the Lakes as well. But the rest of our field is still at shore. So these next 6 spots to make the top 9 for the final is anybody's game here.
Yeah, the girls are getting absolutely clobbered here in shore at the moment. We've got a couple of boards that have been washed up on shore.
Girls trying to sneak through.
Yeah, the race isn't over though. What have we got? 3 at the back, and then it's just opened up a little bit now in between the sets. Water safety doing a great job keeping everyone safe from harm, but it's Hool from North Bondi leading us out. Maley from South Maroubra in the lead. The girls have really shut this down on the screen. Stella O'Brien from the Lakes just comfortable, so these ladies can conserve all their energy because everyone else is getting absolutely walloped on shore.
For sure. These girls have really got a massive lead now. South Maroubra taking us in through the cans. These girls can take a breath of fresh air, try and get a nice wave in, nice and clean. As we can see, some of the girls now trying to get our next 6 spots to secure themselves into the final. Will be interesting to see how they all go on the way in, but really, really dominant lead here from that of South Maroubra, North Bondi and the Lakes from the girls. How good is this?
Yeah, what a what a race they've put together. They attacked it through that shore break, set themselves up for that in the swim, and it's really paid dividends here. So they'll just be looking to get a nice wave back to shore. Not increase the level of risk. Don't do anything too risky. Just make sure that you book your ticket through that final coming up. And you can see they're really just having a look over their shoulder, going, yeah, I don't want to take a bomb right on my head. And it looks like South Maroubra, they've done a great job to catch that wave back into shore, steer it towards the finish flag so she doesn't have to run as far, and just takes the drop down there onto the sand.
Yeah, these girls will be heading into the final feeling quite comfortable, I think, compared to the rest of the field. They might be a bit flustered from all of the surf the other girls had to endure there, so these girls will get, obviously, probably another 2 minutes of rest than the other girls, I reckon, since they just got held up, but they'll just jog it across the finish line, save their legs for a potential sprint finish in their final in about 15 minutes, walking across the line.
Yep, so Sophie Malley there. I just saw the reverse handle then. So Marty Kiernan, head coach there, has actually handed Sophie's goggles back to her, and I can guarantee is because he's probably lost multiple pairs of girls' goggles when he's handling for multiple people. So if he's got enough time to give it back to the athlete on the way through, let's minimise the lost goggles and trips to the engine tent for the parents.
For sure. So that's going to be our top 3 across the line there, but where are our other 6 competitors to fill out this final? Really dominant performance from our top 3, and it will be interesting to see where the rest of our field is, because it could have been flipped upside down. Here we go. Down a wave here.
Olive Morris from Avoca it's going to be. And just the cover is coming. So we've got 4 on screen. Top left is going to be 5. There's another one behind. That's going to be our 6 and 7, which means there's still 3 more positions available. Is there a party wave out the back? They're fake waves. You've got to stay forward. You've got to stay rating. And no surprises to see an Avoca cap doing that, because in order to catch a wave at that beach, you've got to be ultra quick to pull down the full bombs. And you would have been out there a fair bit as well, Jem, noting that a full wave needs to be at maximum pace on your board to pull down the front.
Absolutely. She did a really great job there to get down that wave. The rest of the field just pulled back that little bit too early. It kind of broke initially, reformed, and then broke again on the shore. So a really great showcase of skills there. But the race is on here for the final couple of positions. We've got the last couple of girls. You can see they're just rounding that first orange flag, really trying to get across that flag, and it looks like it's going to be Manly there. I think that might be spot number 8 or 9.
It's going to be really tight here. Lucky we've got our officials on the line counting through the spots, but as we said, those girls were stuck in the break zone for such a long time. That race would have been a generous few minutes longer than their other races this morning, so will be interesting to see how those places has changed around from how they came out of the swim compared to how they came out of that board, because it is so tricky there in the break zone, especially on the short boards. The girls were really struggling to keep their momentum going forward.
Yeah, so heavy on the bank. So the top 9 for that one is Ella McDonald from Blackhead. She got that last spot over Chloe Elliott from Cooks Hill. Tamsin Woolston from Manly and 8. Matilda Harvey making her way into that top 7. Millicent Crofton from North staying in 6. Ruby Ross from Redhead in 5. Olive Morris from Avoca in 4. And then we had the legends at the front, Maylee, Hu and O'Brien from South Maroubra and North Bondi and the Lakes. Which means, what are we up to now?
We are now up to our 3rd final of the morning. So we have the under-13 male ironperson final on the line. The biggest event for these boys. It'll be one of their last ever races on their shortboards, and we will take everybody through the starting list shortly. But these boys would have had a good amount of rest from their semi-finals. They've been in the water a few times today. They'd know their line. They'd been talking to their coaches, and they would be absolutely fired up, ready for their ironperson final this morning here at Collaroy.
Pumped is the word, Davs, and leading us off, we're going to have Hamish Shorter from North Avoca in position number 1, Billy Holford from South Maroubra, Milo Westcar from Manly, Hudson Olchin. He was pretty strong through the earlier heat. Bart Carmody of North Bondi loves the big surf. So does his teammate next to him, Sam Cregan. He's the one for me. Sasha Gordon from Manly, Jackson Swingler from Cronulla, Jack Bustos from Queenscliff, Elijah Round from Byron, Harry Bolton from the Lakes, Ollie Blatchford, Redhead, Ziggy Walkerton from Avoca, George Nixon from North Bondi, Tainui Murrell from Swansea Belmont, Jordan Prince from Wanda, Carter Codd from Coogee, and Chase Harrison is going to be our 18 boys in the final. We said earlier, low tide is going to be around 12, And that was carnage just on that changeover after that transition for the under 13 ladies.
And as we saw for those girls there, we had some waves breaking out at the swim cans. The boys haven't experienced that yet, so it'll be interesting to see what comes into the play for them for their final. But yeah, swells picking up on this low tide, and it'll be interesting to see what they can pick up on the board, because some of these girls were catching waves all the way through there. So will be very interesting as the boys are now heading into the water for the under-13 male state final in the ironperson. Boys are going to stay on their feet as long as possible, trying to get the biggest advantage as possible heading into the swim, getting into clear water first. Looks like Redhead there first, leading the charge into their first leg of the ironperson, getting down deep under these waves, trying to shoot out of the white water. Boys are going to continue to swim here, hopefully get a good line to the cans, end up straight on it.
Yeah, so it's Jackson Swingler from Cronulla leading us out, but it's Billy Holford from South Maroubra. Looks like he's made that move on that right-hand side.
Looks like we've got Swansea Belmont as well on the southern end of the arena here. 3 boys out in front. Looks like we've got South Maroubra, Redhead, and the Swansea boys heading out. They're going to be our leaders as we head towards the first cans. Waves breaking out the back still. Boys are going to make sure we're going nice and deep in these conditions as well.
Yeah, so they look like they've cleared that break zone, but as we saw in that under-13 girls race just before, they had a set land on their head going out in that board, so they really just need to make sure that they're keeping aware of what the ocean's throwing their way. So even though they're getting closer to that first can, not only do they need to negotiate the glare, the surf, but they also need to just make sure that they're on track. You can see the boys there have just sighted that first can, so they've just made a bit of a course readjustment. These boys have been having a little bit of difficulty trying to find that first can today, so we can see it looks like Swansea Belmont there has just taken about a body length's lead, so doing a really good job there setting up this under-13 male ironperson final in this first leg.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the best lines we've seen so far throughout the day. Looks like we've got Chase Harrison out in front. He did very well in his heat as well, so he'll be looking for a similar result here in the final this morning at Collaroy. He'll be our first person to the cans, which means he is going to get the first opportunity to crack a wave on the way in.
And he's attacking that first can really nicely there. That's perfection for him, right tucked up on that right-hand side. He'll be away raiding, and then the boys will be trying to stick to his feet at the moment. You can just see that 6-speed kick just starting to kick in for that chase pack, because there needs to be a little bit of angst, a little bit of pressure on them, knowing that if he's going to get away, he's going to be near impossible to stop, because his first heat for this semi-final for the iron was pretty much a warm-up run.
Yeah, it did look very, very comfortable for him there, so I'm sure he's got plenty more energy to exude in this final, putting everything that he can into this race, so doing a great job coming back to shore. You can see his 6-speed kick. They're really, really strong kick, really just keeping that body accelerating.
It also looks like Jackson from South Maroubra coming up beside Chase here from Swansea. So these boys are going to tussle it out until the break zone to see what waves stand up for them this time. As we saw in the girls' race, a few of them were able to get some waves there on the northern side of the arena, but it will be interesting to see what the ocean provides for the boys this time around. But until something comes, these boys are going to have to continue to swim, lift their stroke rate up, continue their 6-speed kick to get into shore as quick as possible, to get out on their boards, out and around as quick as possible to try and take home the win this morning.
So I just saw the white cap of the lakes, Harry Bolton taking the widest route in, and that's where we saw the waves. At the top of the screen, you can see a little bit more sand through there. If the sand's swishing around, it means there's a couple of waves breaking, but there's a movement through the middle. Chase, Harrison, but something might be popping up. We're probably just in between the sets at the moment. Bolton on that outside left, having a look over that right shoulder. Gem, is something going to be dialed up shortly?
Yeah, we can see there hasn't been much of an offer as these boys have come back from the round of that last can back into the beach. But we can see, looks like there's going to be a wave break. Can anyone get down it? No, but I think that's definitely the move from Harry Bolton there to go further to the north. It looks like there might be another one offer. It's going to bring some back markers through potentially and just land behind these boys. So who can make the most out of it, get sucked down? It looks like a Wonder Cap has done the best of it here to get into it, and it's just closing out on those boys landing right on their head, so that's not where you want to be.
I don't think any of them were able to hold these waves into shore, but I think a few of them were able to jump on the whitewash here. As you see, Wanda leading the charge out of the swim into our first transition, closely followed by South Maroubra as well. So these boys are going to be running around trying to put a bit of distance on the field in their first transition run.
Yeah, so leading us out, Jordan Prince from Wanda. Can he hold on for one more leg to go from Prince to the king of the under-13 male iron, and he looks pretty comfortable through there, Jen.
Look at South Maroubra behind him, though. Really pushing hard there. Boys going to turn the transition pole, grab their boards, and look for any gap in the ocean to get out to the back as soon as possible.
Yeah, you can see them pick up their boards here, run further back down to the south. That's where the girls were in the races before. That's where they got out. There's a bit of a rip running out on that southern end, so they'll be making their way back down there to give themselves the best chance of getting out through the shore break here. But a really close field. You can see there's only 4 boards left on the run. The rest of our field's already made their way into the water, so it's anyone's game at this point in the race.
So easily the tightest race we've seen so far. Set is on. There's not much happening for the boys at the front. Just getting marched on that bank there. Popping and getting shot back. When in doubt, just roll, young fella. Anchor yourself to the ground and go through. A punch back shot there, boys. We need to be a little bit more responsible with our decisions. If we're in doubt, there we go. When in doubt.
We're now seeing the fatigue set in for the under-13 boys in their second leg of their iron. Some of the best decisions aren't being made here. But as we can see, someone has found a gap in the ocean and they are pushing through.
South Maroubra.
South Maroubra, there you go. Leading out in the charge, we've got North Bondi closely on his tail. These boys are the first ones through. They've made the best decisions this morning, punched through. These boys are going to continue to work their way through, out and around the cans with a massive chase back behind them as well. These boys will not continue fighting until they finish this race.
So is it inexperienced, Jem, or is it just the boys too confident in their abilities?
I think, too, the surf here at Collaroy this morning, potentially when you're training at different beaches, you're not aware of coming into a new beach like this morning, of how strong those waves are. And you could see, typically, you know, they pop some of those waves that they might have been able to get over a similar size wave at home on their training beach with no problems at all. But here, it's really got a lot of power behind it. You could see it was throwing a lot of them straight back over the falls, back towards the beach. So you really need to play it safe, and that's where coming out into warm-up, getting aware of how strong the waves are is so important.
So we've still got that of North Bondi in the front as well. So Sam Cregan, I'm going to say, is out in front leading the charge. We know he's a strong board paddler. He's did really well in his iron heat as well. Then we've still got South Maroubra in front as well.
The moves come from Ollie Blatchford from Redhead, just turning that apex can now.
There you go.
This is where the boys are picking up, just
lifting the rating. Boys getting their elbows nice and high, trying to get any runner possible to try and get the first crack at these waves coming in. We can see the ocean building up out the back, so it will be interesting to see what these boys can push down here.
Oh, it looks like there might be one building just behind our leader here. He has a bit of a look. Is he going to be able to get down it? Oh, he gets a good run off it. Can he link it into a wave? Look at him go. He's really just trying to lift and accelerate. He'll just fall off the back of it there, but did a really good job to pull away from the rest of the field. That might set him up for his own wave here at the finish. He'll be hoping so.
For sure. So these boys are going to continue to push in through to the end. But as we know, the ocean has been changing all morning. We've got a chase pack of about 5 other competitors. Here we go. Sam's going to push. He might be able to get down this one. He might have company on the wave. And there you go. Sam from North Bondi.
Sammy Cregan.
Teammate maybe behind him as well.
Oh, it just gets thrown around his teammate. He's going to have this one land on his head, but it's no problem for our winner here. He negotiated that very well. He'll run up and take the gold medal. So it's going to be a 1-2 for North Bondi. Plenty of high fives from the handlers, team managers, coaches there. A great race for these boys to take out the under-13 male ironperson.
I think this might be an upset. That's going to be, I believe that actually might be Bart Carmody, the small, slight man in stature, the younger brother of Fred Carmody, taking this one out, wait for him to get across the line.
Claim, there you go. What a race there from North Bondi, 1 and 2. How impressive is that? And then we race here for third. Looks like South Maroubra at the moment. And there you go. Rounds out our podium there.
So Bart Carmody from North Bondi loves the big swell. Older brother Fred has won many, many state titles as a nipper, but now helps coaching down there on the ranks to be a professional surfer. Sam Cregan from North Bondi, teammate taking home that silver medal. Billy Holford, great effort for him to get on the podium. And even a top 10 placing is still fantastic. The Lakes, Gerringong, Avoca still fighting it out. What a race.
What a race. All right, we had plenty of action jam-packed into that one, that's for sure. It's great to see these boys really just putting everything they can into this race, finishing off nice and strong. There's plenty of cheers down on the beach. The club's showing their support behind their competitors, which is always fantastic to see.
Yeah, the North Bondi boys, they're really showing their strengths in the surf, pretty consistent throughout the race as well, especially on that board leg as well on the way in. Those boys were able to find those runners and chase them all the way into shore, which ended them up sweeping first and second.
So will we see the North Bondi cap again on the gold medal podium after the under-13 female race?
Oh, I think so. We'll see. They've been I think, they've had such a strong showing. They've clearly got incredible depth in their age group, and I think, when you see your club mates do really well, especially in your age group, it really drives you on to be able to, carry that momentum forward, build off the back of the success that they've just had. So I've got no doubt that we'll see North Bondi right up the pointy end of this field as well.
Yeah, for sure, and you can only imagine the banter that would go on at their training sessions, I'd say. Be a bit of a tussle for the win every single board race, every single swim race at training.
And speaking of banter, we're going to throw it down on the beach with Alicia with our winners.
I got you two. We've got two North Bondis here. We've got Bar and Sam first and second. Tell me how that race was.
Oh, tough.
Yeah? And to do it with your teammate behind you, how does that feel?
Oh, amazing. Couldn't have asked for a better day.
Yeah, we saw you just miss that top of that wave, but to come home second with your mate, how does it feel?
Amazing. I wouldn't want to do it with anyone but Bart.
Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations, Bart. Congratulations, Sam. You're 2025 New South Wales Under-13 Iron Champion and second place. Congrats.
Oh, sick work down there, Alicia. Great having you on the shoreline. And our under-13 female iron have just started in between the set. Dropping tide, that again looks so disgusting out there, but it looks like these ladies at the front have made their way out of it. So we've got Amy Roberts from Lennox Head, Kendall Payne from Gerringong, Ella McDonald Blackhead, Eve Seymour from Manly, Scarlett Brook from Port Macquarie, Milani Tai from Lennox Head. So they've got two on the final. Aria Gurnhill from Wombi, Olive Morris from Avoca, Mia Hu going to be the one to beat. She's going to have the biggest target on her back. Matilda Harvey from Avoca, Sophie Maley from South Maroubra. Is there momentum from the South Maroubra club there as well? Can we get another podium finish for them? Millicent Crofton from North Stain, Andy Kennedy from Bulli, Tamsin Woolston from Manly, Stella O'Brien from the Lakes, Ruby Ross from Redhead, Mia Ryan from Sawtell, Molly Young from Newport. Jem, who's got the lead at the moment?
Yeah, I think it might have been an Avoca cab that had a great start, just making their way through that break. So those girls really showing their incredible experience and strength to get through that shore break there. But we'll see as they turn this can. We'll pick up the caps as they come around that can. But really quite a strong outfit. We've got a pack of probably about 8 or 9 girls out in front, and then we go a significant way and further distance back to the rest of the field. So these girls have done the best getting through this first part of this race.
For sure, this one's a lot more spaced out than the boys' race. In their final, we had all 16 of them in such a tight bunch, but in the girls, we have a clear lead pack and then quite a bit of distance until our chase pack there as well. But looks like that of Mia Hu leading the charge at the moment. She's going to have the first opportunity for waves. And then I think Gerringong possibly in second there as well. So these girls have been showing their strength through the semi-finals and now showing their strength in the grand final of their iron person. But as they're getting closer and closer to the break zone, the girls are picking their lines. Mia is extending that lead, and they're trying to get bit of a runner here from these waves out the back as well, a bit of swell forming.
Yeah, she'll just get a little bit of a lift off that wave. You can see it start to shape up and size up just behind her there, but she'll have a little look under her arm every couple of strokes to see what's coming. She might get a lift off this one as well, but it's not going to be enough to catch back into the beach. It's quite tricky here. The waves are doubling up as they hit the back of that shore break as the water's sucking back out, so you really have to keep your head down and swimming all the way into shore until you're certain that you're on a wave, because we've seen a couple pull up a little bit early and then just fall off the back of the wave because they haven't been in close enough. So you can see here she's just going to have a little bit of a strong kick. She's going to come down this here, so we're going to have maybe one down it. Oh, look at those body surfing skills. She's been on fire all day. Her skills have paid the bills for her so far, and she's making them count in this race.
For sure, these girls have been really consistent in their surf skills throughout all these rounds here, but Mia Hu once again leading the charge for these under 13 girls, picking up another wave there as well. Very, very impressive surf skills here from Mia Hu. She doesn't just have the speed, she has got such an incredible set of surf skills as well. She'll be our first person around the transition poles this morning, trying to lengthen her lead into the board leg, trying to just get away from the rest of the pack. But very, very consistent performances this morning, and it'll be interesting to see how the rest of the girls go on the board leg.
She looks comfortable, she looks confident. She actually looks quite calm, so you'll be picking up the board, heading out to that right-hand edge. The chase pack is coming. It looks like we might just be about on the start of the set because the crowd is lifting. They're trying to get all their athletes out of the water. Top 10 is a great result. Top 6 is a great result. Getting on the podium is even better. Is that Gerringong there at the moment?
There we go. Gerringong heading into the water in second there. The girls will be picking their lines. bit of a different line as well. Gerringong going straight out instead of the bit of south compared to our other races that we've seen this morning as well. Here we've got our girls for the chase pack heading into the water now. It's still anyone's game as we've got Avoca picking up their board there, Wollongong City as well. And then another Avoca as well. So these girls will be heading into the water trying to get through the break zone as quick as possible.
Yeah, Scarlett Brook from Port Macquarie on screen. That's a white cap with the yellow and the black. Couple of girls getting lost there. That's South Maru on the left-hand side trying to roll, but there's just so much power on the wave, even though she was hanging on underneath, still getting jammed absolutely back. And this could be really, really tough here because that left-hand edge is where we saw the issues earlier with the ladies on that side and just trying to punch through it. And there'd be absolute panic stations here for South Maroubra. Need to get into that clean water. Couple more waves to contend with, and then she's out and clean. But the lead is just getting bigger and bigger for our leader at the moment.
For sure, Mia Hu being very consistent. Once again here in the ironperson final, the only person through the break zone so far. It'll be interesting to see where our other places are, but they seem to be held up at the moment, continuing. Mia Hu just really, really extending that lead there. We've got about a chase pack of about 4 maybe getting through these waves, but it really depends. This swell here keeps on pushing the girls further and further back towards into shore.
Yeah, we can see the swell there just really battering these poor girls. A lot of them trying to punch through it, pop, roll, trying to get through this white water, having to pop even out the back of the break now. So really testing conditions for these girls. It is really tricky, but you can see that lead has just completely opened up. Mia Hu there, really just showcasing her incredible surf skills that have been executed all day.
For sure, Mia Hu there turning the can. She's still going to be putting in 100% effort because who knows what will happen on the way in. This swell this morning has been so inconsistent as well. There might be something jack up at the back for her, who knows. But at the moment, eyes are all on 2nd and 3rd place.
It literally feels like Mia Hu is a full set, a wave set in front of everyone. So regardless of what happens behind, she's that far in front. And look at that rate too. She still wants this. And you want to win, but if you can win it with such dominance, it would be the culmination of the hard work all the way through the winter, the summer. But now, under 13s, 4 weeks' time, she gets to back it up now at a national stage for the first time ever.
Yeah, so that's what's really awesome for these under-13s. They'll have their first taste of Aussies, the Australian Surf Life Saving Championships, in a couple of weeks' time up on the Gold Coast. So she'll be able to put her skills to test against the rest of the country. She's only ever raced against New South Wales. So you can see here, though, the race is on for the minor placings.
So the top 4 there we can see just making their way around that green and gold can. So that is positions silver through 5. You need to get in that top 2 because you'd love to have something around your neck. And the person who's going to have the brightest medal of all around her neck is going to be our leader at the moment and champion from North Bondi. She can pick and choose whatever wave she wants.
She's going to have one land right on her head, though, and she gets thrown down, completely swallowed. Oh, she's lost her board as well, so she's done really... Oh, she might regather it just before this next wave comes. So luckily, though, she had that big of a gap on the rest of the field. She'll be thrown sideways, but will still manage to ride that one in shallow enough to be able to get up. But she's going to have to hurry because the rest of the field is closing that gap. But, oh, how about that? What a finish.
Such a dominant performance from Mia Hu. As she's off her board, she's going to start going around the transition flags and take out the win for the under-13 Iron Woman. And we can hear the crowd roaring up behind her as we see Avoca, I believe.
Avoca and South Maroubra in 2nd and 3rd there, so they've done a great job. We've also got a tight tussle for 4th and 5th.
Got the win, closely followed by Avoca there in 2nd. What a race from these girls. Mia Hu very, very dominant, but then again, that's surf, hey? Sometimes waves will be thrown at you, but as you can see, such dominant performance, she was able to deal with it accordingly and still got the win after such an incredible performance this morning.
Absolutely. We saw her there being comforted by one of her supporters, probably mum. So hopefully she's all right after getting a bit tumbled around in that, coming back to shore. That wave broke right on top of her, but we can see Lennox there finishing off nice and strongly as well. So a great job making all the way the big trip down to state championships down here at Collaroy today for our Lennox Cade competitors. So a fantastic race, a great finish in the under-13 iron.
And I'll tell you what, I think we're going to throw down to the beach with our champion, Mia Hu. We're hoping. Ground control to Alicia Ground control to Alicia. Have you got our champion on the line with you? Possibly not. What do you think she will say? Thanks to my coaches.
Thanks to my coaches. Two gold medals from 2 gold medals on offer today. Not much more that she could have hoped for, I think, to start off her championship program. So
we're going to throw down to Alicia with our champion, Mia Hu.
Hey, how does it feel to not only win the swim, but to win the iron as well?
Good. Sorry. Yeah, I feel really good.
Yeah, you dominated that race from the start, coming in, showing off your body surfing skills, then coming on the ball. I think you gave everyone a bit of a fright. How does it feel? Just secure your spot. You had a bit of a run finish. How was that?
Good, because on the way in the wave kind of broke my head and I lost my board.
Yeah, a bit scary, but congratulations. You've got the board next. You hoping to secure another gold?
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be pretty cool, wouldn't it? All right. New South Wales under-13 ironperson champion.
So Mia Hu, our champion from North Bondi, was Olive Morris from Avoca Beach in 2, Sophie Maley from South Maroubra in 3, Matilda Harvey from Avoca in 4, Kendall Payne from Gerringong. She was strong the whole way through. Great result for her in that top 6. And then Amy Roberts from Lennox Head, Alstonville in 6, Scarlett Brook from Port in 7. Actually, in the second Lennox Head lady, Milani Tai in 8. Wow, what a spread across the across the whole eastern seaboard. Perfect.
yeah, awesome to see so many clubs represented up the pointy end of this under-13 female ironperson final. We can see the boys just lining back up there in marshalling, it looks like, for the next race. So it'd be interesting to see what's going down. We can see our fantastic water safety crew making sure that our last competitors in this under-13 female ironperson race are making their way back in safely to shore. A tight little tussle there for the minor placings. So it's great to see all these girls finish off the race so strongly. You can see just how far spread out this field was. So to make it through their branch qualification, semi-final, then to get into the state final and to have this race so strung out just shows the incredible conditions that these girls have had to get through here today and really put their skills to the test. It's such a tricky little conditions.
For sure, these conditions this morning have been really testing for the girls. As Jem was saying, these races have been so spaced out. They start off together, but these conditions are just really breaking the girls off into packs. Some may sneak through, some may take several more minutes to finish because that is just the luck of the ocean, I guess, out there today. Really tricky, but these competitors are handling it with ease.
Yeah, we can see our boys here on screen just having a bit of a chat in the marshalling area. We've got someone sporting a very fluoro, colourful banana hat. It's great to see lots of unique fashion styles showcased off as well. Main thing is, though, keeping the sun safety, keeping the sun off the skin. Even though these boys haven't been racing as what they thought probably the last couple of days over a 3-day program, still saying between races with your shirt, hat on, keep the sun off you, get the water in, get some food in between races is so important.
For sure. I'm surprised there haven't been that many umbrellas down there, though. That's a classic marshalling move, but I think all the boys are trying to get into numbered line to marshal for their board heats, possibly. But the boys will be out in the sun. The marshals will try and get them through as quick as possible so they're not out in the elements as long as well. But really great conditions this morning for the boys down there, getting ready for their next race. There's a bit of a break here at the moment. The officials will reset the course, reset the cans, and now we will hear from our sponsors.
Australia has over 50,000 kilometres of coastline. Despite performing thousands of rescues each year, surf lifesavers can't be everywhere. So stop, look for the red and yellow flags, or for signs like these. Always assess the conditions based on your own abilities. To help us out, Surf Life Savings created the Beach Passport. So before you go into the water, stop, look, and stay alive.
Local clubs make more than 41,000 jobs possible for people in New South Wales, including me.
They make sport possible for thousands, including myself when I was a kid. Go the Robertsons, buddies!
Their support of Little Wings helps sick country kids like my child Winnie get the treatment that they need.
And give more than $1 million a year to help over 20,000 volunteer surf lifesavers continue to patrol and save lives.
All this and more, made possible by your local club.
Beach. We're back on the beach now.
We are back on the beach. Everyone's had a bit of a rehydration.
The officials can get some food into them as well, some water as well. They'll get a bit of a break there from tapping all their live heats on their phones with all the portable chargers. But as we can see, the boys are starting to line up for their board heats. I'm sure they will have lots and lots of rounds there this morning. But that is all right though.
So talking about the weather, though, the sun is really hot, Jem, but it's got that really, really cool breeze, which can be kind of deceiving. So even though you're out, you obviously just swum, your hair's wet, your cozies are wet, getting that cool breeze, quite relaxing, right? However, the sun is so taxing.
Absolutely, especially when these boys are backing up race after race. You know, they get down the start line, they've got, see a couple there are trying to keep on their shirts just to keep the sun off them. But there we go. Look at those girls. Very proud medalists in our under-13 female iron there. A great race they put together. So it's awesome to see them down the beach getting presented with their medals as they continue throughout the rest of the day of racing. But look at that shot. Look at the location that we've got on offer here today. So bit of a relocation change the past couple of days just with the conditions that have been thrown our way with the swell. So it's great that we're able to relocate here to Collaroy today. So a big thank you to the Surf Club for opening their doors and allowing the state championship program to continue on ahead. Yeah,
huge. And the biggest of shout-outs is going to go to the Northern Beaches Council. They've been so receptive to try and meet our needs so that we can get these athletes in the water. So they've all worked so hard. We were able to have 3 days on the flat in the picturesque Shelley Beach. That was actually truly remarkable to see these young athletes going around. When it's flat and there's no variables, it's usually the fittest and the fastest that win. And we saw that every single time.
Yeah, it was great to see the athletes get out in the water down there. It's such a beautiful spot. But look at this, Mum and Dad smiling with I think it's Olive Morris from Avoca there. So she's stoked with that result. Lots of high fives all around. So it's great to see Avoca rally around such a great result from such a promising young competitor.
For sure, it's really good for all of our, especially our Central Coast clubs out there. Shout out to Avoca there. All the clubs getting around each other. Really great for teammates as well. Really gives everyone that extra boost for the end of the day. As we see our boys lining up for their last individual event ever on their shortboards at a state championship. There we go. Some of our officials tapping into live heats. Sky Marshall.
Your mother. Yeah, go Sky Marshall. Yeah. She's had a ball out there this weekend with the crew over at Shelley Beach. And we're actually led by Tara Neal, the Director of Surf Sports for the Hunter region. She did an amazing job getting these athletes through. The program is such a swift time, and the program didn't start this weekend. It started last weekend. Devara, you're the coach of the Avoca Champion Lifesaver program. Gemma, you are the second best ever champion lifesaver ever in the history of the world. I'll still give your mum number one. Still both undefeated, but you got to jump in a champion patrol this year.
Yes, I got to do patrol comp with our team from Newport for the first time, so it's been great to jump into that team this year and learn from such an experienced team. So I've definitely been really grateful to be able to slot into their team and have the chance to compete at branch and then state last weekend, which was fantastic. So we were fortunate enough to qualify for Aussies in a couple of weeks' time, so it'll be great to be able to see how we can go.
All right, so you've been on a world stage doing ocean kayaking, Nutri-Grand Series. You won the long course Coolangatta Gold this year, which was epic. What was more nerve-wracking, lining up for those top-end races or being back on the start line as such for Champion Patrol?
Yeah, well, because I'd never done patrol comp before, I honestly was, the first time we lined up, so nervous for it. So there's an element too where you go into a patrol scenario and you walk into it completely unaware of what's going to be thrown your way. So having so many things that you're going through your head as to what potentially might happen, it definitely gets the nerves and the butterflies in the belly. But it's awesome to be able to work with such a great team, and it's such a great I feel, community around the life-saving events. That's why we keep going back every year. It's just a great group of people, and it brings you back to the core of surf life-saving, in that you're doing everything for the betterment of the local community and keeping the community safe at the beach, and I think it definitely equips you with the skills to be able to do that.
What was the scenario this year?
So this year we walked into our scenario. We had 2 unconscious swimmers that were out the back, so they had to go out and be rescued in the IRB and brought back into shore.
We're going to put a caveat for those that don't know champion patrol. The patrol competition. This is actually a scenario there wasn't 2 unconscious swimmers.
Correct. Yes, there were actors that were playing unconscious swimmers. So these are all people that are often like club mates or friends and family of the competitors that come in and put their hand up to be the patients. So they get instructed by the officials to play their role in the scenario. So they'll play the role of a particular patient that the official has designed. So in our chosen scenario, it was that there was going to be 2 unconscious swimmers out the back, so they got dropped out of an IRB that then had to go and get rescued. And then we also had a really quite severe fin chop to the leg that we had to then treat with first aid and get them all under control the bleeding, apply a tourniquet. And then we also had someone with having a severe asthma attack. So there was a lot going down, all in a 9-minute scenario. So it's definitely really fast-paced, but you've got to be able to utilise your skills under pressure, but also work really effectively as a team and communicate really well.
So if you're around at the Aussie Championships or the State Championships next year, I highly advise for you to get down to watch these scenarios, because it is absolutely intense. And the worst thing about it being a team event as well, if you miss one thing, technically it's your fault and the whole team is going to miss out on a podium or qualifying at state or medals or what have you.
Absolutely. And we go into that scenario already kind of having pre-planned what role each person's going to do. So like you would when you rock up to your normal patrol at your beach of a weekend, you got your patrol captain, your vice captain, you've got your person that's allocated to be an IRB driver, IRB crew, and then other people that it might be your radio operator or in charge of doing board rescues, tube rescues, whatever. So similar thing in the patrol competition. We have our patrol captain who is responsible for coordinating everything, being the main point of contact to an official that's playing SurfCom over the radio. So they've got to communicate everything, send for help. But then we've also got, someone that's allocated to IRB driver, IRB crew. Then we've got 2 first aiders, and then I was tasked with being any water-based rescue. So anyone that needed a swim or board rescue within that range is what I was tasked with doing.
That is a lot of information for a 9-minute segment. Definitely get out and check it out. Now, Devara, you were down there on the Friday for the Champion Lifesaver. I hear there was record numbers in attendance.
Yeah, so for Champion Lifesaver this year, there was quite big numbers, especially in the under-17 boys category. I think we had about 18 or 19 competitors for the boys. And how Champion Lifesaver actually works, you only gain points in the physical events if you come in the top 10 places. And it's quite rare you have more than 10 people, so everyone usually gets points. But in this case, some people were not getting points at all because there were that many people. Really strong representation from that of South Curl as well.
Yeah, they've had a nice resurgence for last 4 to 5 years, Jen would say. The South Curl crew have been doing an amazing job in the life-saving space for that competition. Now, what we're waiting for at the moment on screen, you just see all the seaweed getting pulled in, resetting the cans for our board heats. Water Safety doing a great job. We could probably do with a cap on that melon because that would be getting sunburnt quite strongly.
For sure. The sun's really starting to blister down here at Collaroy this morning at State Championships. These competitors have probably been in the sun for the past 3 days as well, watching all of their friends and family. So safe to say a lot of these ones will be trying to get a day off school tomorrow, I reckon. But they'll be trying to rest up before their board races and board relays start. As we can see a few of them talking on the line there. Hello,
we love a smile and wave to the camera. I love also being sun safe. So we had his long sleeve shirt on, the hood over the head, just trying to keep that sun off him, trying to make sure that he doesn't get sunburnt. The last thing you want to be is dehydrated coming into the last races of the day. You want to make sure that you've been, really playing it smart, especially between races throughout the day. When you're sitting in the marshalling area, it's so easy to get caught up just sitting out in the sun, chatting to the people next to you, and it really takes a lot out of you.
So whilst we're waiting for the course to get reset, looks like we're going to have roughly 6 heats of the male board race to get through to a semi-final, 3 semi-finals. We're going to go to some live action from yesterday, which we're going to call you through. And what we've got on the line at the moment is our boards on there, waiting for the start.
I think it's our under-14 male board race. Looks like we're on the big board. So these boys yesterday, as we've seen all day today in the footage and the coverage so far, this shore break has been playing havoc. So it'll be interesting to see how this played into effect. It looks like we might have just jumped to maybe the under-14 male ironperson final. So you can see here we've got competitors going all over the place. So some chose to run around behind the rest of the field to make their way down to that southern rip that we've seen really come into effect in the races today. So some different tactics in play. But these boys here, being that little bit stronger, bit taller, they've really negotiated and got into their swim stroke a lot quicker than what we've seen these 13s today.
So we've got the Youth Pathways Cup coming up at our Australian titles, which is New South Wales versus every other state. So it's the Interstate Championships. The two representatives that were selected for New South Wales in the water were Ashton Bone and Billy McCarthy, both from Avoca. The young boys had been with Wombrel their whole junior nipper career and just moved back across just for some teams and a bit of extra support there through the coaching. And these are the two that are going to lead us out for this iron event. So Billy has won this event multiple times, but the ones to watch, so Darcy Stepanovsky from Wollongong City. It looks like the Wombrel cap been really strong throughout the past few years. Those two, Kobe Mead and Jacob Somerkin from Cooks Hill. But leading us out, just see the conditions, a lot more calm and it's at a rapid rate there, Davs.
For sure. The boys really picking up their rate there, trying to get their head up out of the water, trying to see these cans so they can set themselves up for a good turnaround. Here we go. Pretty good lineup there for the boys there. They're going stroke for stroke at the moment. They'll follow each other around the cans. As you can see, a little bit of a chase pack. The top four breaking away from the rest of the competitors here, but once again, they'll be turning in the cans, looking for their markers on the way in and trying to get away as soon as possible. But really, really close field as well for the under-14 boys.
Yeah, we've kind of got four out in that lead pack. Then we go back to about a can's gap to the rest of the field. So these four boys out in front will be really trying to put their head down, get back to the beach as quick as they can to get onto that board and away for the second half of the race. But Avoca doing a really good job out in front here. I think it's Wanda as well. Kobe Mead, really, really strong. So they're doing a great job here. Kobe's just pulling up alongside to take the lead here. So he's really lifted that kick. You can see his splash, really just kicking through, trying to keep that head down and accelerate. And there's a little bit of a lift on off here. Oh, they pulled it down. Oh, they're just going to fall off the back here, but it was enough just to bring through. Look like our fourth place has gone to first there. So this it's just extended the lead for these top four on the rest of the field.
Really, really tight race here for the under-14 boys as they get closer into shore, trying to pick up any little bit of wave that the ocean will provide for them. You can see their stroke rate increasing, kicks increasing, so getting shallower and shallower. The boys will be trying to get absolutely anything. Standing up already, dolphin diving, they'll be trying to get into the sand as quick as possible, and really, really fast transition runs as well we'll expect to see from the boys here.
So that was Darcy Stepanovsky, we just saw pick up that left-hand side edge to get across and through on that wave. But leading us out, it's going to be Kobe Mead off Wanda into that lead. We've got Bone and McCarthy, both of Avoca, and then Stepanovsky's going to be thereabouts as well. But the gentlemen working hard. You just see when it gets to a state final, they drive that little bit further and just trying to maximise because this is the bluest of blue ribbon events.
Absolutely. The under-14 iron is their last individual final here for the state championship. So they've done a great job putting themselves in this position in the opening leg of the race. We've got two Avoca, Wanda up there as well. So really it's going to be whoever wants it the most getting through this shore break here. You really need to attack it. Just have no hesitation. Meet any wave with speed. But it looks like they're going to get out nice and cleanly here. Just punch through that little one and they're out the back. So these group of four, we've got a breakaway group of four. So they'll be wanting to get out and as quickly around those cans as they can.
For sure, these four boys got through the break really cleanly, but in the board leg of an iron, it's so important to make sure there's no decisions being made, especially as you get fatigued. It's really easy to make the wrong choice, like a pop or a roll, but these boys clearly made good decisions out there today as their lead pack has broken away from the rest of the field.
Yeah, and it's no surprise to see Billy McCarthy on the stripe board with the green cap there. He's an absolute frother for surf life saving. When a race isn't on, he's on the shoreline watching. He's seeing what the waves are doing, what the count is for the sets. If you can pick up anything else, he loves the racing. He loves meeting new people. He loves being able to figure out what he can do better for that next race because his level of intensity and application in a race is unlike any that I've seen. It's probably close to actually your level, Jem. This guy's an absolute, I guess, menace when he gets in the water.
Yeah, it's great to hear, and I think that's what makes, you really lift as an athlete and go from being incredible in your own age, but then when you step up to a stage like the Aussies in a couple of weeks for these boys, that's what makes a difference when you're constantly trying to learn and evolve and, really reflect on what you need to be doing to make you a better athlete. So we can see here, looks like they've just caught a little bit of a wave up. I think it's the other Avoca cap.
Yeah,
so
Ashton
Bone has done a great job to pull down the wave. Oh, he's going to nosedive. So poor Billy, who was out in front, but it's going to be Ashton Bone get to his feet first, and it looks like, he's going to be our under-14 male ironperson champion there. So a great finish from him. Probably hang in there. He was up and amongst it in that 3rd and 4th place the whole time, but came to the pointy end of the field and took the gold medal right at the end when it counts. And look at him there. Very, very stoked. 2nd place,
Kobe Mead,
and then 3rd, Billy McCarthy. A little mistake at the end cost him, but he'll be happy to still be on the podium.
Ashton Bone taking home the title. If we get back to a replay, guys at home, when you go back and watch this replay, when he's nosedived over the top, he's launched himself out in front, a la Kai Hurst, and body surf through that wave. That was absolutely insane, but take nothing away from Ashton Bone. He was solid the whole way through. Nothing too fancy, but no errors was what it was all about.
Absolutely. And here we go. We'll throw to an interview with our winner.
2025. Talk us through that race.
I had a pretty start.
Wait, there's no swearing, mate.
Sorry. Yeah. I got out pretty good. I was in about 3rd or 4th. Got a wave in on the swim, and had a pretty good transition. Got my board, went out. Pretty good start again. I was lucky with the waves, so I didn't get smashed on the way out. Just caught a jag on the way in. My mate Kobe, he's really good. Yeah.
Awesome, and tell us about your history with this event.
I won it last year as well, and I've been dominating in it for a bit as well, so yeah.
And what are your hopes and dreams with surf lifesaving competition in the future? Where are you headed?
I want to be like the next Ali Day. I want to be that good, yeah.
Well, you heard it here first, 2025 under-14 Ironman champion, New South Wales. Congratulations.
Thank you.
It is so great to see the confidence of some of our athletes out there. It's good, honestly. If they know and they're confident in their goals, it's really great for them in the long run to know what they want to aspire to be.
And we've seen New South Wales as a breeding ground for so many amazing athletes up the very pointy end of the open field for so many years. Your likes of Ali Day, Ben Carberry, who's just won the World Ocean Series in the Open Ironman, Naomi Scott, our World Ocean Series Ironwoman winner. So we know that there's such incredible depth, but where we're going to see even more incredible depth is in this all-age beach relay final.
Yep, so they're off and away. This is the best 6 sprinters you'll find from under 9s through to under 14s coming through across the line. North Bondi leading us through. Tyre change over there for Coogee. South Maroubra thereabouts as well. And it's going to be Shelley Beach through the middle. They were dominant through the Central Coast branch. Coming across the line. These changeovers are so swift, but when you get to the top end, brutal there for Coogee Headland. Drop batten. 2 more changes to go. You get to see the Imi Hislop for Shelley Beach, but it's the far side of North Bondi. South Maroubra in 2. Collaroy, where's it going to be, Jem? They're working hard. Devara, last change to go, changing from the 13s into the 14s.
Here we go. The 14s are going to be our fastest sprinters in their teams today. They're going to really come home really strong with these transitions. Drop batten there from Shelley Beach. Absolutely devastating. Here we go.
Into the last change. You can see, look how focused the Shelley Beach competitor is, but that's where skills pay the bills, and the batten drop from South Maroubra there is going to be very costly. So they were right up the open end of the field, but just last batten change came unstuck there, so they'll have to settle for a midfield place instead of being right up in the medal contention. So a great run there by the North Bondi team, executing all of their changeovers to perfection. Coogee in 2nd place, and Queensy on their home stretch of beach rounded out in 3rd, followed by South Maroubra, Cronulla, Manly, Coogee Headland, and unfortunately our Shelley team got disqualified.
Yeah, lots of drop battens in that one there.
So many drop battens, but how good would have it been on the balcony? Queenscliff, all supporters kicking them round. Great work. Now we're back with some live action, and it looks like we've reversed the course, Jem. Is that what you're motioning? We have to. So we are working from right to left, and you love to see a bit of fluid and a bit of progressive thoughts from our officials down there, so we don't have to run right to left. Let's get these boys in and out and around. in a comfortable manner.
Absolutely, and it makes sense with the conditions out here today. I was actually thinking before when we were doing the swim in the irons that would have been the better option. So it's great that the officials are constantly looking about how do we make the racing go smoother, and we really play into their favour with the conditions and make our racing as seamless as possible for all our competitors out here today. So a great decision to reverse that course, so to mean that instead of going from left to right around the cans, our competitors are now going in the opposite direction, so right to left, which they've lined up the start line right into the heart of that rip to take them out to sea, and then coming back in where we've been seeing all the competitors come further back north to get the most of those waves. So a great decision there.
For sure, and that'll see the races flow a lot faster and a lot more efficient as well. As we saw in the races early this morning, we had lots of people starting and finishing, coming into each other in the same area, especially in the irons, but as you'll be able to see here, boys are going out for the start, whereas we still have people coming in as a finish from the previous race as well. So officials looking to get the boys through their heats in the board so we can get everybody through to their finals for the today.
Yeah, it's good to get some nice, quick, sharp racing underway, get through these heats as quickly as possible so all the racing can be done and won and everyone can get off the beach, make their way back home after a long couple of days waiting around for their chance to have a go in the water. So it's great to see these boys out and amongst it in these board heats. We can see they're a nice, tightly packed group, so that's really great that all these competitors have been able to get out and underway through that break zone. They've really just lined them up very nicely with that starting position into that rip to allow them to get through that and not get too tangled up, having to get worried about popping and rolling. Most of them were able to get straight on and away there.
For sure. We can also see a bit of a V formation as well forming to get their wash, Gem. Can you feel the difference much when you're getting washed on a board?
Yeah, absolutely. If you can just tuck in behind someone on a board, you're conserving probably about 30% energy. So it is really advantageous to be able to do that, especially on the way out to sea when you're making your way back into chop. But when you turn the can and there's little runs on offer, that's when you want to pull out and not be behind someone, because if you then pick up one and then you can potentially run into the person in front of you. So you can see them start to fan out here. They'll find their own water just so that they can really make the most of what the ocean's throwing their way.
Yeah, 30%. That is a
30%.
lot.
30%.
Yeah. Yeah, it is quite a lot. So you can see when they're coming out to sea, like most of the time now they're fanned all out, so they'll come in alongside each other. You can see them just pick up a bit of a wave there.
Party
so
wave.
One's made the most of it. Oh no, there's probably about 4 or 5 by the looks of it. So they've done a great job there catching that wave all the way back into shore. So with all these heats of the board, it's probably going to be harsh cuts, so you can't afford to miss any single wave, because if you've got 5 on a wave and they're potentially doing some harsh cuts, you really need to set yourself up in the best position to be able to qualify through all these heats into the semis and the finals.
For sure, the boys behind them will be really sprinting across the line to get through to the next round. We've got Avoca there, Jackson Eagles crossing the line.
That was a pretty good segue.
Yesterday in the sprints.
Good segue. 3rd place in the sprint.
How good.
Sometimes fast twitch muscles are just enough to get you across the line, right?
You wouldn't want to be against him in a sprint finish for a board race.
No, absolutely not. So yeah, while these heats are going, we're just going to have a bit of a look at the finals packages from yesterday and check out some of the highlights.
I'm Sierra Gore. I'm from Coogin, and I just won the sprint in state. Well, I've always loved running. I didn't really figure out I was good at running until about under 8th, maybe, and then I just went from there. The girls that I was competing against were really fast, and a great congratulations to them too. And yeah, I actually thought I came 3rd there for a second because of how fast they were.
So our team name is Saucy Belmore. And last year we got 2nd, and this year we got 1st. We got 1st for the rounds, for the girls. And the B team did really good.
This is the most special thing. This is the one we've wanted all year. Clearly got runners up last year. We've put in heaps and heaps of work. If you look at around, we've got like a team of 8, essentially got our A team and our B team. They both do exceptional. They come to training every week. They give it their all. There's no more deserving people than our club, let me tell you. They put it in hard, don't you girls? Are you proud of yourselves? Yeah.
We won the mixed relay for state. Yeah. Amazing. Yeah. We live quite one of the first heat, but it didn't go out of our lane, so we went disqualified. Yeah, and the order was, so Sasha was first, Billy was second, Ella was third, and I was fourth. Tasman Vale, I'm North Curl, and I'm won the 1K. So I just pushed first place, then sprinted the last 250. I train like 4 times a week, hard, and my coach is very good, Mike Gervin. I'm doing the 2x500s with my teammates and sprints tomorrow.
Hi, I'm Vicky Trebulova from Queenscliff Surf Life Saving Club, and I just finished first in the under 12 1 kilometre run. So at the start, there was like 4 girls at the front, and I was like unsure whether I can do it, and I held on to the girl that was first, and then on the last 200 metre turn, I sprinted and she died off. Well, this year I'm probably going to do the 1K run, and then I'm going to do a 2 times 500 metre, another 2 times 500 metre, and then a 2 times 1K with a girl in an above age group.
My name is Freddie Nesbitt. My club is Furl, and I just won state 1K. In 2023, I won state relay in under 9s. I started not too well at the start. I got a bit stuck, but then I got into my running and I did pretty well. I do running training with my coach Pete 2 times a week in Furl.
Here with Cody Kratzman. Are you the fastest swimmer in the under 10s?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah.
One thing I was really impressed with Cody was his 6-beat kick coming home. There was so much white water coming back. Talk to us about that last can and then how you're able to find that extra gear to drive home.
I find that extra gear from my kicking with Ruth, because we do a lot of kicking with her.
Even though you hate it, right?
No, I love it.
You love it. That's probably why you're the best. Now talk to us about Yamba. What makes the club so special?
Yamba's special because it's close to home, and also it's fun to see all my mates there.
Back to back, the legend. Let's go, big boy.
It felt good. The conditions were pretty hard against the current. I did heaps of board paddling, swims and irons. It felt really good. Second place did a good job. And
Lucia Dillon, you're the fastest board paddler in the under 9s in New South Wales. How are you so fast?
I don't know. I just practice a lot.
Just practice heaps? Coach Rachel, is she a legend?
Yeah.
So what sort of fun things do you do at training?
We do like hard sets where we go out, that maybe sometimes irons, and just lots of fun.
And how many girls are in your under 9 age group? Because it seemed like there was a few girls in the final there and also in the semis.
Yeah, so I think there might be 10.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah. Nice. And what's more fun, surfing before and after school and hanging out with your mates, or going to school?
Surfing before and after, and not going to school.
And not going to school. So a couple of days off. Let's look down the camera because you are the state champion for the under 9 board. Let's go back it up in the board relay.
Yeah, I hope we go really well.
Yeah, go and have some fun. Thanks, legend.
Thanks.
And we are back live action here. All the boys board heats have been done. We had 6. We're taking a few through. We're going to go through to 3 semi-finals a little bit later on. This is actually the last heat there for the boys. Dropping tide, Gem. It's going to be tough stuff for the boys, and correct decisions being made there.
Yeah, that was definitely the safe play. You can see some of the boys just having to flick seaweed off their board because they're right in that impact zone. But you definitely want to play it safe in these heats. Make sure you roll, hold on to those front handles. Do not lose your board because that is definitely not the way you want to exit the day. You want to be out the pointy end of this field, but you can see the surf out the back really starting to break a long way out. So these boys are going to have to negotiate these waves all the way out through past the can. So it's breaking past the swim can. So yeah, it's really tricky conditions on offer here today.
For sure, as we're hitting low tide here, the break zone is just widening and widening. As we'll see, the boys will get out through the first break, and then there's a bit of a second break out the back as well towards the can. So it will be interesting when we get those sets breaking on top of the cans a bit later. A bit harder to get around and navigate it, but I'm sure the boys will be very grateful if there are waves breaking for them on the way in from that far out. Saves lots of energy for them.
Yeah.
Is there anything better than away from the can?
Oh, that is like the one thing that you want in a race if it's ever to happen. A wave in, you don't have to paddle all the way back in, especially in a heat or a semi. You get a ride all the way back in. You're conserving all that energy because you don't have to paddle. So North Bondi here, I think it's Freddie Carmody maybe, looking like our Ironman winner from before, just really having a strong heat paddle here. So he'll be trying to get back into the beach as quick as he can. He really just lifts the rate there. You can see he's just accelerating and pulling away from second and third place who are on his tail on the way out. So a great paddle all the way back in, but not too much on offer as he gets close to that shore break. Only a couple little lumps, so he'll just have to make sure that he makes the right decisions, gets himself back to the beach without making any mistakes.
Yeah, so Bart Carmody there leading us out. It's quite interesting to see that a lot of the great board paddlers enjoy surfing. So there's no secret to the source. If you would like to be a good board paddler, just go out in the surf and catch waves. Any sort of craft, keep throwing your arms over, learn to swell at the ocean. Some great work there from the boys getting nice and deep on the back of the board, but just time in the ocean is the best thing you can do to be a good board paddler.
Absolutely. I think surf skills, no matter whether you're body surfing or you're out on your board playing around, just being able to read the ocean, know what to look for when you're going out and trying to negotiate and get out as cleanly as possible, but then also knowing where the wave's going to break and just being to pick up those skills and that sense of reading the ocean is so important. And typically here in these under 13s, those that have spent the most amount of time in the surf, it's really paying dividends, and we're seeing those competitors up the pointy end of the field. So it's great to see these boys book their ticket for their final. We can see the last couple of competitors making their way in here, just getting all that whitewash back into the beach. It's really quite tricky. The water's really pulling to the side, so we can see a lot of them opting just to grab both handles to run up the beach with the board under their arm rather than drag it up the beach.
And I don't know if the coaches like that. I think young age, just drag, minimise the risk.
Yeah,
each to their own though.
I agree. I typically always just grab my front handle and pick it up and then just drag it up the beach. But a lot of these, the smaller boards, the fiberglass, they're not as big as a Mal, so it's a bit easier just to tuck it under the arm and keep running up the beach. And it seems to be what most of the boys have opted to do here today.
All right, now joining us in the commentary box for the first time today, we've got Alicia Cuthbert. Talk us through the conditions down there. We're up here in the shade with a nice little breeze. We're comfortable. Is it hot? What's the surf doing? Vibes on the beach? Tell us everything.
Yeah, definitely. The vibes on the beach are very high. Everyone's really keen just to get out in the water. Obviously this morning everyone was a bit like, are we going out? Are we not going out? But I think it's a great opportunity for the under-13s to get out there, get in the surf, get amongst it. But down there, actually, the waves, they were kind of picking up earlier, and you had a lot of face on them. And I was saying to someone else earlier, because their boards are so much shorter, trying to pop over, they really struggle to sometimes get over that white water. And if the nose of their board isn't getting over the white water, they're just going to get swept back. And you see them go back. They could be in the front, and then you see them go back to like the middle, even like the end of the pack, which is really damaging for a position, especially in such a short course. They're doing it reverse now, but hopefully they've all learnt their lessons from the irons. But yeah.
Yeah, we'll see so many variables there. We just saw now the heat number 1 for the ladies getting hit at the Apex Gym. You don't see that too often.
No, absolutely not. We saw our leader there just get clipped by a little bit of whitewater that was breaking. So she did well to still manoeuvre herself around that can, get around nice and cleanly and not fall off her board, and make sure that, most importantly, she actually went around the turning marker. So if she missed it, she would have had to go all the way back around, which would have been a very costly mistake. And she's definitely punching her ticket, or doing the best that she can to book her ticket into those semi-finals. So I think it's Lennox Head there, doing a great job out in front. We've seen her be really strong through the Iron Women heats before. So She's doing a great job just to lift and accelerate through. She's just going to fall off the back of that, but great. Oh, look at the wave come out the back. We're going to have back markers Jag on our front group here, so they'll have to just really accelerate down, but it's not going to be quite enough. As we've seen all day, it's super tricky. The waves kind of pop up and look like they're going to break, and these girls think they're on them, and then all of a sudden they fall off the back. So it is really, really tricky. Oh, we can see someone just come down the double up. We're going to have a big group end up come down. Oh, we got boards flying everywhere. So it is very, very tricky conditions for these girls to handle. But Amy Roberts there, a great finish. She's definitely practiced those finishes at home. She's been lightning quick up the beach. So a great finish for her. She'll be through to the next round, along with what it looks like there, Freshwater.
Yeah, Piper Brincher there. That was a great finish for her. Also there, Ruby Ross from Redhead. Ella McDonald from Blackhead copying on board to the back of the head. Coco Balmain, that looks like a bit of despair there. We'll wait for the count, see what's going on. But as we get through it, you get to see a few of the girls there as well, Alicia, having a little peek over the shoulder because they've seen it closing out hard on the bank, and sometimes that can be a little bit scary.
Yeah, definitely. When you're on that front wave and then you fall off the top and you look behind you and you've just got like 10 girls chasing you, definitely really scary. But as long as you remain cool, calm, collected, trust your skills, then fully secure your spot going into the finals.
Yeah, I think that's definitely what's really important, is keeping cool, calm and collected, keeping a level head, not getting, if you're potentially off the start, you get hit, you're a little bit further behind than what you would like to be. It's all about making good, clear decisions and really sticking to it, because if you hesitate or you second guess yourself, that's when we see boards start to fly everywhere. People aren't making good, clear decisions, and that's when you become unstuck.
Angst is a real thing, and it also seems to just rise that little bit more every time the Westpac chopper comes past. The only reason to drive past is actually to say hello to people because they enjoy watching the surf carnival. So that was that extra noise in the background, just coming to see what's happening. Last day of the championships here at Collaroy, and it's pretty amazing that we've actually got through a majority of the program. So heat number 2 underway. Tough job for the starters because the waves are relentless at the moment, but left-hand side just opening up that little bit for Manly and Newport.
Yeah, they've done a really good job there just to get onto their boards nice and quickly. I think Newport there, out into that deeper water, we've got a little bit of a swell building, but she's out far enough just to get over the top of that one. So a great start executed there. I'd say it would be by Molly Young. We've seen her in the Ironman heats before get a second place. So she's out making the most of this board heat, just making no mistakes. But the rest of the field here, you can see there's just a few boards getting thrown around, a couple of girls chasing them back into shore. So these conditions are so tricky for these girls to handle, especially when, potentially you're not exposed to this surf all the time and you're not used to how just heavy that shore breaks here at Collaroy.
So Eve Seymour from Manly, she went up really strongly, got clipped by a couple there. Board program at Manly with the Nippers, how's that looking at the moment, Alicia?
So strong. You got Rachel Kemba as the head coach of the Nippers. You see, we train before them, but when you see them after, it's such a crowd. The vibes are so high at training. You definitely see all of them on that line working hard, practicing their skills. At Manly, we usually have spring and summer camps as well, and that definitely just brings such an atmosphere for everyone. You get to be with your friends, but you're working hard, and everyone there has the same goal, same challenges, and to be amongst all of that is just really great.
Strength in numbers as per always. So Molly Young leading us out at the moment. The freshie cap there. Florence Warren looking strong from behind. She'll be used to a bit of waves tucked in the corner there, but Newport leading us out comfortably at the moment, and it looks like the big runners are coming through.
Yeah, a bit of a wave building here behind our leader, Molly Young, but it might just fill up underneath her. She's not going to get too much of a lift or benefit out of that one, but she's making her way back towards shore here. She'll be looking or starting to make a bit of a look over her shoulder. There she goes. She just has a little bit of a glance. She's really lifting the accelerator. You can see her just lift her right up there, but she doesn't want to get that one in. There'll be a nice little one build behind her here. You can see she just slows up. She wants to be in a better position. She doesn't want to paddle too far in and have this one break on her head. So it allowed her just there to glide down the face of that one nicely, broke just behind her, and she can just relax on the way back into shore.
So Newport taking this one out. So we're probably just close to bottom tide at the moment. So yeah, and then as we get through to the last bits of the program, waves will be filling up, a little bit less dangerous. And we'll try to see what the cut is, because they've been pretty brutal down there this morning, Alicia. So you have to be thereabouts in order to get through to the next rounds.
Yeah, definitely. Also, with the tide going down, what we were saying earlier about when you're catching a wave and you turn around, you see everyone behind you. I think what's really great about low tide is that you get the opportunity to get up and run. So it's not like you got to carry the wave all the way into shore, because then you're really stuck. But I think for some of the young guys, they don't know what height they can stand up, and if there's potholes, I definitely, I still do it now. I'm not even going to say when I did it younger. Falling over in the potholes and everything, a bit embarrassing, but definitely getting up and running to get the spot matters.
It's only embarrassing if you feel self-conscious. It's okay to trip over sometimes, but I think you're completely forgetting the fact that you're actually quite tall for a young lady, so you're up and running a little bit more than most, Jim. Would you say that's correct?
Yes, absolutely. No, you've really just got to make the most of what you're given and really know how to negotiate through this tricky shore break here. You can see the girls, there's just water moving everywhere. So looks like the right-hand side has got off and away. I think that's Redhead, and it looks like Yamba there having the best. But we've had a couple, just get over. One's turned around and decided to come back into the beach. Doesn't want to go back out into that. So completely understandable when you see, a 3-foot face of white water just sizing up completely in front of you. But look at these girls here. We've got 2 or 3 that have cleared the break. The rest of the field there are still stuck in the shore. So Redhead have done the most of it. Yamba there, and I think we've got another Redhead cap. So it's you can get some good surf up there at Redhead. So these girls would have been out and amongst the surf a lot of the time. They know how to execute their skills really well. And they've got such a good base of support up there at Redhead with the crew and the coaching staff, so it's great to see them doing so well.
Yeah, so solid waves up there from the Redhead. So we've got Audrey Robertson and Alira Cook. They started off next to each other, but it was actually Scarlett Brook from Port Macquarie with a white cap that looked a little bit Yamba-ish. So she was there in second at the moment, so she's bookended by the 2 paddlers from Redhead. And then you just see the ladies working through. You just love a really high chest position there at the front of the board and pulling the water through. And this is going to be comfortable there for these lead 3 ladies. I'll have a look around, keeping those feet out of the water as long as possible. And you'll find, obviously, when the kids get a little bit older, the leg kick becomes a little bit less prominent.
Yeah, becomes a little bit less prominent, but also you can see these under 13s, a lot of them get to their age where they've started to have a growth spurt. They're potentially starting to outgrow the fiberglass boards. They'll be on the mals very soon, but sometimes they get to this pointy end of the age group and they're almost a bit too big and lanky for these boards to keep them afloat. So you can really see these girls, they've got a really good reach. They've got a really long catch. She's having a look there just behind us to see what's on offer, but not too much by the looks of it at this stage. So she's going to have to really just lift and try and accelerate into any little wave that pops up behind her.
So good. So it's going to be Redhead out in one, Port just coming through on the outside there, so they're going to be comfortable enough. Little armchair ride through. They'll just mosey up the beach to make their way through to that semi-final. And a bit of seaweed on the sand there. Like you said, Alicia, low tide means easy running conditions.
Yeah, definitely. The seaweed doesn't look very nice, especially this morning. But just imagine paddling through all of that and you get all that sea lice and your cozzy just everywhere. Respect out to the water safety that was out there earlier as well, even now, for having to swim out in that and getting all that seaweed. Just gross. I don't do well with seaweed. Getting it stuck in the fin, even when you put your hand in and you start paddling, not my life, not the one I want to live.
In and out in the same spot. We can see these girls just get hit by the whitewater there, so they're having to negotiate just that wave capping a little bit. So, yeah, there's really everything throwing. The ocean's throwing a lot at these girls today. They're just going to hit that first turning marker. They'll go out around the apex and then back into shore. But I think the wind's starting to puff up maybe a little bit more too, so there's a little bit more chop on the top of the water. So that just means that those waves are starting to break and just cap a little bit more as this tide's starting to drop and we're getting to the bottom of low tide now.
Yeah, just see how much white water's at that pink apex, Ken. That is absolutely insane. The right-hand edge of the screen seemed to get out pretty well. That was Violet Walters from Evoca, but then she got back shot 100 metres offshore. It's not ideal. You don't want that to happen. So we've got a lead pack and a forward. Rest of the ladies trying to make their way in and around that apex. So that last cap around, which is going to be Keller Grant from Queenscliff, that's going to be our 8th position. So on screen we've got 14 there. A couple are going to miss out to get through to that semi-final. And then you can see the girls just dropping that chest that little bit lower, trying to get around. Flick Jones on screen there as well. South Maroubra, Manly. Talk us through it, Alicia. What are the girls be looking for now?
They'll just be looking for anything at this point. Like you were saying before, the waves, they look like they look like they'll break, but they're really not breaking until you get really onto the shore. So getting any type of runner moving up on the board, so you're right at the top in the tip of the nose of your board is getting down into that water and sending you down. Honestly, anything, just keeping the rate up. They want to get themselves in line with the finishing. Obviously, there's heaps of water movement, and when you're heading out especially, that right side has been really strong. But coming in now, they're looking behind and they're seeing the wave. Some of them are stopping there. They just want to get in that good spot just to get down. Oh, so that's what I'm saying. Like, they'll fall off the top of it. It looks like it's strong, but...
Oh, Waltz is there. I've been calling them fake waves all morning, so you think they're there, but they're actually not. So that was really solid skills there. Visually, it's pretty easy to pick up, I guess, your landmarks trying to come in because there's not too much around, right? So everything and everyone will be aiming to the, I guess, the right-hand edge of the surf club.
Yeah, definitely. And it's only good that there's one water area so they're not running into a different set of course. Like, instead of they think that the start line of another field is their finish line, you get that little bit of an awkward moment. But, yeah, definitely just heading for those orange flags, going for the finish. There's Manly crossing the line, which is nice.
Yeah, it's home club representation there.
One thing you'll learn, Rachel doesn't do this, and we've got to be as impartial as possible when we're in the commentary box.
Okay. I'll try my best.
Yeah.
I know it's impossible for you guys from Manly. Jim, thoughts?
Yeah, no, it is hard. You've always got your kids that you're barracking for, especially when you know them. But it's great to see so many of these athletes just with huge smiles on their faces. It makes our job here very enjoyable, and hopefully you viewing at home as well. So we can see the next heated girls. They seem to be a much more condensed field. They must have got a nice clean start by the start of Out and Away, but you can see they're really tightly compacted as they're coming back into the beach. So it looks like we've got another Manly cap, followed by the Lakes there, and I think Mia Hu maybe is back in amongst the field as well. Oh, Alita's just come off. So that just shows you how much water is moving about here. It's really just tricky conditions as they're just trying to pick up anything and just lift for any of the waves that's coming back. But you can see that water just rushing across to the right-hand side of the screen there.
Because we did say that earlier in the surf races, the guys were getting jammed up on that first can on that left-hand side. Now that we're going from right to left, they're having to deal with the waves coming from behind, but like you said, that really heavy sweep from left to right on the screen. Ladies trying to keep that rate up, pulling down the front of that one. It feels as if, even though we've got a bit of white water out the back at the moment, the last probably 5 to 10 minutes or so, the waves have dropped off somewhat.
Yeah, I agree. They're not as consistent. Oh, a girl that's just been out in front has just been absolutely swallowed. So she's lost her board there. Our top two have lost contact with their board, and we've got the back markers coming through. Only a couple managing to take that drop. We've got a couple of tombstone boards happening out the back there. So really, we're not surprised to see Mia Hu executing her skills very well. She's taken on this surf all day, and her skills have been, what's been booking her these gold medals. So she's done a great job there to get through nice and safely in her heat. Monavale as well up in front, which is awesome to see. Looks like we've got North Kelco cap, Bronte cap, and the Lakes running up across the line there. So great for these girls to book their ticket. They did really well negotiating that shore break, tricky shore break coming back into the beach there. But yeah, really tricky conditions for these girls. So hopefully they get through, and none of them have copped a board to the head or anything too serious.
Yeah, you definitely see them get swallowed up in that white water. You see them at the top of the wave, go down the drop. Oh, well,
just off the back.
Falling off the top again. Oh, it's so tricky because once you're at the top, you really got to keep paddling down to get down the face.
She needs to move back right now. Oh, shouldn't she get swallowed? You can see that wave. How much power is just getting thrown down on that sandbag. It totally encased her. She was fully inside the barrel there. So she's going to have to go back out and collect her board, because in this board race you need to finish with your board across the line. You can't leave it like in the iron. So she needs to secure it to being shot back out. So she'll remount her board and hopefully catch a bit nicer of a wave coming back into shore. That was just a case of being in the wrong spot at the wrong time there. Not much she could have done.
Evelyn Christopher, keep fighting, young lady. This is amazing skills. The hardship getting through it. She's still fighting through it, and you'd expect nothing less. Further back there, young lady, and she's going to finish her semi-final nicely, or quarter-final. Good job, Evelyn.
There we go.
That was a little bit exciting, Jim. You were...
I could see what was happening before it happened. So yeah, it's great that she was then able to regather herself, and she's running up the beach doing her club proud. You can see she's running all the way through that finish line, which is awesome to see. So a great job there, even though the ocean threw everything at her possible to finish really strongly and represent her home club of Queenscliff really well.
Yeah, that's what I love. No matter what happens out there, they're coming up to the finish and they're finishing strong. They're picking up their board, they're running across that finish line. Doesn't matter if they're at the back of the pack, at the front of the pack. They really want to finish nice and strong. We've got another heat of the girls heading out now, and you'll always see on the right side, they just slip out. They've just gone over that first wave. And let's see, that looks like
Redhead. So 2 Redhead caps out the front there in Swansea. So lots of representation from the Hunter branch there. They typically have such strong nipper programs all the way through to Opens, those 2 clubs. So it's fantastic to see those competitors have a really good start. But the starters done a great job getting that field underway. They've all got through the break zone untouched. So a really good start and reading the surf there with the girls. Really tightly compacted though, so you can see they're all pretty much in that V formation that we were talking about earlier. So we've got the leader out in front, but it looks like they're going to have to negotiate some waves coming through now.
Yeah, definitely. There's a fat set coming through.
For sure. So we've got some waves coming through at the back here. Once again, breaking before the can. So the girls really have to stay on the ball until they turning the cans come in, because they don't just have the first break to navigate. They've got the second one out the back as well. So they're all going to be going, looking at the cans and making sure they go around all of them, because Alicia, what happens if you miss a can?
Yeah, you got to go back around. It's just wasted time. People can get around you, and especially with a string of 9 as well, your fin might get stuck in the rope. And then not only do you have to try to get yourself around it, you got to try to get your board off the rope. And by that time, you can go from first position all the way to the middle of the pack or even the back of the pack.
Yeah, we can see some of the back markers there just had a bit of chaos, a bit of trouble getting around that first can. So because they got held up with that set coming through, they got swept down further to the left and then had to make their way back around that can. So with the current, that's the last thing you want to do, having to paddle back around it. But no problems for our Swansea competitor here. She's done a great job out in front, leading this one back to the beach. She's got a nice long catch and stroke there, so she's definitely trying to make the most of it coming back to the beach. But you can see, we've had someone fall off the back too, so it's been really tricky for these girls. She's gotten back on her board nice and quickly though, but here we go. Might be a wave on offer for Adelaide too here. Can they pull down it? No, just off the back, so they'll have a glance to see what else is coming their way.
Yes, so we got Redhead and Swansea leading the charge at the moment, our Hunter branch, who has always been quite strong though on the board leg. So Redhead trying to push down some runners here. A few of the back markers as well coming through, so very tight finish. We can see some swell building out the back. A few of the back markers will now have an opportunity to catch up and lock their spots through into the next round. But we'll see who can get down it.
Look at this wave building out the back. Will it bring everyone's through? I think it's going to. They might just pull down the back, but it's going to collect our top 6. So we're going to have 6 on this front wave. So those girls will be... one of them's just fallen off the back of a board. So she's going to have to run in and try and regather her board nice and quickly. But no problems here. A little bit of an error, but she'll regather herself and run up and take out this heat. So...
look at that wave just breaking. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so really tricky conditions for the 13 girls down here. We see boards flying everywhere. The water safety doing a really good job to keep all of our competitors safe. Once again, all these boards.
Just collecting a couple of girls there. So credit to the water safety for putting their bodies on the line when you've got fiberglass boards shooting out at you. So they're doing a great job trying to keep all of our under 13 girls as safe as possible. So a big thank you to them for not only being out there in the water, but giving lots of encouraging words to these girls. They've been doing a fantastic job down here today in some really challenging conditions.
For sure, water safety is not for the weak. So massive kudos to them for having massive fiberglass boards flying at their faces, always keeping our competitors safe. Their safety is their number one priority, as we see Newport crossing the line there as well. So that is our last heat for the under 13 female board race, as we see the boys start to line up for the start of their Tremi finals, I believe. So getting to the tricky stages, Alicia, how much effort do you think they'll be putting into these ones?
Oh, definitely. Lots of effort. And because it's state as well, there's so much variety here, but you really know that you're getting closer and closer to the best of the best in the state. I think heading out here, they'll want to keep their energy high and save some of it, but with the surf out there, sometimes you just got to full gas, because anything can happen. You can be right up there at the start and then a fluke wave's coming, you've lost your board, you need to grab it, you need to get back out. 4 people have gone past you, and that's when the heart rate gets really high. But like I said earlier, just got to keep it cool, calm, collected, secure your spot, trust your skills, definitely. And I think with the younger age groups, they're really keen to get out there, but sometimes it can get a bit like, oh my gosh, there's a wave. But trusting the skills that you know that you have from your coaches and everything, I think that will really help them get out there.
And Bart there from North Bondi with the goggles around the neck. Strategy, do we think? Just in case he loses his board to body surf?
Just there in case of emergency.
Just in case.
Pull him out. Who
Another
knows?
accessory.
Yeah. Might have been too many celebratory chats after his Ironman that he just hasn't had time to take them off from around the neck yet. So
I mean, that's a very high possibility, Jen. But see Swansea there shading himself with his board.
Yeah.
Once again, sun safety. We love to see it.
I like it. Yep. Stay out of the sun for as long as you can.
Yeah, I think there'll be lots of red faces and rashy tans after today. But hopefully everybody has slip, slop and slapped. You can see them standing up, getting ready for the first of 3 tremies for the under-13 male board race. So,
so these boys are lining back up. They've already been out around the cans once on their boards in their board heats. So it's great that they've made it through 1 round already. That's a huge achievement. But you can see here, they're getting ready to go again. So finals ticket is on the line in this race, so they'll be wanting to really put everything they can into this one to make sure that they secure their place in the final coming up. This is what all these boys have been training hard for 12 months' time since the last state champs that they've had, and it's their first chance this year as well to line up at the Australian title. So those that have done the work over the past 12 months, it should definitely come to the forefront in this race.
Yeah, and they've been on that line for quite a while. I think they're going to head off really shortly, but definitely I think the nerves will be getting a little high. Once you're on that start line, you've been holding your board, you're not sure what's... Oh, okay, yeah, now they're getting ready to go. So you'll see there's a few that go off to the right. The rest of them are running straight into the water. You can just run straight over that, pop your board on that first wave, and just hop on and start paddling. No time to wait, no time to mess around. You just got to get out there. Yeah, and you can see on the right side a few of them are sneaking out as well.
Yeah, so the right-hand side are in a bit deeper water, really just trying to get out in that rip. So you can see they're not having to go through any way. Oh, you can just see one of them just got collected, so he probably should have rolled. He got back shot there, but the 2 on the far right-hand side of the screen have got out and away very cleanly. The rest of the field just getting hit here a little bit, so they're going to just have to get on and through that break zone as quickly as they can. But it looks like we've got 2 out in front here, Cronulla
and Cooks Hill.
It looks like it might be Cooks Hill or Redhead.
Cronulla and Redhead leading the way out, so these 2 boys leading the charge around the cans.
I think
They'll nearly be past the break.
Yeah, I think it's so great when you got someone right on your tail when you're leading, because they really push you to get around the can, and you two can just get such a distance from the rest of the pack that when you're heading in, and especially in this surf, you're not going to get that opportunity for the rest of the pack to drag you. You two can just get down onto that wave.
For sure. Now we're going to head down live action to the beach with Harold.
Tara, it was International Women's Day yesterday, but why not have a chat with you down here? Sectional referee, you've done 3 days in a row in charge here on last Thursday. What have you been most impressed about this tournament event, state championship so far?
Perseverance from the kids, resilience from the team managers, because they're not loving the change, but they're doing well with it. But most of all, the kids are doing it with a smile and they're stoked to get in the water.
So different conditions. Last few days you've been over at Shelley Beach. Benign, flat, it was tough. How much more exciting is it coming here today?
Oh, it's great. The party waves are fantastic. The kids on waves, not one kid's come off a board on their way in. Going out's a bit tough. We've shuffled the course around to go reverse, but they all love to catch a wave in and showing surf skills, which is what it's all about.
Water safety's doing okay with all the seaweed?
Water safety is great. We're tagging them in and out so they don't get exhausted. So the kids are nice and fit, so we've made sure our water safety are nice and safe too. So they're even on a party wave now, so the kids are having a ball and water safety is doing great.
Thanks, Tara, our sectional referee here at Collaroy.
Thank you, Tara. It's always great to hear from our amazing officials down here at the state champs. Now we can see the boys coming back in. We got Cooks Hill coming in. A few of the other boys have already finished, but there we go, Cooks Hill.
What a
crossing the
strong
line.
finish.
Very strong finish.
Running all the way through that finish line. That's what we like to see. Secure your place. No stuffing around. You can see the next four. Swansea. We've got Cronulla there. The Lakes. We've got another Swansea Belmont competitor. So a really great showing from our Hunter clubs as well as Allura there. So really great job by these under-13 boys in these board semi-finals.
For sure. So our top few have locked themselves into the upcoming final later, so now they can have a bit of a rest. They can relax. I know big golfer, a lot of these kids will be say to make the state board final, so now it'll be a bit of relief if they've made the top cut, and then they can relax a little bit before they go again for their last ever probably individual race on their boards.
Absolutely, and it's a big advantage too being in this first heat with the second heat just starting out of the water and then the third heat lining up as well, because you get that little bit of extra rest before the final.
Sure.
So you get an extra 5, potentially 10 minutes on the rest of your competitors, which is enough just to go back to the tent. You can sit down in your chair, get some food and drink in just to help reset yourself, replenish your energy stores so that you're ready to go for that final and be fully recharged and completely fresh. So It's a big advantage.
And along with that as well, they've still got an extra 2 races to watch as well. So they've got that little bit extra knowledge as well on their other competitors, but it'll just be to see who can take those little opportunities as they come up to
Absolutely
come out victorious in the final.
Yeah, you can see the big location shot here. How nice is that with the Longreeve headland in the background as well as the rock pool here at Collaroy. So we're very lucky to be racing down here today. But these boys here, we've got, looks like Byron Bay doing a great job out in front of this one with Freshie, another Byron Bay competitor. And there's a wave building out the back. Can these boys get down it? You can see the back markers really lifting, accelerating. Oh, we're going to have a few come down it from the back. So, yeah, the rule maybe. These boys have done a great job. There's going to be a few on this wave, though, so they're going to need to really execute their finish. So we've got 6 on this front wave. So one's just come off the back, but the rest of them will run up. You can see the intensity that they're running. They're not leaving anything to chance. They want to make sure that they've locked in their position in this final coming up in a couple of minutes' time.
For sure, I think it was James Ruddy from North Wollongong taking that one out for the second Tremmy for the under-13 boys all race. As we can see, they'll have their final very shortly, so once again they'll be resting, recuperating, while the girls have their few rounds before the final, and then it's their last chance to get an individual medal at the state championships.
Yeah, definitely. Just the rest of that field coming in and finishing, picking up, carrying it under their arms, making sure they have a strong finish no matter their spot. Just coming through is that.
Yeah, so for that heat we have Jack from Byron Bay in 1, Nate from Stockton in 2, Elijah, Byron Bay 3, Dashiell from Wanda in 4, Harrison Freshwater 5, and James Ruddy from North Wollongong in 6.
So they'll be the 6 that book their spot in the final. We've got the last semi, the last semi of the boys out in the water now. Yeah, so we can just see if you come too far to the north or they don't account for the drag, they're having a real difficulty getting back around that can, so they're having to go completely sideways, do a complete turn just to make sure that they manoeuvre their boards around that. But no issues for our front markers here. I think it looks like we've got 2 North Bondi caps out in front. So these boys have been racing strongly all day. They've showed incredible depth throughout the boys and the girls. So again, shows just how strong these North Bondi nippers are going.
For sure. So I think that is George and Sam of North Bondi. They're really showing the depth in their squad through all of the events as well. Swim, the irons as well, now board as well. Such a strong squad of under-13s they have there. So
yeah, they'll have incredible depth coming up as well with board relay to round out the last race of the day. So I've got no doubt that we'll see, numerous teams fielded from the North Bondi Club, and they'll be always right up that pointy end of the field. But you can see they're just coming back into shore here. We've got our winner on a wave. He'll be completely happy with that one. Nice little ride back into the beach. Nothing too big that's going to throw down too much power. So he'll just glide in on that one. But the rest of our field having to do it the hard way. No big waves really on offer. They're going to have to work hard to get down anything here. So we can see Wanda and Swansea pull down and North Bondi as well. So we're just going to throw back down to Howard on the beach for another interview down on the sand.
Thanks, guys. Down here with Andy Wright. What's your official title this weekend? Because I know you've been everywhere organising the IRBs, RWCs. What are we up to?
Today I'm the IRB area coordinator, so we look after all the powercraft on the water. to make sure we can help the red shirts, SEMCs do their job with making it safe for the kids to go around.
Safety is obviously paramount here today. The bank, really, really tough conditions. We saw earlier a few of the IRBs having some issues there. What was going on?
Oh, just the weed. Just down to the south now, there seems to be a big clump of weed that just keeps swirling around. Gets caught up in the impeller of the ski or in the prop of the motor, and then you're done. So we've got to try and keep them a bit further outside. So we've got parent water safety on the edge now to try and help mitigate some of those other risks.
And it looks like even just for the water safety that are standing, really tough conditions, water moving from right to left and left to right, so hard.
Yeah, there's inside the bank here, there's a sweep to the south, and then get on the back side of the bank, and then there's a sweep going back to the north before the kids even get to the can. So a lot of water moving around.
Excellent. Thanks for the update. On behalf of everyone within the surf lifesaving community, we thank you guys for your efforts to get us safe in the water and being so receptive to our needs so that we can get these kids racing. Thank you.
No worries. I'd just like a good shout out to Simon Kuzak. He's been a very good mentor to me, and he's been helping me out for the last few years. He's an amazing man.
Simon is an amazing man. Check him out next time we're on the beach. Be sure to say hello.
There we go. Thank you, Harold, and to all of our officials and water safety coordinators down there today. So now in the water we have our first Tremie of the under-13 female board race. As we can see, out in front looks to be
South Maroubra, I think, and Mia Hu, no strangers being up the pointy end of the field. Oh, looks like someone just missed that, but again, showcasing her incredible skills to be able to negotiate and stay on top of that wave there. So Mia, who books her ticket into that board final, so she'll have her chance to go for her third individual gold medal of the day coming up in a couple of minutes' time. But again, a great show of just how strong a competitor she has been across a number of years. They talked about the fact that she'd, from the under-9s all the way through to under-13s had won the swim, but again, such a strong board paddler, and we can see Avoca there and South Maroubra still getting across the line, as well as Swansea, and it looks like we're going to have a run up the beach for the last couple of places in this final.
For sure. So trying to secure the last spots into the final for this one. It'll be top 6 through as the girls are sprinting across the line. Possibly Allura maybe taking that one out. Possibly. But it's going to be really close results. There we go. Our top 6 are Mia from North Bondi, Amber from Avoca, Sophie, South Maroubra, Lucy from Manly, Eve also from Manly, and Elsie from Swansea, rounding out our top 6 who will be successful into the board final in a short amount of time.
Yeah, it is tricky, only taking 6 through, so because we've got these 3 Tremies, they're taking less than you typically would in a race, just to get through this racing as quick as we can and make sure that, all the competitors are having every chance of being able to compete down on the northern beaches this weekend. So a little bit different, probably progression to what they potentially might be used to, but again, a huge thank you to the officials for making this as seamless as possible and, making changes to the course and the progressions as they've needed to see fit across the weekend. So it's been awesome to see as this second semi-final of the girls heads out into the water. We've got, as that tide's just really hitting the lowest point of the day, they're having to wade and really make their way out as far as they can by running and then get onto their boards and negotiate that kind of 10-metre section. You can see them just popping, and they're probably going to have to roll this one here, just really get through and punch through that. But we can see it looks like the leader from Avoca just doing a really good job there at the moment. I think that might be Matilda Harvey making the most of getting through that shore break. There's one kind of sizes up in front of them, but they just get over. Our back marker's going to get hit, and you can just see how much power is getting thrown down in those waves, just the force that the board's being propulsed back towards the beach as they roll.
For sure, the girls really showing their strength through the surf today. They're really able to pick their acceleration up so quickly. It's quite impressive. Their surf skills have been quite a testament to their perseverance all weekend. So good on them and their coaches for really refining their skill set.
Yeah, and you saw a few of them sneak out onto the right side again, really showing just if you hop on that right side. It's also a case of where you are on the line. I know that there's a few people on the left side that can run around the back to get onto the right and get into the good spot. But it's really just reading the surf, finding the gaps, especially in these kinds of conditions. It's always changing. It's just wish-wash side to side. And you could see that especially when they were coming in earlier and they were falling off their boards. It's just the wind out there and the bumps. because the boards are so tiny as well, they're just so much more prone to tipping side to side. But going around that apex at the top, this race doesn't seem to have much congestion around the cans. They're a bit cleaner.
Looks like we've got Molly Young from Newport again, top of the field. She's got the first opportunity on the way in to get some runners and some waves. Her performances today have been very consistent, so it's good to see her up there again. She's going to try and pull down the face of this wave. Didn't get down it, but a very good runner, which would have extended her lead, which I'm sure she will be quite happy with.
Yeah, we can see all day she's been super consistent, and in the board heat before, won very convincingly. So to see her up the pointy end of this semi-final is no surprise, but she's just been caught up there by two fellow competitors. So here we go. They've got a little wave on offer behind them. So two Manly Caps and Newport. Are they going to find their way down to the bottom of this wave? Oh, they are. They're going to take a little bit of a late drop. It doubles up on that bank and really throws down. You can see, they've managed to hold onto their back handle. So they've done a great job there of continuing to maintain control of their craft. That was really tricky for them to be able to or even just hold onto their board. So the force of that wave, really, really strong. So a great job by those three from the Northern Beaches, two Manly and Newport. Molly Young, they'll book their ticket into the final coming up in probably about 15 minutes' time.
For sure. So they'll have one more cherry from the girls. Here we go. Running up the beach, it looks like Avoca and Blackhead. So the girls locking their positions in for the final coming up shortly. There's one more Tremie for the girls, and then the boys' board final. Their last individual final for the day. We can see some other clubs running up. We've got Freshwater in the mix, Bronte as well.
And looks like Redhead, they're going to be in a tight tussle as they come together. You can see they're just squeezing each other onto that flag to try and, really just make sure that they're booking themselves into that finals package. You can see the Lakes running up there. So a great race by these girls to get out and around those cans, maintaining control of their craft. You can see putting in effort all the way through the finish line. That's what we like to see no matter where you are. Even if you're out of contention, you always want to finish the race off and do yourself and your club mates, family, friends, everyone on the beach proud.
For sure. At the end of the day, it's not the places that counts, but the effort and the enjoyment. So we love to put 100% effort into it. Even if you're not putting 100% effort into the race, at least 100% effort into trying to enjoy it, because that is what we are all about here at Surf Life Saving.
Absolutely.
Loving what you do.
Loving what you do, loving where you get to do it. So it's such a beautiful place.
For sure.
And
be able loving who you get to do it with as well.
Absolutely. And that's what's been awesome to see, the camaraderie on the beach between teammates today, between fellow competitors, them congratulating each other as they've crossed the finish line. So whilst, sometimes potentially you might not achieve what you wanted to do or the goals that you've set, it's great to see them getting around each other, supporting each other as they cross the finish line. So we've got this final semi of the girls under 13 board here. It looks like we've got Redhead out in front. So they've been up the pointy end of the field in all of these semi-finals. So they're going to have a strong board relay, no doubt, later in the day.
We've got Womberl and Lennox Head in the mix as well. So once again, as we've seen in the past few races, we really won't know who's locked into the final until they cross the line, because the ocean has been throwing so many curveballs at these competitors on the way in. So it will be interesting to see how they pick up these runners and if they can hold the waves or not on the way in.
Absolutely. You can see, one of the back markers there just picked up a wave from about 6th place to join our leaders here. So they'll catch that one all the way into the beach. Actually might be a little bit tricky. It's going to reform. So this set has broken out a little bit further. They'll have to reshuffle back up their boards, really try and lift and accelerate down that. So Womberl has done the best of that there. A really great job and showcasing of skills. So the rest of our competitors come down, one that's throwing down just behind. So a really good job by these girls here to stay in control and tame all those conditions that the ocean's throwing their way.
So we've got Aria Gernhill from Womberl taking this one out, but closely followed by big chase packs. We're going to go Manly, Paul Macquarie, Lennox, Avoca, and then Redhead. I believe one of these girls will miss out as well. So it'll be interesting to see who makes the final, but very tight racing here from the under 13 girls today.
Yeah, it looked like there were 7 girls on that wave right behind the leader. And like we said before, when you're on that front wave and you turn around and you see 7 girls behind you and you only know that 6 go through and they're catching up, you really, you got to trust your skills. You got to hop up, you got to run, sprint to that finish because anything can happen right on that end line.
In that scenario, are you looking around your competitors or are you looking straight ahead for the finish?
Or I think I'll do like a quick side glance just to see how many, but really I try to just focus on myself in that finish, not worrying what people are doing around me, because if I'm looking over at them but the finish is in front of me, I don't know, could end up in a pothole like usual.
For sure. Exactly. It's always tricky. You always want to be trying to focus on yourself and executing your skills to the best of your ability, not getting caught up with anyone around you is doing. So yeah, you really want to make sure that you're not making any mistakes. You're being clear and have clear vision and purpose about, you know, what you're going to be doing coming into the finish line, especially as these girls make their way up through the finish line here. So South Maroubra, very colourful board matching with her cap. I like it.
Lovely.
Love when everything goes and matches, especially the Cozies as well. You got the whole set.
Yeah, it's great to see. So we've had one of our competitors just lose their board coming back in, so we can see just causing a couple of difficulties for some of our competitors. Again, this surf and shore break with so much water movement and the back break coming into play, it is really testing conditions for these girls out here today. So they've done a great job getting out around the cans already. As we can see, Warilla, our country champs club, coming across.
For sure. And then Cooks Hill rounding out the final of the girls' Tremies for the under-13 female board race. And next we will move on to the under-13 boys board final.
This will be really exciting because this will be their last individual board race on a short board. They'll move on to the males next year. So they'll really want to just dominate and really show, I'm the best on the short boards. I was the under-13 winner in that board final, so that hopefully when they hop onto the males, they've got that sense of confidence knowing that they can paddle really well. Doesn't matter the height of their board or anything.
For sure. If you can remember, Alicia, how did you find the transition from shortboard to males?
I needed that transition. I had a bit of a growth spurt when I was like 12 and 13, heading on to the males, and when I was 14. So my legs were hanging off the sides of those boards. I needed to get onto male. I loved it. I thought switched up the field a little bit because people that dominated in the short boards weren't as much up there, but now we've got the start of the boys board final. Let's go.
Boys are off. So we have Jack from Byron Bay, Elijah Byron Bay, Max from Wanda, Harrison from Freshwater, Chase from Swansea, Dashiell from Wanda, Harry from the Lakes, George North Bondi, Lennox from Freshwater, Tanui from Swansea Belmont, Sam from North Bondi, Nate from Stockton, Hamish from Cooks Hill, Jackson from Cronulla, and rounding out with Beatty from Redhead.
Oh, I really like the lift and acceleration there from, I think it was our North Bondi competitors really attacking the surf. Oh, we can see our leader there just popped, and the force of that wave just threw him back over his board. He got dragged back to the pack. So our early leader there really just got absolutely humbled by that wave. So we can see what looks like the right-hand side of the screen. I think we've had a Cronulla and a Redhead cap sneak out on the right-hand side. So again, we see that water moving out really quickly on that bottom side of screen. We've had someone else
leader at the left.
Yeah, we've had someone else sneak out on the left-hand side. So we've had both ends of the field open up. The middle has got absolutely clobbered. But again, really just trying to lift and accelerate here. He'll know he's out in front in this board final. He'll be putting absolutely everything he can into it. He has a look over his shoulder. So Byron Bay out in front. How good is that to see? Keep going, mate, because the rest of the field's chasing you down.
Yeah, it'd be really nice to go around those cans by yourself. Just get that clean, as clean as water as you possibly can, and you get that first opportunity to catch a wave in once you've gone past that last buoy. But yeah, the rating will just start to pick up. You can see some of the runners coming in there, and yep, the rating's lifted. Just anything to get you down, because once you're on a runner, that distance that you can put between first and second can really make a difference when you're finishing.
For sure. So we've got Byron Bay out in the lead there, closely followed by Cronulla and Redhead. As we've seen in the races today, it is still anyone's game here on the way in. We can see some movement in the ocean. Runners are picking up. The boys are lifting their stroke rate. Redhead there making a move up closer to Byron Bay there in the finish.
Yeah, I like the move of Redhead there. He really is just making the most of everything the ocean is throwing him. He's really lifting and accelerating that rate, and you can just see his stroke rate to pick up, his legs. His leg kick will get more furious as it just drives his arms forward, so he's definitely pulled back a gap here. He's just come around. I think he's going to have a better line to the finish. Oh, but we've got a wave coming through with the back markers, so can anyone else get down this? No. Looks like they're just going to get a bit of a lift, but I think we're going to have two on our lead wave here. So yes, Redhead Redhead and Byron Bay out in front. They're going to have to just drop down this second little double up. Can they do it? Yes, they'll do that. No issues at all. But who's going to be able to get off their board? Oh, I think it's Redhead. It's going to be close, so it looks like Byron Bay at this stage, yes, he's going to pull ahead for the claim. He knows he's won gold medal in the under-13 board race to our Byron Bay competitor. How good is that?
What a way to do that. From the start, hanging off on the left side, went down the cans really cleanly, came in, was catching those runners. He didn't panic when he had that red-headed guy in its wave, but he got up and just came home.
Congratulations to Jack from Byron Bay. Led the whole way, start to finish, really dominant performance out there. Strong finish across the line with Beatty from Redhead claiming second in that run up the beach, and Jackson from Cronulla rounding out a podium.
Yeah, a great paddle by those boys. I think it was Sam Cregan there in fourth as well. So he had a great start, but again, just got hit by that shore break and pulled back to the rest of the field. So again, you can see some of these boys crossing the line. Potentially might not have had the race that they wanted, but they're doing their best out there in the conditions today. So a huge congratulations to you all for being board finalists in this under-13 male age group. It's a great race there for the placings, and these girls lining up for our under-13 female final now. You can see they've all, or most of them have just gone out to test the water again. They'll be seeing, is there any potholes in front of where I'm going? They might go and just wet their board down, make sure the wax is all set in. Hasn't melted away in this heat down here at Collaroy today. So they're getting ready for a start. They've had their final instructions. So we've got in this final Lucy Whitehead from Manly, Scarlett Brook from Port Macquarie, Lily from Manly, Amy from Lennox Head, Addison from Manly, Amber from Avoca, Eve from Manly, Ella from Blackhead, Sadie from Avoca, Sophie from Soap Maruba, Felicity from Avoca, Mia Hu from North Bondi, Molly from Newport, Aria from Wombrel, and Tamsin from Manly. So plenty of Manly representation in this final.
Yes, strong start. Looks like Avoca in the middle might be that of Sadie Martin. Girls are getting held up a bit, a few off of their boards. And now we're going to go down to the winner of the under-13 male board race, Jack from Byron Bay.
Jack Keogh here with me, the under-13 board champion. Left-hand side was where it's at. How did you get out so quick?
Oh, I just went for it, saw the hole and just go.
So how important is it to trust your instincts, especially when you've got a coach like Malik Mostyn looking after you guys this year?
Very, very important just to do what he says and listen to him.
So being from Byron, how much do you guys froth on surf?
Oh, all the time. After training, we'll go out and have surf. Yeah.
So good. Congratulations, mate. Thoughts are with everyone up in the north. We hope everyone on the far north coast is safe and healthy. And we look forward to watching you go again at Aussies. Can you do it?
Yeah, hopefully. Let's go for it.
Let's go for it. Yoo!
Yeah, it's awesome to see him. Really looking forward to the Aussie champs in a couple of weeks' time. But who is going for it are these girls out in the water now for the under-13 female board race final. So I think we had an early leader there from South Maroubra, Sophie Maley. She was definitely got through that shore break, probably the cleanest, and is still an early leader at this stage. But we can see Molly Young from Newport just tucked in behind there, along with a Manly cap, it looks like. And then Wombrel up in the mix as well. So these girls are really closely compacted. I think it's anyone's race at this stage.
For sure. We have 5 Manly girls in this final as well, so that is showing their incredible depth there in their board squad. I'm sure they'll be up there in the board relays later today. Looks like a bit of a struggle around the cans there, but as we can see, the girls heading on the way in. Lots of runners bringing the girls together. Will be interesting to see who can come out on the top of the podium.
Yeah, it'll be awesome. I'm sure there's going to be really competitive for this gold medal. You can see there's a little bit of a wave building behind our 2 leaders here. Can they pick it up? It looks like it's just going to fill up underneath them there, but Molly Young has pulled up alongside, if not just inched her nose in front of Sophie from South Maroubra there. So can she get down this wave? She's lifting and accelerating. Oh, she's not going to get down it, so potentially a chance for some of our back markers to catch up. It looks like there's a wave building behind our chase pack of 4 there, so can they pull down this wave? Again, they're really going to have to lift and accelerate. I think we're going to have 2 join our leaders here, so it's going to be 4 on this lead wave if they can all hold it safely into the beach. Again, a couple of them being thrown sideways, but it's all going to be about the execution of this finish. Who can get up off their board and run? It looks like Manly's got up to their feet first. I like the left-hand side of Manly there. What a finish. She's going to run up really strongly there. So gold medal to Manly, it looks like, followed by Newport and South Maroubra. So a great job, Tamsin from Manly. We're calling it this early. early stage. The rest of the field, again, lots of the girls coming in on the same wave. So again, they've got to really just make sure they're executing their finish, getting off their board, running all the way through that finish line. So a really great job there by our girls. We can see Mia Hu there, who's been our gold medalist from our earlier 2 races, coming through the line there, followed by Avoca Cap, Sadie Martin, another Manly. So Manly, with their depth in this field, it's awesome to see them with the top of the medal die. So Tamston Woolston, amazing race, taking the gold medal, followed by Molly Young from Newport in 2. Sophie Maley, our early leader, will end up with the bronze medal in 3. Amy Roberts from Lennox Head rounds out with the chalky medal in 4th. Mia Hu in 5th, and then Lucy Whitehead in 6th.
What a strong performance from our under-13 girls today. Really, really good skills on the way in from these girls, pushing all the way through to the finish as Manly and Avoca cross the line. But it was really good to see Molly and Sophie finish on the podium after a really strong paddle in Tamsin. What a wave on the way in. That was really impressive skills to get down that. Such a clean finish as well. It's always a gamble whether or not to get up early or stay on the wave a little bit longer, but risk versus reward, and it really paid off for Tamsin. So congratulations, you are the under-13 female board champion.
Yeah, so we'll just get a little bit of insight. How does Tamsin go at training? Has she been putting in the hard yards with Rachel down there as her coach over the past couple of months for an amazing result like that?
Oh yeah, definitely. That whole age group with the girls, there's so many of them, and I feel like that final really gave credit to that. You saw the numbers from the Manly in there. Tammy at training, like, always got her head down, always wanting the best, and that's for all the girls. All of them are out there, they're all trying their hardest. They rock up to every session, even if they're coming late from school, if they're coming late from other sports, they're there, they want to be there, they train hard, and the support from all of their coaches, water safety and friends really pushes them through.
That's awesome, and I think that's what's so evident to see when they have the support structures in place at surf clubs such as Manly. It really just brings all of that depth across that age group to the forefront. To see so many of them in this final, it's just a huge credit to the club and the age managing as a coaching group that has been supporting them. So it'll be fantastic to see them line up again for some board relays a bit later in the day, but we're going to go down and get an interview with our winner from that race.
This is Tammy. You may remember her from such events as the podium last year in this race. However, this year it's not a third, it's a gold medal. Talk us through that start and how you were able to get out so quick.
I was lucky to get the right side, and the waves were breaking on the left, so I saw a little bit of a gap on the right, and I was like, why not go for it? And it took me out. And then I was lucky for a wave on the way in, and I just gave it my all to run up the beach.
You got up nice and early, so was that pre-planned with the coaches, or is that just you being so proactive and knowing to get up so early?
It was a bit of both. I felt the sand, and I just got up, and I was like, why not give it a go?
And that was perfection. So who would you like to thank at the club? Because I know there's a lot of good things happening at Manly at the moment.
Yeah, I'd like to thank all my coaches. They've really helped me, and my parents.
Nice. So we've got Aussies coming up. Your first Aussie title's coming up in 4 weeks. Can you back this up, do you think?
I hope. I don't know. It's going to be tough.
It will be tough, but we'll watch you there. Ladies and gentlemen, our champion, Tammy Wilson from Manly.
Congratulations, Tammy. How good is that? How good. Winning state and then have to go back to training for another few weeks for Aussies. It'll be the first time the 13s don't get a break straight after, but I'm sure these kids froth over it and would love to get stuck back into board training next week.
Yeah, I think it's really great that Aussies is in 4 weeks, because I think it was last year we had a bit of a gap between state and then when we had Aussies. So to have 4 weeks, yeah, it's quite a short time, but you're really a part of that atmosphere, and it's the countdown that's on. And once you're up there in Queensland for the Aussie titles, then everything just gets so much more exciting, all that hard work for the year. Anyways.
Yeah, so that is the last of our individual events for the Under-13 State Championships. Shortly, they will get stuck into their board relays, so the Under-13's only team water events.
Yeah, so I think we're just going to have a look at some of our sponsors before we get stuck into these team races on the beach.
Australia has over 50,000 kilometres of coastline. Despite performing thousands of rescues each year, surf lifesavers can't be everywhere. So stop, look for the red and yellow flags, or for signs like these. Always assess the conditions based on your own abilities. To help us out, Surf Life Savings created the Beach Passport. So before you go into the water, stop, look, and stay alive.
Local clubs make more than 41,000 jobs possible for people in New South Wales, including me.
They make sport possible for thousands, including myself when I was a kid. Go the Robertsons, buddies.
Their support of Little Wings helps sick country kids like my child Winnie get the treatment that they need.
And give more than $1 million a year to help over 20,000 volunteer surf lifesavers continue to patrol and save lives.
All this and more, made possible by your local club.
And we are back live on the beach for the final of the events for the under-13s here at New South Wales State Championships.
Yeah. Coming up to the last race, it'll be the relays. I always find at competitions the relays are the most exciting days.
And here we go, the podium for the under-13 female board race. We've got South Maroubra in third, Newport in second, and then Tammy from Manly taking out the win.
That was a big cheer there from, no doubt, the big Manly squad that's on the beach. So it's awesome to see the clubs get around and support their club mates when they get a good result. So fantastic there, presented by Surf New South Wales president. So the girls, lots of big smiles. They'll be happy with that race to round out their individual races down here at the 2025 New South Wales State Surf Life Saving Championships. But as we mentioned, the day is not over yet. They still have their team races to come up and finish the board relay. So the officials just resetting the course here. Oh, how nice is that shot? Lots of hugs, congratulatory taps on the back by her Manly club mates there. So it's awesome that, you know, she's got so much support around her.
Yeah, definitely, and that's what I love about surf lifesaving in general. With no matter your position, you're always getting amongst your teammates. Everyone giving a hug, no matter your place. And there she goes, walking off with her friends, and they'll be heading into the board relay really soon. And so I think that will give Tammy some really confidence, especially for her teammates as well. You've just got the newest under-13 board champion in your relay team. I think that'd be really exciting.
For sure. So Jem and Alicia, team event, the last one of the day. Do you find the extra gear?
Absolutely. I think I always find that you want to put your best foot forward for your teammates, because it's not just you're racing for now. You've got two other people and potentially a wider group supporting you as well, as we saw with Tammy there. She's got all of that amazing support from not only her club mates, but her coaches, her age managers, her friends and family. So you definitely want to do your best for the team, because it's always great to share in the success with other people. So I think you definitely always find another gear.
Yeah, definitely. And they've been racing all day as well. Yeah, it's been pretty quick, sharp, and onto the line. But you know what? Yeah, you always do find that extra gear. And because you've been training with these people most days, nearly every day, you really want to put in that hard work for them, because not only for yourself, but to see you and with your friends on a podium with a medal at state champs, which is really exciting.
For sure. And team events, what are your favourite ones?
Oh, I think, you know, always growing up in Nippers, it was always the board relay that was my favourite. I think, you know, it's always great to be able to race with your club mates, so it's fantastic to see that added on to our program here. But I also think growing up, I think a Cameron relay for the young guys, or a Taplin relay when you get a bit older and incorporate a ski, it really shows the depth of the club. Look at that shot there of Molly Young down the camera. So she's had a great day, finding the podium in multiple events so far today. So it's awesome to see her nice and happy and smiling after all those individual races. We can see our IRB support crew at the back, just making sure that all of our competitors are being looked after out and made sure that, they're being kept an eye on. So a great thank you to all of the amazing people that contribute to our Surf Life Saving Age Championships running as smoothly as possible, giving all the challenges that the surf and conditions and weather have thrown at them in the past couple of days.
And Jem, whilst we're on team events, what has been your most memorable team win or just cherished memory?
Ooh, I think probably for me, as I said, like my favourite is always lining up in a Taplin relay. So I've been lucky enough to find the podium a couple times at state and Aussies with different teams, which has been amazing. So it's always really enjoyable to line up with your club mates and put your best foot forward, especially when you go up to Aussies level and you can race against some of the Queensland clubs that, you know, typically might be perceived as more dominant, but if you can get a win up over them, it makes it even sweeter to do it for New South Wales and showcase the strength and the talent that we have in surf sports down here.
For sure. So how are the YTNG preparing for state next weekend?
Yeah, we're going to be out in full force. I think it'll be great. We've got plenty of numbers across all the 15s, 17s, 19s and opens now, which is fantastic to see that there's, you know, so many girls coming through the ranks and really pushing us day in, day out at training, which has made a really healthy environment, and it's been awesome to train alongside all of them this year. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how they all race next weekend and hopefully do themselves and the club proud.
And can we expect some good content and esky reveals as well?
I've got no doubt they've got lots of insights planned about what they're going to do, so it's great to see lots of different, you know, little Instagram pages popping up about following different clubs and giving you insights. So it, yeah, definitely makes for a lot of fun under the tent, that's for sure.
It is trending, isn't it? There's a lot of people trying to make content out there. We know the board lords of Newport have contacted us. There will be collaborations with us at some stage. Cooks of Cooks Hill.
Shout out to the Terry Gals.
Terry Gals. I think if you haven't got on board already, you probably missed it, so you need to think of something else that's coming up. Gemma, just with the squad now, being 26 years old, so you're like the old person in the squad now, right?
I know, it's crazy. I don't feel that old. I think
because it's not old.
Well, no. Well, potentially. In comparison to kind of the majority of the group that we've got, I definitely am one of the more experienced competitors that we've got there now, which is awesome to be able to see the next generation and the youth coming through and hopefully, yeah, be able to help them out and kind of learn from what I've experienced across my career. And, yeah, what's even more awesome to see is just how healthy surf sports is in New South Wales, but across Australia at the moment. I think it's really picked up, and you can see the numbers and the depth that we've had in the under-13s here today. But I think just across Australia at the moment, with so much racing on offer across the summer, it's really great to see it thriving.
Yeah, I feel like Sky and I, my wife, are kind of in similar situation here at Nippers, where we've gone through, you know, as JSC's team managers, that we're now the old couple that come and officiate a 4-day event without any children here and no responsibility. So it's pretty cool to be doing that. But like you said, just being around these like-minded people, there's nothing better and, you know, more energising for your soul. So if you're stuck with your 9 to 5 and you need to get something changed up, if you've got your bronze and you know you want to find something else to do, just get involved, because it is really good fun, and there's so much, I guess, to catching up with your friends that you only see 2 to 3 times a year, where you can unpack different stories and find out how, you know, everyone's family's going, things like that. It's always fun.
Yeah. Absolutely, and I think that's what's perfect about Surf Life Saving, is that there's something for everyone. So whether surf sports is your thing and you want to be a competitor out racing around the Cairns, like these under-13s have been showing their incredible talent that they've built up out there today, but also you can give back by being an age manager or an official, or being out in the powercraft that we've seen. But not only that, you know, there's so many different incredible avenues that you can just, you know, get your bronze medallion and upskill yourself and give back by patrolling your local beach and keeping your community safe. But then there's so many other incredible avenues, like the amazing people that have gone up with the disaster relief up north at the moment, or whether you want to get into, coaching, officiating. There's so many different pathways for, I think, everyone in the community.
For sure. Surf Life Saving is one of those organisations where it's not necessarily the more you put into it, the more you get out, because you have some people who just simply water safety every Sunday, which is so amazing in itself, but then you have people who commit to all of their different roles on a club leadership board, being directors and things like that. So there are so many different avenues, as Jem said, to get involved with Surf Life Saving. Whether or not you just want to be sort of an admin person behind the scenes, it's really just important for all of our Nipper parents to get involved, because if your kids see you involved, it's more likely for them to stay with it as they get older, to develop our next generation of lifesavers. Yeah, there's so much more to it than sports. So, Devara, last year you and Nat Drobot won the under-19 double ski. You've put a pause on your surf life-saving sporting career at the moment. What are you up to? Commentating at the moment. Lots of fun, just getting amongst it, doing lots of life-saving stuff at your minor at the moment. Shout out to Whoop happening very soon, so really enjoying
focusing on the more life-saving and educational side of surf life-saving.
Because you are a qualified trainer now.
I am. So it's really, once you expose yourself to the different facets of surf life-saving, you can then choose which avenue best suits you best, because the best thing about surf life-saving is that it will always be there. So whether or not you want to do surf sports forever or have a break and come back to it, surf life-saving will always be there for you at all different life stages.
I think that's also really special too, is that you see sometimes people drift out of the sport and then they come back a couple of years later and just slot so seamlessly back into the surf life-saving community, whether that's in the role that they were taking before that little break of absence, or they come back in and give back in another way or help out the next generation coming through. So it's fantastic that there are so many different avenues and possibilities for people to be involved and keep their involvement throughout all of their stages of life.
Yeah, for sure, because big part of surf life saving is obviously our educational side as well. So we've got our under 13s on the line. They can do their SRCs, come into rookies, so they'll be our mini lifesavers on the beach. So the SRC is your first stepping stone before you can be a proper qualified lifesaver with your bronze medallion. So it's a really exciting time for these young lifesavers' journeys as they're developing their board paddling skills before they can go into the mouths, which is sort of an adapted position of our rescue boards as well, obviously, practicing their swim. So it's quite an exciting time in their avenues in surf life saving to see what way they want to go with it.
Absolutely. So we can see the boys there on the line just getting organised. So the officials are doing a great job there of just making sure that the second paddlers, I think, are getting reversed. So typically you have your live heat straw that'll draw out your positions. I think we're going to a straight final for these under 13 boys. So they'll line those first paddlers up, then you can see the second paddlers there just walking down in a snake. So if you drew alley number 1, your club for the first paddler, that means that you'll then be the last alley number 23 in this board relay final. So 23 teams fielded. So it's great that we're going to see medals on offer right from the get-go in this race. So it's definitely going to be high stakes, high pressure. Last race of the day for these boys, so they've had a big day racing already, back-to-back racing non-stop. So it's been so good to see them out getting amongst it all morning this morning.
For sure, they'll be putting all of their eggs in one basket now, to really gas themselves on this last race, use their last bit of energy to try and come out on top.
And the pressure is real, right, Jem? I know that being in that mixed Taplin team for Newport, you guys have done some amazing things and then some not so amazing things. Do you still actually get worked up on the line, or take us through that, because is it similar levels to this, or when you get to that elite level and you're still trying to hold your spot with the best of the best, what goes through your mind?
Oh, absolutely. I think I get more nervous probably when I've got other people relying on me in a team race than what I do in an individual race. So just as one of the races that we had this year, I was the last team member to be tagged in the Swansea Belmont World Ocean Series mixed Taplin final, and I got tagged in front. I was the last leg, and I had some incredible ski paddlers hunting me down. I don't think I felt more nervous knowing that it was my job to get the team home than any of the other races that I'd raced in across the season. So it's definitely, you want to put your best foot forward and do everything you can for your team, and especially when these boys, a lot of these clubs have got so much depth and talent, so just to get into one of these A, B or C teams is an incredible achievement. So yeah, they definitely want to make sure that they're doing their part for the team as the boys line up, and the first paddlers are off and away here. So you can see we've had some that have chosen to run behind the field there, so we'll see if that plays off running down to that rip on the southern side. But the tide's starting to come back in again, so it's a little bit deeper, but they're still, you can see there's a little bit of a gap maybe opening up in the middle of the screen.
Yeah, it was interesting. So in the women's race, it opened up on the right-hand side. Men's race, it opened up on the left-hand side. So sometimes it's just the luck of the draw where you are. And straight out through the middle, we haven't seen that too often. Swansea Belmont leading us out. 3 paddlers is where it's at. Usually most teams would lead off with your strongest paddler first, because if you're already behind, it's pretty much race over from there. So Swansea Belmont, they are elite. They are extremely fast, and they've got a really nice, paddock, or what do you call it, where you've got all these amazing paddlers. They've got a full squad of legends.
Absolutely. Swansea, you've got such incredible depth all the way through their age groups at the moment. It's been fantastic to see the likes of Caitlin Rees really performing and stepping up into the opens as an under-17 at the Swansea Belmont Club. But yeah, these under-13 boys, really, he's laid down a great start to this race. You could see he was really just attacking it right from the get-go, not hesitating. He saw that little gap and opening and really just attacked it and got through that shore break really cleanly. So a great opening leg set up so far. So he'll turn that Apex can in front. It looks like we're going to have, I think, North Bondi there tucked in second, Maybury a Cronulla cap, and maybe a Freshie cap in there as well in third and fourth. So this race in the opening leg is still really tightly bunched back from those positions, kind of 5 through to 9. But our first paddler is really just extending his lead here at the moment with those little swells building underneath him.
Yeah, we saw the depth of these boys during all their individual board heats this morning. We know they've got more paddlers from both Swansea and North Bondi who are up the ranks throughout all of our rounds this morning, even in your irons and swim. So this race will not be over until our third paddler exits the water, and Swansea Belmont pulling down a runner which is forming into a wave. There is no better way to open a board relay leg than coming out on a wave by yourself.
And it doesn't look like there's much behind as well. That one stood up a little bit, able to pull down from the back to the front, and the guys now behind are in dead water, and all that is going to do is just compound how solid of a paddle this was from Swansea Belmont. They're going to take a 2 to 3 wave lead into this under 13 board relay final.
Yeah, you talk about moments that really open up the gap and make a difference and break that elastic band, stretch it out to the point where you can't peg back that lead. And this opening paddle from Swansea Belmont has definitely done that. He's got a whole transition gap back to second, third, fourth in the chase pack that are coming through. So a great opening leg, putting his team in the best position here.
We've got about 8 people on this next wave working their way around the transition flag. There'll be a tight turn around this pole. Will be interesting who can tag their teammates first as the boys head into the water as a second leg as well. You can see all of our handlers as well trying to catch all the boards as the boys head out.
Yeah, so Swansea Belmont just got jammed up there. Jem, I saw you sit back in your seat. So Swansea Belmont in the lead. The chase pack and that second lead wave is a group of 8 people. The wave behind that had another 7. The wave behind that had another 6. So there's nothing in it at the moment. But Swansea Belmont really needs to go, because with these waves that are coming from out the back, this can change that up so quickly, and it looks like it's going to be North Bondi making us out to third. Evoca's there in third or fourth at the moment. Manly tucked in next to them. Lead paddler on screen at the moment.
Yeah, the Swansea second paddler did a really good job of trying to just get through that shore break as quickly as he could. You could see the intensity that it was just running into the water at. Really just trying to keep that lead for his team. He wouldn't want to be letting the team down, and he's doing a great job there in the deep water just to keep into his stroke, keep that stroke rate nice and high. You can see he's picked a really nice route out to the cans, hasn't got too dragged up back to the north, so he'll be able to move his board out around those cans as quickly as he can and hopefully pick up a wave that really opened up that gap for them in that opening leg.
Yeah, Swansea will be trying to extend this lead here, try and get a wave as soon as possible as they turn around the cans to try and give his last paddler the best possible lead heading into the last leg of this board relay final.
And I'll be surprised to see Chase Harrison there leading us off. Their team is ultra strong today. Archie Doyle leading us off, and Ty Newey-Murrell is going to bring it home at the back end. So they're in the lead at the moment. Second place, North Bondi just getting it out. They started off there with Bart Carmody, so they're looking really strong. Third paddler, what have they got in store? But at the moment, George Nixon looks like he's going to be the one bringing it home for North Bondi. Any waves on offer?
Look, there's some stuff brewing out the back of the ocean, but it will be interesting to see what happens. There's been lots of upsets today so far, so as we pan out, we will see the runners, see what the boys can pick up, as Swansea's picking up their rating here, trying to get anything to maintain this lead, but who knows, North Bondi may be catching. He's going to try and get the runners.
There's a couple of waves on offer, and I think we're going to have 2 join our lead here. Our leader, just pulls down it as well. I was worried he was going to miss it there, but we've got 3 on this lead wave now, so they've come from the clouds. Wanda, all the way from back in third place, has caught and closed that gap up to our leader. So we've now got a race in 3. It's going to come down to this lead last leg.
So the second wave has got another 8 people on it, but Wanda from the cans there, that is what you want. You need a bit of luck. Sometimes you've just got to send it, and then you're making your way through to possibility of a state medal coming up, and that's the Wanda A team there. That was an amazing effort, tagging in first, second and third. North Bondi, Wanda, and
Swansea Belmont.
Swansea Belmont.
So the final paddler, as we saw in that last leg, we had Wanda and North Bondi catch up about 10-15 metres, so once again anything could happen in this final leg of the under 13 male board relay as the boys are moving through the break zone. A few waves pushing them back.
He just hit the gap there. He did a great job just to read that surf and get himself out through that. I think that's going to make his gap open up. So fantastic surf skills by these boys on show today, as we see the back end of the field still sprinting up around transition. So that's what we like to see, no matter where you are placed in this final. As we've seen with the waves, anything can happen. So really just making sure that you're giving as much as you can the whole way through. But look at the gap we've opened up now. So we spread out. We went in with a group of 3 really tightly bunched, but it was just a matter of where the surf opened up and they made the most of what was in front of them. So we can see we've got a first place probably about 3 or 4 board lengths ahead of
And
now
he's
second and
missed
third.
the kid.
He has too. He's completely missed the apex. So whether that was a complete brain fade and he just hasn't paid attention, I don't know what is going on there. He still hasn't recognised. Now he's realised his mistake. So he's going to have to go back around that, Ken. So devastation there from the team that was clearly out in front.
Unbelievable scenes. Deborah's picked up one from nowhere. So all that it's done is put second into first, third into second, and then someone else is now on the podium, and that's heartbreak there. Was that North Bondi at the front?
That is absolutely devastating. Oh, a big opportunity there for second place. Now we've got...
Oh, it wasn't a North Bondi team. It must have been someone that just slotted through
Someone
that we
must have
didn't
snuck
pick up, because
through.
these were
Back
our
marker.
3 leading teams going in. So we've still got North Bondi out in front, followed by Wanda and Swansea. Oh, look at this wave building behind them now. I think this is going to be a run up the beach.
So George Nixon there for North Bondi leading us home at the moment. Kenny hold on to the lead. Swansea Belmont trying to pull down the top. And just nothing on offer, but out the back, right top of the screen, there's a little one coming through. This is going to be a sprint finish.
Oh, you can see we've had a fourth place just join these top 3. So it is going to be on the line, takes the lead break. Oh my gosh, he just gets swallowed and eaten alive by that wave. So we've only got 2 here. We've got, look at the smile from Wonder. It's not over yet, mate. You need to get up and run. It looks like he's going to be doing enough,
Prince.
though. What a finish. He must have smiled because he knew he had that one in the bag. He's pretty quick across the sand, so a great job there. Well done, Wanda. They'll take out these under-13 male board relay, and he is stoked about it.
So Jordan Prince with the finish, getting up early. Swansea Belmont can't believe it. Heartache there for them. Third place across the line. It might have been Manly, but Wanda set up from that second paddler. Dash Lonergan with that wave from the can, taking him from about 4th or 5th into that first position.
North Bondi. Nosedive.
Oh.
How devastating is that? They were up there the entire time through and then just wrong place, wrong time.
We keep referring back to it. Shades of Bailey Johns and Casamento at Aussies just on that massive shore dump
Bang.
up at Collaroy. It was a bang north of Oka on the screen there. But Max... So the team from Wanda was Max Zarazov, Dash Lonergan, Jordan Prince taking out the gold. The Swansea Belmont B team, actually, which is Damon Murdoch, Liam Urbanowitz, Liam Blair, and then the Manly A team, Ryan Chalmers, Sasha Gordon, and Milo Westcar taking home the bronze medal. Oh, let's throw it down to the beach.
I am with Dash, Max, and Jordan, your under 15 board relay, under 13 board relay state champions. How does it feel, boys?
Amazing.
Yeah?
So good. I can't believe it.
Yeah, you had a really good strong start. And who was our finishing line? How did that feel to finish, grab that banner, and secure your spot as your first place winners?
It's just unbelievable feeling, you know.
Yeah, and to do it with your friends, you found that little bit of gas, and to do it with your 3 mates, how does it feel?
So good. It's just...
Yeah, absolutely. Well, congratulations, boys. You're under 13 board relay New South Wales champions.
Yeah, great job by the Wanda team there. They are your New South Wales champions, and look at them. They are stoked with that result, which is awesome to see them finish their state championships program with a win. That is the way you want to bow out and finish the day.
For sure, that's really great momentum for the boys from Wanda leading into Aussies in a couple of weeks' time. Riding out our podium, we have Swansea Belmont Team B in second place and Manly Team A third place. Rounding out our point getters, we have Redhead Team A in 4th, Freshwater Team B in 5th, and Freshwater Team A in 6th.
Oh, get into
What a
it,
squad,
Freshie.
Freshwater.
What a squad.
How about the Killer Bees upsetting the A's? You talk about the Killer Bee team. Sometimes you just race with that little bit less pressure, less expectation, and you can come out and just, upset the A team. How good.
For sure, I think everyone loves a bit of a Killer Bee action.
So
Beating the
who's
A's.
it good for? The coaches don't like it.
It's good if you're the killer B team. If you're in that B team yourself. It's not good as an A team paddler. It's not a very good feeling, but it's it's awesome to see the depth that these clubs have got, and to have two teams fielded in right up the pointy end of that field. It's
testament to the coaches.
It is testament, but you know what? We're going to fire it up because this is the last event for the 2025 Age Championships here at Collaroy, not Queenscliff, not North Stain, due to some weather. But we are underway. We're going to have a straight final, 22 teams under 13 board relay. Will we see as many lead changes as we did in the last one? I'm hoping so. On screen, Matt Egan, who's been prominent throughout this year's booklet. He's got a little starring piece in there.
Go, Matt. Everyone's favourite starter.
Yes, he's an absolute legend. So it's great to see him get the all clear. He'll do his last whistle blow for the day. It's awesome that he's continuing to, really make such a contribution to surf sports. From the Cook Seal Club, which is awesome to see him travel down for these championships.
And here we go. And the girls are off for the start in the final race of the day. Under 13 female board relay finals. We can see a few of the girls switching over directions for this race over the top of the waves. And we'll see Manly out in front. We are not surprised at all. They had a very strong team today. We had Tammy take out the under 13 individual board race. So it will be interesting to see the depth of their squad throughout this relay.
Yeah, she did a great job there to have a really, really good start. She attacked it through that shore break. She probably just ran out a little bit further than the rest of her counterparts in that race, and that's made the difference there. She's opened up a board length lead, but it's pretty close in this opening leg so far. So the girls have done well to get through that first little tricky part of the wave zone, and they're getting out into the green water now.
Probably the cleanest start we've seen of the board races so far. So great work there from the start of getting us through out in between sets. So it's nice and clear at the moment. We've got 14 teams on screen as we see. Only 3 medals on offer. And the ladies are getting closer and closer to that first can. But we did see some waves from that last red and yellow can. What's going to transpire over the next 7 minutes, because we've only got 3 more medals left to hand out at this championships.
For sure. We can only hope that the girls go around all of the board cans, unlike the boys.
But I think we've actually just seen a couple get tangled up in that on that first can. So look at that. She's still trying to get around it. So I think a couple just come unstuck there with that water.
Voca possibly.
Moving through. So you can't make any mistakes. You need to get around those cans nice and cleanly. And as we said, when there's a bit more of congestion, because they had a closer start, they got out of the way nice and cleanly, it means there's more boards, more bodies trying to all get around the same route. So we can see the clubs here right from the far north of New South Wales. So Byron Bay and Lennox Head, really strong start by those paddlers out in front, putting their best foot forward. But we've got a bit of a pack of 5 that's opened up a bit of a gap on the rest of the field here.
Looks like we've got Manly out in front as well, leading with the girls from Byron and Lennox as well. Girls pushing through, trying to pick up some runners on the way in now. You'll see them lift their stroke rate. North Bondi there as well. Mia, who we are not surprised at all to see her out in the front pack for this final leg of the board relay. South Maroubra as well there. These girls are trying to push down a wave to get clean transitions off to tag their second paddlers.
So still nothing on offer here for the ladies. So this is going to be the longest, hardest paddle they would have had to have done today. And why not do it as your last effort? Because everything, all your energy reserves need to be gassed out. They need to be maxed out. They need to be empty, because this is the last time you're going to be representing your club, your teammates at a state championships. And a little bump coming through. You can see the girls all trying to have a peek over the shoulder. A little rise on that left-hand side. Really break point just falling off the back of that one. But we're going to have the team's Blackhead just trying to sneak down that one there. Lead wave in 5. Lennox had Olsenville in there, not surprised.
For sure. So we have Lennox Head leading the charge off the board first. They're going to have the best opportunity to get around the transition flags. Manly on the outside.
Oh, look at her. She's powering through the transition. So nice long legs, really driving all the way around that turning marker. We know the depth that these Manly girls have got in the board in this age group. So they'll have, I've got no doubt, a really strong leg here. But again, really tight field. Not much separating our first couple of places in this board field at this point in the race.
For sure. So we've still got Manly out in front there. Up there we also have South Maroubra as well. These girls are going to be pushing as hard as they can throughout. Another team from Manly and Avoca running into the water now as well, followed by the Lakes
few waves on offer for the girls heading out here, so they'll try and pop over these and get their board speed back up as quick as possible to get around the cans.
Yeah, it's weird. A lot of the coaches are setting them right at the moment, but just from the naked eye looking straight ahead, I think the girls probably could have saved themselves 15 metres if they had went straight out, because they're all trying to get out through that rip, but then they have to paddle back around. But a couple of girls getting clipped on that right-hand edge, sweeping through, but at the moment, Manly's still leading us through comfortably at the moment. A couple of little bumps there. Last tag on here for North Bondi, making their way across, and some awesome footage here. That's what you love to see. Perfect. Nice high knees straight out.
Yeah, we can see our leaders are just picking back up the front end of the field here. They've done a really good job of getting out around that can. As you mentioned, Harold, a lot of them went further to the south to get into that rip, but just because of the timing of when the sets and the lulls were coming through, there wasn't many waves coming through. So, again, that's probably where you're more experienced competitors, when you get a little bit older, instead of just running to the point that your coach tells you to go. When you can read the surf and see that there's not much coming, that's when you can make a decision just to run a little bit more straight. But these girls have all done a really good job of getting out around the can. You can see Manly still out in front. We know the depth that they've got here, so Lennox Head isn't letting them go, though, so we've only got probably a 2 or 3 board length lead. But again, this is where we've seen so much change happen at this point in the race. When the waves start to come on offer, is there going to be a set come through? It doesn't look like it at this stage. They're still quite lumpy and quite fat coming through all the back section there, so not much on offer for these girls. They're going to have to paddle all the way back into the wave zone.
Manly's continuing to hold the lead, and it looks like Avoca paddling up beside Lennox Head there at the moment. Manly's looking strong, nice and long stroke there, focus, and there they go, really extended that lead there. Avoca and Lennox Head next to each other. Not many waves on offer for the girls, so they're going to have to work all the way into shore. Bit of something picking up here. Manly might be able to get it if they can stay on it. Nothing.
Those fake waves that have been coming up and down, so the ladies are going to have to work hard. Anything on offer at the moment, but it just seems as if the last 5 minutes, it's just petered out, not too much on offer. Manly just getting sucked back. You just see the back edge of that rip there. Left-hand side, Lennox Head, Olsenville trying to get down to the front of this one. Avoca thereabouts as well. Need to stay with it. And, just awkward, sucky little waves through there. But great skill there from Lennox Head, Olsenville. Manly looking great. Avoca, a little bit of an error there. Could be costly.
Yeah, the Avoca team just fell off the back of that one, but they'll be on the wave behind. But these two leading teams from Manly and Lennox Head, they'll make their way up around that turning marker. Only one leg to go now, so their last little bit of effort for the day to tag their third team member. You can hear the crowd screaming, getting behind their teammates here.
Manly tagged in 1, Lennox Head tagged in 2, then rounding around the transition poles, we will have Blackhead enter the water shortly, followed by Avoca. So there's final legs in the under-13s female board relay. Their final effort for this weekend of state championships. Who will come out on top?
Oh, I like the top end of the screen here. It looks like they just get up and over that one, and they do. So Manly are out in the clear water. I don't think there's going to be anything that holds them up too much here, but it looks like the rest of the field's been drawn back to an even line. So we've got 3 teams here still trying to get out. It looks like, the rest of them are going to get crunched on the head. So Avoca there cops that one, as well as the second team there from Lennox Head, but I think that means they'll be out in the clear water now, so Blackhead just getting a little bit held up for a little bit longer there.
But it's Manly out the back, though, who has absolutely pulled away with their lead. They've had such strong performances with their first and second paddler. Now they've got about a 20-metre lead or more on the rest of the field. They'll continue to try and grow this gap until the finish line to hold on and back it up from their amazing performances throughout the rest of the day.
Yeah, they've been paddling so strongly all day. So the Manly paddler just about to round that first can to then go out to the apex. That lead is really stretched out to probably a 10, 15-metre lead. I think Avoca's just moved into second place. Lennox Head will tuck in behind, going around that first can into third. So it is anyone's race at this point of the game still.
Looks like there's a bit of swell movement out the back as well. So the girls will be turning the cans and trying to paddle as fast as possible to pick up some runners. Manly's now turned the final can, apex out the back. They will continue to be pushing around as Avoca in second rounds the apex at the back as well. It's going to be a close race, Jem.
It is going to be a close race. At this stage, you think first place would be a safe bet, but again, who knows? We've seen the lead change so many times coming back into this wave zone. They're doing such a great job to keep their head down and really accelerating, but we can see a bit of swell building out the back for some of our back markers here to potentially close that gap.
This could be a massive upset out here. The girls will be lifting their rating, looking over their shoulder. They'll have to dig deep. They will have to find that extra gear. as the girls lift their rating. Looks like Evoca's picking it up. Not sure if they'll get down it though, a bit too far forward. Manly's going to push to try and get down the runner, but won't make it.
Again, it's so deceptive. They think they're down them. They feel their board like lift and accelerate. But I think Evoca's trying to put on that one. No, I think it might be Manly here. Yes. Are they going to manage to pull down it? No, they're not. Oh, this opens the door now for Evoca to turn back in. We can see Manly just turn and go, oh my goodness, what is coming? Oh, but we've had Evoca pull out from the back. So can Manly hold this one? Yes. They will. They shot a bit sideways, but that will be enough. They will be home and hosed. So gold medal there. Evoca coming down a really steep one in second place. So we've got first two. Manly are up, and they're running through to the finish line here. What a race for those girls. They've been so strong all day, and they're really coming into this race. We thought they'd have a really tough team to beat, but again, and congratulations to these girls from Manly. So strong all day. They'll come across the line and take the tape. They are the winners of your under-13 female board relay.
So that's the team of Eve Seymour, Lucy Whitehead, Tamsin Wilson. Evoca coming across the line in second. Sprint finish for the minor placings. Waiting for the lights to get across the line. And it's possibly going to be Lennox Head Olsenville just out of shot there at the moment. But the Manly team
of Eve Seymour, Lucy Whitehead and Tamsin Wilson.
Good old Tammy,
girls.
Another gold medal.
Very dominant throughout all three paddles. They were leading the charge the entire way around. Very, very well-deserved win. And then our Evoca team in second, Matilda Harvey, Sadie Martin and Olive Morris. And Lennox Head Olsenville, taking out third place. Willow Palmer, Amy Roberts and Milani Tyke.
Wow, what a race. It was pretty much perfect from the Manly team. No errors. 3 solid paddlers getting their way in and out and around with minimal fuss.
Very, very impressive performances from all Manly paddlers today. So I think they'll be very stoked to round out their state championships with a win. And now we're going to head down the beach to Alicia with the Manly girls. Okay.
Oh my gosh, girls. Under 13 board relay state champions since under 9s. Oh my gosh, talk me through that. How was it?
Scary and overwhelming.
Yeah, absolutely. Tammy, you coming on that wave, reading that wave, that was excellent demonstration of surf skills. Do you still have to trust your skills? How was that?
It was good. I was like really scared I was going to nosedive because it was just like smack down, but
yeah, absolutely. And after your own individual board race, congratulations to another girl. And Lucy, you started the leg off. How was it? Bit of pressure on the start, but talk me through the start of the race.
It was good. I got out, luckily, and then on the way in, there were no waves working with me. But I ended up catching one.
Yeah, definitely. Had to paddle in. Well, congratulations, girls. Very well deserved. Your 2025 New South Wales State Champions for the board relay. Congratulations.
Thank you.
What a special moment for the Manly Club. Also, Alicia getting to interview the little nippers there, frothing on and taking home that gold medal. Special things happening down there at the south end of the second best peninsula on the east coast of Australia.
For sure. And shout out to them, state champions since the under 9s in the board relay. That is dominance in its finest. That is so impressive.
Yeah, crazy that they've been able to maintain that dominance all the way through. They'll push right to the end though by the other incredible teams that we saw right up the pointy end of that field. So a big congratulations to these under 13 girls finishing their racing here today at the 2025 New South Wales Age Championships. So a big thank you to all of them for making our spectating here today so wonderful. It's been awesome to be with you, and we'll see you next week for the 2025 Open State Championships.